This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning. 5,500 runs, just shy of 200 wickets, and that's after just 4 days of competition. Match day 5 coming up, and it's Peacock Friday. That means we add a little bit of colour and spice to the proceedings. I'm Rico Full. You're on tour with the European Cricket Network. Welcome to Austria. Happy Peacock Friday from the Seabound Cricket Ground here in Austria, where yes, we do have 5 matches coming up for you here today. Later on, we will see the Grass Cricket Academy for the first time this time around. They've got a busy day. They will play 3 matches. Another team that'll play 3 matches here today are the Austrian Daredevils. They're first up against Snazi. Now, what I can tell you is that the Daredevils, they have won the toss and they've elected that they will have a bat first. So, going to have a bat. And I think that's a good move. We have seen a fair bit of the Daredevils this time around. They played 3 matches, but they have lost 3 matches. But one thing that was starting to come together for them was their batting, particularly that of their captain. Buset Omari was in very good form the last time we saw him. He did bat, and against Donnerstad he did score a half century, so he's in good form. He also has the support of something like Waliullah Madonzai, but I do hear that Waliullah may not be available for this first match. So then I think something like Tariq Ahmadzai becomes pretty key for them. So batting first, looking to get runs on the board. Now, one thing that we have seen here at the Seabound Cricket Ground is plenty of runs being scored. So he will know that his side should be looking to post a score in the 130s. I think 130 becomes for me a pass score on here. All right, their opponent, Snazi. Now, Snazi, remember, a team that back in 2023 did not win a match, but it started well for them this time around. On their first day of action, they won both their matches, though they didn't get a win against the very powerful Sharjah Punjab Vienna the last time that they played. But they've got some good players that are performing well. Their captain, Janan Jalzai, is in very good form, and of course, he'll be relying on another good performer from Lakmal Kasturi. The two of them were instrumental in the wins that they got. But maybe it will be somebody like their bowler, Basat Iqbal, that could hold the key for them for a victory here. It's going to be a great match to start off with. Now look, join me in the commentary box. I'm running solo today on Peacock Friday. I think Nish is still out there trying to find a Peacock Friday shirt. So good luck on finding that shirt, Nish. But yeah, join me back in the cube. I'll tell you a little bit about these two sides, but also start off by telling you what happened yesterday. Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome to the beautiful Seabound Cricket Ground here in Austria. Doesn't it look stunning? A little bit of early morning dew this morning when we got here, but that's certainly been burnt away. Let's take a look at an interesting day that we saw yesterday, match day 4. Well, it did start well for Donnerstad up against Indian CC Vienna. They won 145 to 104 by 41 runs, and it was the left-hander Utmanzai who started the day well. 47 he made at 21, giving them the player of the match performance. So the reigning champions continuing their unbeaten run. But would it last? Well, those of you that watch it will know the answer to that. Indian CC Vienna then came back from that defeat with a good win with Meha Chima, 57 of 29. Ahmad Ghani, 51 of 16. Performed beautifully well. Karanbir Singh also 33 chipped in with some good runs. And Sharjah Punjab Vienna, look, they're a team that they can click. They're a bit hot and cold so far. Well, they ran cold in that match and they lost it by 55 runs. Player of the match was Ghani with that very fine half century. Match number 18. Now, this was the one that really shocked a lot of people. Donnerstad, 145 for 4. Aman Ahmadzai scored 80 of 26 balls. Other batters didn't click until Sahil Zadran came in and blasted 33 off 9. You thought it would be enough, but this Sharjah Punjab Vienna side, there's something about them. Hassan Sadiq, 71 of 25, was supported there very well by Hassan Arif, winning that match by 7 wickets and ending a run that Donnerstad had on the European Cricket Network that lasted over 2 years. So that was a surprise. Would we see Lords CC start with a win against Indian CC Vienna in their their fourth match of this series. It didn't go quite to plan. They did get 125 on the board, and both Sahil Bharti and Mehdi Bangash got 23. But Indian CC Vienna, thanks to a good bit of bowling, spin bowling from a number of their players, managed to get that win. Naveed Hussain, though, good comeback from him. It was player of the match with not just 18 runs, but also 2 for 25. So a win by 3 balls. And then, of course, we saw that absolute classic, didn't we? Lord CC piled on the runs as once again Sherry Punjab Vienna were just bowling all sorts, just bowling too short. A number of players were good there. Kumajar, Bangash again in the runs, and even Sahil Bharti. But one man held the key for Sherry Punjab Vienna, and it was Hassan Sadiq. Finished on 95, so close to getting a century, and then needing 7 off the last it was. They made a meal of it, but they did get the win. Sherry Punjab winning by 3 wickets. Rajinder Singh hitting the winning runs off the last ball. So this is the way things are looking at the moment. Now, this is 6th versus 9th. Of course, the Daredevils haven't got a win yet to their name. And Snazi, 2 wins to start off with, but did lose out to Sherry Punjab Vienna. So an opportunity for Snazi to try and catch up the likes of Vienna CC and also Donnerstadt, who are both there on 11 points. Just a point ahead of them is Indian CC Vienna. And the reason that 5th spot is so important, of course, the top 5 will go through to finals day. This is the lineup, and I think I've mentioned some of the key players there already. But yeah, certainly, as I touched on there on the intro, Waliullah Manduzai not in the side for the Daredevils. That means that Buset Amari, his innings with the bat becomes very important. And someone like Tariq Ahmadzai needs to put a good performance in as well. Snazi, they were really dependent very heavily on their captain, Jalan Gulzai, who up until now has had a very good, solid start with the bat. Lakmal Kusturi didn't quite perform well when they played and lost the early match they've lost so far to Sherry Punjab Vienna. He will be looking to come back well. And, of course, keep a lookout for Basit Iqbal. Last time we saw him, he did pick up 3 wickets. This is the way it's looking. Snazi, well, it's not often that Snazi are the favourites, but they are in this one, 77% to 23. It is worth pointing out and bearing in mind that last year, that the Daredevils, they did get that win, or the wins over Snazi. So, I mean, on form and on back-to-back appearances, you would say that the Daredevils would probably be the favourites. But based on form at the moment currently, you can see why Snazi are the big favourites going into this one. I want to say a very good morning to everybody. Rob Thompson is saying good morning and happy Peacock Friday to everybody. Hello to Khan. And yeah, it is Peacock Friday. And John, I hope you got your shirt on as well. We certainly are looking forward to, once again, another bumper day here in Austria. The runs have been flying. We've got some stats that have been prepared for you by Ravi, which we will touch on a little bit later on. But what a start it's been. And one thing I haven't mentioned is the Maximo count. And well, 6s are being hit for fun. And at the moment, we're going at roughly 12 6s per innings, which is quite extraordinary. So it's a great start. And, well, let's hope it continues. I think, you know what, if the weather stays as it is, then I don't see why not. I think batters are enjoying themselves out there. The outfield is very quick, so not only is the maximum count high, so is the count of number of 4s. So batters enjoying themselves, but we have seen once that ball is pitched up, and if bowlers can get the length right, then they get some success. Ready to go then. And looks like it's going to be Divit Wijaskara with the first ball. And he's going to be bowling here to Tariq Ahmadzai, who goes down the ground. Well, what a start. 6 runs from the very first ball. And if that is anything to go by, well, the number of 6s that I've already mentioned will continue to climb, and maybe climb as high as that one. So cracking start from Ahmadzai. Wijaskara. Well, maybe that in this format, bowlers just can't have any looseness anymore. He just wanted to get the ball in the right areas and thought, you know, just get one up there. And bang, 6 runs. And make it back-to-back. Tariq Ahmadzai is in some form this morning. Well, what a start from him. I know that that the Daredevils were having a little bit of a net a bit earlier. And, well, Ahmed's eye certainly got his eye in early. 2 balls, 2 sixes. Welcome to the European Cricket Network. This is the way we do things. No, nothing like playing yourself in, taking your time, getting your eye in, getting the feel of ball on bat. No, just bang it, ping it for 6. And a good comeback. Different line, a little bit shorter. You can see Ahmedzai just trying to work that away on the offside. It's nothing worse. I mean, fortunately, I can't say fortunately, as a player, as a bowler, I didn't play a lot of T10 cricket. And T20s, yup. But that even is, that's total different breed of cricket, isn't it, T20? Goes again, and this one will go all the way as well. Bolle, bolle, bolle. 6 mas. So 3 sixes out of the 4 balls that have been faced here from Tariq Ahmedzai. He is not hanging around. So, yeah, I mean, you know, as a bowler, the first thing you're trying to do, you know, you loosen up, you stretch, and you come in and you land that. And always, and I remember this, you know, when I used to play, I always think, you know, just get that ball in the right areas to start off with. Even if it's not the best of balls, it's the first ball, the batter will respect it. The batter will not try and whack it to the boundary. That one might be too wide. Yeah, it will be. But the game has changed. It's not like that anymore. You know, I could bowl a couple of not so great deliveries to start off when I'm just warming up. Batters wouldn't hit it. They'll just try and, if anything, they'll just try and get a single because they just want to get off the mark. You can't get away with that anymore. You bowl a semi, even if it's a semi-decent ball, it gets pinned. It gets whacked. Well, that's a little bit over-pitched. I think Tariq has missed out on this one. Ends up being another dot. So 19 off the over. Are we going to get that magical start? Yeah, and there is swing there, and I think that's what sort of saved the bowler there. That ball just swings away, so Tariq doesn't really move into it. Right, in comes Wijasakara, looking to finish without going magical, and that one's hit pretty well. Chases on, and it's going to be 4 runs. It will be a magical start to match day 5, Peacock Friday. Well, a little bit of colour and spice. Well, there's a spice for you straight away. 23 off the first. It's a magical start, and didn't quite get it right, did we? Look, these were some of the stats I was talking to you about at the start of the day. 5,549 runs. Look at the number of maximos. Well, of course, you can add 3 more to that. And a couple more to the forwards as well, couldn't you? 196 wickets to have fallen. But look at the maximo rate. Let me call it 12. 12 maximos per innings. So we're going at the average of about 143 runs per innings. That's high. And we've maintained it from match day 1 as well. That's the crazy thing. Sometimes we see a day where it's really high, but for it to stay that way for 4 days on the spin, oh, that's a real clanger. That's a real clanger. Oi, sweetie, ਜਦੋਂ ਨਾ ਨੀਂਦ ਪੂਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਇਤਨੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਯਾਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ. Yeah, when you don't quite finish and get enough sleep, that can happen. So a real misfield. Well, it's the bowler, which is Sakara, who just get thumped for 23. This one's a bit of a miscue. No runs. So Widget Sakara, yeah. Not the best of starts in the day for him. Buset Amari gets fortunate with the 4. Short, and that's launched. That's just far too short from Lakman Kasturi. And if you're going to bowl that length, you are going to get punished. That's one thing that we have learned here in Austria. The batters don't mess around. If you give them a bad ball, they are going to punish it. Too short. And Buset Amari is not going to let that one go. Well, that's gone a long way. Trying to find it. We know there was a lot of things that were creeping in there yesterday, and I know that everybody liked As to what we were able to find. And some were small, some were friendly, some weren't. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, well, there were wolves in there were giraffes in there was a snake in there. And let's just say, I think we might just find a few more things lurking in the field of joy. Right. Kasturi. Fuller. Better delivery. Better areas. Just a little bit more in there as well. Yeah, that's a Kroom. Hope you're well. Kroom was saying, oh, what a way to start the day. That's the way to do it. And, well, Kroom, how about that? How about the format that you play? You used to coming on the bowl and seeing batters go bang, bang, bang straight away. It's just something up, you know, even now, I mean, I've watched, coming up to doing 4,000 matches on the European Cricket Network. And still, it takes some getting used to. Start of the day, right, let's get ready, everybody. Let's have a good day. And bang, bang, bang. And you think, hang on, what just happened here? All right, hesitation. It's a wild throw. It's a wild throw. I think if they pick this up cleanly and threw this on the bounce, then I think maybe Kasturi has got a chance to get involved and run out. But that's been thrown too wild. 11 will come off that over, so he recovers well. But 35 off the first two. We get a chance to have a quick look at the standings here. I know we did a little bit earlier. So plenty to play for here today. It's going to be a big day, of course, for the Daredevils. They play 3 matches, and they really need to try and pick up some points to get into the middle half of that of those standings. We're also going to see Grass Cricket Academy start their campaign. They're going to be in action in the very next match when they take on Snazzy. 3 matches for them and 3 for the Daredevils. Snazzy will play 2. And Vienna CC, who currently are holding on to that 5th spot, they have a chance to try and move upwards and to try and get into the top 3 where they could finish today if all goes well for them. So big day this Peacock Friday. Stick with a bit of spin, short, and muscle to the boundary. There's only one play, and that's going to happen if that ball is short, and that's the batter swinging, hitting, striking, and sending the ball for 6. And that's what happens here. Just far too short. Now, that's a real proper loosener, isn't it? So, Amit Nathwani comes on, and straight away, too short. And even though there's no pace on the ball, and if you bowl that short, batters are not going to miss out. So there's another one that ends up in the field of joy. So Nathwani has got to get it right. Get that ball pitched up. That's where they're coming to play. Pitch the ball up. That's where you'll get your success. Just waiting for the fielder to come back. 2 men straight at the moment. And this is hit wide of the infielder. Should be fielded there on the boundary. And that's nicely done. That's Suma Shagil. Keeps his eye on it as he works his way around the boundary rope and makes a good stop and gets applauded by the bowler as well. Short, 4 runs this time, and I suppose it's outside the off, which means that he's not going to get carted over the leg side boundary, but it's just far too short here. And the batter very quick to pick the length, gives himself a little bit of room. That's the captain, Buset Omari. And that's another boundary to go on the board for Snazzy. Launched. Arriva. Gidna Sona Shakalagya. That has gone a long, long way. Mashed. Peacock Friday today. I'm just in the process of finishing my early morning coffee, and I must admit I've got a nice Peacock Friday kind of mug here as well today. I'm liking my mug. I can give you a quick shot of it maybe. Quick shot of the Peacock Friday mug. There we go. Happy Peacock Friday everywhere. Yeah, a bit of cupcakes going on here. A nice a cupcake with this coffee would go very nice. Yeah, good morning everybody. Keeps him on the back foot this time. That's a better delivery, isn't it? But this partnership already worth 50. Snazi. Something about them this year, isn't there? Something about them this year. They have got wins, but are they able to show that again here? Now, that one's hit firmly. Should be stopped. Yeah, there is something about. I mean, they've got some good players there. I mean, Lakman Kasturi. I like what he's done. And then their captain, Janal Gilzai. So there's a bit of a buzz about them. A lot of people liking their kit colours as well. A bit of the old West Indian theme there as well. But they're going to be well tested here because this is a very good start from the Daredevils, looking to win their first match this time round. And it's a 53 off the power play. That one from Nathwani going for 18. So we've seen 23, 12, and 18 off the power play. Field can be spread. So they're going to stick with Kasturi. Floats it up. Gets played away on the offside. They'll just take the single here. I think it's not a bad option. These two obviously are enjoying the pace, but you still got to get the ball in the right areas. What they got here, so square leg, mid wicket, long on. Pretty straight long off, and one sweeper out on that deep extra cover boundary. That's been hit high and mighty. That will go all the way. And that is going to be 6 runs. Good smash. And there's a question there, and Pandey was asking me about Rasma Shigwell. Pandey, one thing we have to understand, first of all, good morning to you, and thank you for your question, is that a lot of these players, they also do work. I mean, they're not professional players, so when they are playing, so every one of the players that you'll see today playing, they're taking time away from work. Some players will travel from a distance. I think Raz is probably about 3 hours from here, so players will have to commit to the whole day. So you will get times when the likes of Razmal and other players will see them play some games and not others. It's all about taking time away from work. I'm sure we'll see a lot more Razmal. And with Donistar losing yesterday, I think he'll be very keen to play. But of course, only if work allows them. And I think what you will see, and it's normal, this one gets whipped away. But just again, another single. So spreading the field does seem to help. But most players will, especially some of the better players, will be looking maybe not to play the earlier matches in the group stages because they want to take their holiday, the time off to be playing, you know, the big matches. So if you are getting into finals day, for example. So that's the reason, as this is another one that has been lofted beautifully. And Tariq Ahmadzai, that's a big shot. Just starting, you can see there, Lakman Kasturi was just starting to slow things up a little bit. But the big shot comes there right at the end, and the 9 off the over that it was becomes 15. So nice shot down the ground. Yeah, so we just have to take that into consideration. Interesting if they're going to continue here with the spin approach. 68. So you can sort of say, is it working well? I guess they're not getting magical overs, but they're still going average around 15 and over. And that's going to be a bit of a concern for sure. Right, change coming. Basit Iqbal coming into the bowling attack. Starts with a pretty dirty full toss, which has caught the batter. Now, I'm not sure where this is caught. I think, at a guess, I'm saying the inside of the thigh. He's totally missed this. And, no, it just gets him actually just above the pad, above the knee. But it was a gunny ball, really. It misses out Buset Omari. Iqbal gets lucky. And now he bowls another decent one. So, yeah, Basit. Probably was the pick of their bowlers when we last saw them. That's catchable, I think, and taken. There's the wicket. Basit Iqbal gets it, and it's disappointment. You can see that from Busit Omari. So got lucky with a full toss that Omari should have put away, and then gets his wicket. Good catch there on the boundary, and that is the end of the captain. So Busit Omari goes for 23, and ball number 14 gets him, and it is Basit that does the job. So well done to Iqbal. Good catch. Nice catch taken. Solid. Good technique and good management off the rope. He didn't do what we've seen a lot of fielders sometimes do, that come running in and then have to backtrack to try and get there. Held his shape well and holds on to the catch, and that's the captain, Gulzai. So first wicket down. New batter is Rafiullah Manduzai. See how he starts. Well, he wants to go the big shot straight away. This should be stopped by the fielder. It will be. Gets down, doesn't take any chances there. Gets the body on that. So Shagil makes the stop. Now, can they get the other key batter here? Tariq Ahmadzai, 43. Well, he's still going for the big shots. I like the way he gets right under this. So he gets right under. Well, he's put that in the field. Oh, whatever crops are growing there. We've got a grizzly just keeping them company for a moment. See, watch this, gets right under it. And he's not one of those batters that's leaning forward and hitting the ball and sometimes hits it flat and offers the chance of a catch. Look, he makes sure he gets completely under it. And he hits that really well. Good shot. Nicely played. And running hard, and they will get their buys this time. Let's have a look at this. So it's a good delivery, isn't it? Tries to do the same thing again, and that only misses the off start by a fraction. So good start from Iqbal. Just that one big hit off him, and that one it will be buys. So 8 come off the over, 7 of them off the bat. Takes the wicket of the captain, Busit Omari. So 76 for 1. Yeah, John is just making a comment there. A lot of people watching as we have a look at some of the rates that we've seen here. And I know Nish touched on this yesterday, right up there with the likes of Barcelona, Cyprus and Estonia. That's another biggie, and that'll be a humongous strike. And Ahmadzai brings up his 50 in style, 55 of 16 balls, just a tad short, and also is into the pads. And Tariq just gets in line, smashes it for 6, holds the bat up in the air, and gets the congratulations from Rafiullah at the other side. So we're going to miss this time. It's got to stay there, though. Remember, one thing is worth pointing out about the Austrian Daredevils. Well, once you get the likes of the openers, once the captain goes, and maybe someone like Tariq Ahmadzai makes his way out, there's not a lot more to come. So, miscue, pops up, chance. Oh, he's dropped it. He's dropped an absolute sitter. He's dropped an absolute sitter. What a chance to remove Ahmadzai, and that was at the crucial point. And it's Basit Iqbal is the guilty man, a man who's just taken the wicket, has dropped a sitter. And this one's hit. This will be another test for the fielder. Does very well. Keeps it just to 1. So Tariq Ahmadzai dropped on 54 by Iqbal. And Iqbal, for all the good he did with that one over, he then goes and drops that one. Oh, that's going to hurt you. Doesn't quite hit this cleanly, which should still just be the 1. So they're starting to at least quieten things up a little bit. This is Shakwat Kazakil. Flights it up and teases the batter, but the batter is up for it. Doesn't come down the track to it, but because it's so full, from Kazakhstan. He just waits for it and turns it into a full toss and whacks it. Yeah, there you go. The slog sweep, really. And not the best of balls to end the over. That's disappointing. It was going pretty well. 15 will come from it. There was an opportunity to remove Tarek there as well on 54. So 91 off 6. The Daredevils going well. There's that scorecard so far. So Tarek Ahmadzai, 57 of 19. Gave one chance. They didn't take it. Iqbal, man who put him down, comes on. And this is going to be hit over the leg side boundary. So Tarek Ahmadzai is making sure that he's going to rub it in here now. Saying, well, I gave you a chance. You didn't take it. Yeah, best bowling figure so far for Basit Iqbal was 3 for 8 against Vienna Danube. Bowled very well there. And also took 2 for 18. And against Vienna CC, that's another one that's going to be out of reach off the fielder. A little bit of pain for the bowler. You can see Iqbal just holding his head, thinking so close, but not close enough. Just strikes the ball so well. He's powerful. Of course, it was that one. It was a shorter ball that he got tucked up in when the ball just popped up. And just wonder if that's something worth thinking about. Maybe you do go back to a slightly quicker bowl and just be saying to him, right, okay, look, you know, into the body, a little bit shorter into the body. Struck nicely. Watch the bounce, well watch. He's fielded well out here in front of us here as Sumar Shagil. And that's up in the air and will drop in front. So nothing there. Played nicely. A lot of talk about centuries. Who hit the first century on the European Cricket Network? Well, that you'd have to go back to 2019, of course, when it was the European Cricket League. And I'm not going to give it away. I know there's people out there that will know the answer. And some people are talking about the... Okay, chance. And he's missed this. Completely missed it. That's an opportunity. He's fielded really well in front of us here, has Sumar. But this one just gets away. Let's have a look at this here. I think he's, yeah, look, it's a bit of distance away from the rope, but still, having said that, it's an opportunity that he really had a chance to take. He doesn't. And right at the end of the over, it's another opportunity to remove Tarek. So Tarek now, he's having a bit of a charmed life. Just all there very quickly, the number of days to go on the European Cricket Network. I wonder if there's any bat on this, actually. Yeah, there is bat. That's why there was disappointment from the bowler. So it's a big swing here. And, yeah, he gets bat onto it, and that's unfortunate. I mean, it's one of those which sometimes they reflexes, but so Rafiullah also being dropped. Gets dropped on 14. Right, this one, nothing's dropping this. That will go all the way. Well, are we going to see a sensational start to match day 5 on this Peacock Friday? Because the hitting here is just sensational at the moment. That gets blasted away. Rafiullah, it's his turn to get going. Well, you can see that the dot balls are being well applauded. This partnership is also now worth 50. That's up in the air, and that's going to be another boundary. It's good hitting now here from Rafiullah Manduzai. And don't forget, Tarek Ahmadzai on 72. And the way he's hitting the ball is every possible. He's given chances, though. Let's face it, chances. 54, 67, and 71. So chances have been there to remove him. But so far, he's still there. We could start with you know what, and we haven't had one here just yet. Into the pads, asking the question. Umpire doesn't seem to be that impressed. Let's have a look at this one. He's well, hits him well outside that off stump. Remember, a lot of the stats, folks, you can find if you go onto the website. So, EuropeanCricket.com. Well, they're fighting each other here. Well, it's a little bit of the old, well, pass it on here. The ball ricocheting between the fielders. And playing a little bit of the old dodgeball. And it goes from one to another, from one to the other. Here we go. It's all happening here. Look, they just, yeah, that ball is like one of those rubber balls that just bounces around everywhere. 8 overs completed, 126. Then for one, we've seen some very good partnerships here. And now it's over, the end of the over. So Rafaela with that single, just keeping Tariq off strike. I don't think Tariq's going to be too impressed with that. He would want to get on strike himself. Not the worst of overs that though from Kazakil. He's not bowled badly. 29 off his 2. Well, that one's been fired in, and the umpire says it's okay. It's a dot ball here from Nathwani. And that's going to be 4 runs, isn't it? Nathwani, a little unfortunate, but he goes for the same ball again. I've got to say that's good from Rafiullah Manduzai. He expects the same ball, so he jumps outside of the off stump this time, and he gives it a good heave, gets the thick edge, and it goes down wide of third for 4. Tariq Ahmadzai just wants to get on strike, doesn't he? He wants to at least to have a chance to bring up the century. Seems a long way off at the moment if you can't get on strike. Well, this is the ball that just gets held back, and that's another one that will go all the way. 6 more. We've seen Nathwani do this before, where he goes to bowl, just holds his pose for a moment, thinks that he might throw the batter off, but that's been thumped really well. Watch here, so it just stops here, look, stops, then delivers, but that's been crunched hard. Rafiullah just knows where these balls are going at the moment, and he's ready. Here we go again. This time is high up in the air. It could be a chance, and it's going to be put down. And Allah, oh no. Oh yaar, catch da sit dita. Oh baatana. Thappar bhi maar ditta ball nu. Oh chauka lag gaya. Have a look. You can't write some of this stuff. It's a great effort, you got to say, I suppose, from Subhash. You know, Subhash goes for it, but then watch here. On the way down, I don't know if we captured that. On the way down, he slaps the ball with his left hand over the boundary. Can the catch the short of it? 4 एमी दे देने से थप्पड़ मार के चौका लग गया. And wide ball here. I'm not so sure about this. And yeah, okay, nah, it is a wide. Take it back. Umpire spot on. Even though the batter does move, the line stays as it is. And now this is an up and over, and this time will get taken. You can see the fielder thinks about a celebration, but he thinks, well, hang on a minute, 141, and the second wicket falls. You don't really need to celebrate too much. So Rafiullah really did just get going in those last 8 balls or so. Started at 5 boundaries all over the place. Finishes with a very healthy 42 of 14. And you can't knock him for that, though one thing you can say is that probably with him staying on strike and hogging it, but still crunching the ball pretty well, it means that Tariq Ahmadzai probably won't get to the century that we thought he could have been on. Nice catch there taken. And they've dropped many, haven't they? But that one was taken, so they held on. And that's Munib, who takes the catch to remove Rafiullah. And the next batter comes in, crunches it big. They take a single. Oh, dear. And Tariq Ahmadzai, look at him. Look at Tariq. He is reluctantly, and I mean reluctantly, wicket to the other. Watch him here. He doesn't really want to go, and then he realises it's the 5th ball of the over. And I don't know if he captured what he does here at the end. Watch him here just for a moment. Look at him. He starts to, you don't see it from that angle, but he's gesturing to the batter saying, what'd you do that for? I want to get on strike. I can't get on strike. Oh, well, that's the way it goes sometimes. So Nathwani goes for 34. That over also not the tardiest. 16 will come from it in the end, but he does pick up that 1 wicket of Rafiullah. And the score after 9 overs, 142 for 2. And he's not going to get on strike yet either, as Zadran smashes it away. And Tariq, now what do you think Tariq's now saying? Tariq Ahmadzai, he's not got on strike now for probably, I reckon, the last. It's got to be close to 10 balls, maybe more it is. And he's probably now saying, hey, you know what? I don't think it is going to happen now. I need a fair number of runs, 28. So you might as well just try and smash every ball to the boundary. It don't matter anymore. I'm resigned to the fact that I might be stuck on the 70s here. And that is another biggie. Sails up into the sky, and it comes down at the right side of the rope if you're the Austrian Daredevils. The 150 comes up, and Shakwat Zadran has, after taking a single to the displeasure of Tariq Ahmadzai, has hit the next 2 balls for a huge 6. So Divith Wijesakara, well, we know how he's first over started. Well, this one has started exactly the same way, but he does get a wicket. He pitches it up full and straight and gets a wicket. So he started with the first over that went for 23. The first 2 balls were smashed for 6. His second over, first 2 balls smashed for 6, but he does pitch it up. Look, that's the answer. And bowlers, if you're watching, get that ball pitched up. Zadran will go, but a healthy strike rate for him. Strike rate of 325, 13 of 4 deliveries. Right, another batter now comes in, is Jabrakel. Let's see how he deals with Wijesakara. Oh, that's a good delivery, better areas. He's trying to hit it away. Tariq Ahmadzai. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. He's just can't believe what's happening here at the moment. So, still can't get on strike. So he hasn't faced any balls since the 8th over. Now he's running. Look at him go. He said, I've had enough of this. I suppose you don't mind. You don't, and you say, no, we're not taking another go back. You don't mind if the other batter is hitting boundaries, but he's just got fed up. He's run. And then watch this. He says, come on, let's go. And he's saying, no, where do you think you're going? You know how long it took me to get here? 6 and out, this one, I reckon. It's either 6 or out. Well, it's 6, and it could be coming pretty close to me. And, yeah, it just bounces off the cube and goes the other way. And that will be the end of the innings. And you can see why he was waiting to get on strike. Has to be said, if he did get on strike, what should we say? Should we say sort of something like 14 balls ago? Then he probably would have got what he needed to maybe at least get a chance to get to his century. He won't, though. He'll finish on 78. But the Austrian Daredevils, what a good finish and to the innings. 161. It's high scoring, isn't it, from the Austrian Daredevils, who are looking to win their first match in this 2024 European Cricket Series campaign. And that's a pretty good start. Let's have a look at the way it started. And it was a big 6 to start the day. Well, maybe that tells you what it's going to be. And you can see the old Moths. They were soon made to relocate from where they were hiding overnight, because it was no fun for them. The ball was being smashed around, and if it weren't 6s, it was 4s. That was 23 then off the first over. They then went to a little bit of spin from Kasturi. That went pretty well, I suppose, Kasturi and even Nathwani, but the big shots would still be coming there. And Buset Hamari, the captain, supported Tariq Ahmadzai quite beautifully. It was a good partnership, a quick partnership of 50 runs. Buset, though, was the first to go, and he'd be disappointed. It was Basit Iqbal that got his wicket. And he just got, it was quite interesting. He just got frustrated. He missed out on a full toss on the leg side. Then there was the dot ball. Then he goes down the ground, but he finds the safe hands of the fielder. And Gilzai takes the catch. Nicely done. But then we saw another partnership as it was Rafaela Mendozai came in. You thought Rafaela was going to just play a bit of a supporting role and just keep handing the strike over to Tariq Ahmadzai, and that went pretty well. And then all of a sudden, when Ahmadzai was on 72, Rafaela decided, you know what, I think I'm going to get in on the yak. Well, those two, they couldn't get into the yak. They couldn't get their hands on the ball. And Rafaela then just took off, and he sort of accelerated from like in the teens to the 40s in no time. And poor Tariq Ahmadzai just couldn't get another hit. And he would have to wait a long time before that happened. That was unfortunate. To stop the rot in a way and won the first two, then lost to the Sherry Punjab or Vienna side. They're looking to come back well here, but it doesn't. Well, if they do it, it's going to be another good run chase. They need in 162. Quick look at the scorecard. 78 in the end there from Tariq, but Rafaela played his part there as well, and so did the captain, who made a very fine 23. And I like that innings with the bowling front. Well, a little bit of pain for some of the bowlers. Divith with Zakara, not what he was expecting this morning, though he did pick up consolation wicket there. Also, Amit Nathanwani went for a few 34. Basit Iqbal once again fairly tidy, 28 of his, and then 29 we saw there of Shakwat. So it's been a difficult start for Snazi, but they have their right of reply as they'll go out there and try and hit the 162 required for victory. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the European Cricket Network. We're in Austria. Yes, we are in Vienna at this beautiful Seabahn cricket ground. And you can join me and the crew back in about 10 minutes' time for the reply of Snazi. Can they get to 162 and give us an explosive start to match day 5, match number 21. Hasta pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, cricket lovers, to another cracking start to the day, match day 5 on this Peacock Friday. And what a start it is. Well, the boundaries just keep on coming. And we just look at the number of sixes in that one. I'm just having a look here now. 16, 17, 18, 20 sixes. That's right, 20. It's quite amazing. And only 5 fours. So the Daredevils, well, they've been playing like the Devils this morning, haven't they? But, well, are they going to pick up that first win? You would think they would, having put 161 on the board. But Snazzy, well, there's a different feel about them this time around. But look, they've got a lot of work to do here. Just have a look at some of these bonus point equation stats. So restrict to 112 or less, and that's an opportunity for the Daredevils to pick up all the points here. And you can see there that for Snazzy to do the same, they've got to try and get this target in 7 overs or less. That I cannot see happening. Can they get to the 162? Well, somebody really has to get going. I think somebody has to go on and score an 80 or 90 for them to do that. The 112 at the moment, I think, becomes the key target that they've got to try and get to. I think that 112. So you're talking 113. They're going to get to a 113 here to get to a point. So they're going to have to bat well. And, of course, a lot depends on the openers. And let's see who they do opt for. So it's going to be Kasturi, who will be on strike. And Kishan is going to be the non-striker. So Kasturi, he didn't quite, I mean, he made a good impact on day 1. But, of course, in that match against Sherry Punjab, he never really got going. So he needs to bat big here. And, of course, the captain himself, Jalan Galzai, probably will come in at number 3. And those top 3 are the key men. And, well, outside the off, that's Shafiq Safi with the ball. Good start, dot ball to start off with. It sort of sets the tone, doesn't it? If that, let's just say that goes to the boundary, then maybe in the back of your mind as a bowler, you start to think, okay, maybe they're going to do what we did to them. But if you start off with a dot ball, then you sort of straight away feel that you've got the upper hand. That one is swung a lot, and it goes straight to the wide third. Could have gone anywhere this, but a lot of swing on that delivery. I wonder if we get a chance to see this again. Just watch how this one goes. So we were saying, I was talking to Nish yesterday about this. We saw a lot of swing in Rome. Maybe not so much in Bulgaria, but Rome, the ball was swinging around a lot. Of course, temperatures were hotter than it is here. Clear blue skies, no real reason for it. It just swung a lot. And here we haven't seen too much swing. The only swinging we've seen a lot of is from the batters. And that's 6 runs. Lovely straight hit there from Kishan. Well, Dela Pathadu gets on strike because of the single, and he crunches his first ball straight down the ground. What a lovely shot that is. Beautiful straight drive. Nobody stopping that. A good start, positive. The first boundary. And then that's heavy ball. Good comeback from Safi. So he pitches the ball up. And look, you don't mind that as a bowler. When the new batter, you're bowling the first ball to them, you do want to pitch it right up there. If they miss it, if they don't see it, and don't pick it, you get them. But when it gets hit back over your head for 6, you then got to change your approach. And Safi does that straight away. He says, all right, I gave you the one. You show me that you're up for it. I'm not going to give you another one. It's going to be a little bit shorter. And that could be out, you know. This could be out. Oh, this could be. In fact, it's bowled him. It's actually bowled him. That's what the umpire says here. I think either way, I mean, it bowls him, but I think it's BLB as well. That's the wicket. It's very well bowled. It's the perfect Yorker. And this is all to do with what the batter does here. So Kishan, look at him go here outside the off. It's full. Now, I reckon that's going to go. How do the stumps come off? I want to see this from side. How do the bails go off here? Because, well, let's see both angles. If we see the side, what happens here? Now, if you watch this from so the ball definitely does strike the stumps, but when you watch it from behind the bowler's arm, now this will confirm it. So, yeah, it goes straight. So he gets nutmegged. It's off his foot. I think if we look at it from the other angle, it hits his toe and then goes onto the stumps. Well, maybe you can watch that again a little bit later, but let's see the next delivery to the new batter. It is the captain, Gulzai. Yeah, that is terrible. I have to say, that is probably the worst delivery to bowl to a new batter, the worst that I've seen. After bowling a superb Yorker, he then comes with that. And, yeah, that really takes a lot of pressure off. That's a real disappointment. Nothing disappointing about the wicket that he took, though. Clever bowling. I wonder if we could just see that again, Alex, maybe at the end of this over. That dismissal from the bowler's end again. It's a pretty weird one. Shot. Creamed through the covers. Delightful shot. And Janan Gulzai, who has been in very good form. That is the end of the first over. Yeah, I think this is it here. That's the shot. Beautifully played. So 13 come off the first. And while the batters are talking, I wonder if you can see that dismissal again. Here it is here. See, when you look at it from there, you don't actually see you see it here, but when you watch it from the other end, and then you can see the bowler asking LB, and then the umpire says, "Have a look at the stumps," and then the bowler, his reaction is quite wonderful. So the ball definitely hitting the stumps, but when you look at it, as I say, from behind the bowler's arm, you don't see it. You don't actually see the impact. It looks like he hits his toe and gets away from the stumps. But what a good delivery. The batter starts to move. Kishan wants to try and get a good shot in. Over moves. The bowler gets the Yorker length delivery in. And if it doesn't hit the stumps for me, he's LBW anyway. But good delivery from Safi. Gets one of the key batters out early. Kishan goes for 6 or 3. But it does bring the captain out, and these two have put some good partnerships together. Crunched. Full, straight, but a little bit short. It's not quite the Yorker, and that gets taken to the cleaners. Lovely strike. You can see there just the length. No real foot movement, just stand and deliver. A wonderful shot there from Gulzai. All right, up in the air. Could go anywhere, but it's going to... Oh! Well, sure. Has he gone over the... I mean, that's very close. I mean, that would have been a great catch. It would have been outstanding. Have a look at this. So it's up in the air. He's chasing it. He gets both hands to it. It would have been quite remarkable if he holds on to that. But does pick the ball up just before. You look at the other fielder there, keeping an eye on the rope, saying, don't step over that rope. It gets played away. Beautifully struck. Beautifully struck. Well, that's another crunching shot. Powerful, isn't he? He's powerful and he's solid. And, yeah, Kasturi. Not excessive foot movement. We see that. In fact, there's very little foot movement. The hand-eye coordination from him is quite superb. So, Hilal, Walikal, a little bit expensive here to start off with. Just a slight delay here. I'm not sure if this is, just I think some communication between the umpires and the scorers. I think we're just trying to get the scores updated. We'll be ready to go. There we go. We can continue now. Scorers say, yep, we're good. Let's carry on. And that one is another one that's going to make its way Probably just gets over the rope there. I think the umpires just want to check. And yeah, checking here. So checking the boundary rope. I think it goes over. If I'm honest, I think he gets enough of it. And let's see where this hits. Yeah, that's gone over the rope. That's 6 runs. Yeah, put him up in the air. Put him up. Like you just don't care. The umpires for this match is umpire Arvind and Lenin. They are the two men. The grizzly men, as you call them now. And Praveen, the third umpire. And we've already seen Tyrone Peters is the tournament referee. A little bit of width and sneaks it in. Yeah, that's well bowled. That's well bowled. And no footwork. And if you're not moving your feet, you're gonna get in trouble. Good shot. Really good shot. It's pitched up. He waits for it. And Kusturi plays this away in beautifully as well. And nice to see a number of people on this Peacock Friday joining in the chat. We've got Alex out there. We've got Rurio out there as well. Shohag. Hello, Shohag. And Shohag, I like your boom. And I think we're going to have another boom, boom kind of day. And hello to Shiram Imroz, who's saying, good to see power cricket. Well, Shiram, if you like power cricket, you've come to the right place. A quick look at the standings. You can see how important it is for Sanazi to try and get something out of this match. 34th, the first 2 overs. That's high. And that one also probably is going to make the umpires put them up in the air like they just don't care. They will just check. You saw the umpire was about to give the 6 signal. And in the end, it is 4, so it doesn't quite go all the way this time. And levers it upwards. And probably just, yeah, you see there, just dropping this time, just before the rope. Runs coming quickly. They do go back to Safi. There's Safi. Where's that Yorker, Safi? Get that Yorker back in. That's what you're looking for. And blocked down. Oh, he's running into trouble here. He's got to get back here. Oh, he will get back. A little bit of miscommunication here. Janan Gilzai. He's quite happy. Look, just that you can see he's playing this to take the single because he's probably saying, right, I'll just keep Lakmal Kasturi going. But Kasturi probably not the quickest and doesn't want it. Fortunately, the keeper a long way back from the stumps. That's going to be a little too wide. Will be called by the umpire. So Aravind, wide ball called. Yeah, it's over by over at the moment. 13 came off that first, remember. And then that second one went magical. Chips it up. Chance. Taken. Doesn't go through with the shot. Janan Gulzai. I just wonder if he's been a little bit too, I don't know, too cautious, thinking too much about getting a single and getting perhaps Lakman Kasturi on strike when really he should be hitting through this ball. That's a really soft dismissal. Yeah, he's just literally pushes this straight to the hands of the fielder. Lakman doesn't want to make eye contact because I think he'll have a thing to say about that. And it's just guided into the hands of the captain, Busat Omari. It's a wicket they needed, especially after that last over went for 21 from Hilal. So Safi gets another one, and you got to say though it's a false shot. It's an interesting shot there, really, from the captain. He's twice where he's just literally just pushed the bat at the ball. And why is he playing that way? Why isn't he being super aggressive? And that certainly now gives the upper hand now to the Austrian Daredevils. And Munib Baramkeo is the next man that comes out. The Denan, who's been pretty consistent, the captain. He's not going to be the man who stays there from this time after The opposite number captain catches him. This one's just pushed in the air. Doesn't now again. Just no communication. And Kasturi is just a terrible runner. He just doesn't back up at all. He just stands in his crease. And he just, well, I was going to say he just puts the stop sign up. There you go. See, he's just not interested. And then he's ducking and diving as that throw comes in. I think you can see the bowler just saying, come on, I wanted a better effort for you there. And it's more of the same. So I suppose now, you see now Munib is saying, well, okay, if you're not going to be running the singles, I have to try and get a big hit out. And he doesn't, so he's missed 2 balls. And at the end of the power play, 39 for 2. And the opposition at this point were on 53. So there's a bit of a difference there. 14 runs, you'll see that coming up on this graphic here. So got some work to do here, but really here now, Luckman, I have to say that don't forget early on when Janan was there, he turned down a single of Janan as well. And problem is that Janan went to do the same thing again to try and take a single, then got out. He stops playing that shot. If he goes through that shot, it's getting it over Omari, who was in the 30-yard circle. So a very strange dismissal from Gilzai. That just worked away quite easily. It's going to be 6 runs. So when he's on strike, Kasturi, I suppose he could be the guy that keeps them in the game. This could be the similar sort of role that we saw played yesterday quite brilliantly by Hassan Sadiq, who came the closest man to getting a century here on the network. Got to 95 of 29. But he did help Sher-e-Punjab Vienna win with a 152 chase, doing it with a ball to go. Sujinder Singh was also the hero. He batted beautifully. Now, you can see he's played this. He doesn't really want to take the single, Kasturi. If you watch his running here, he plays the shot. He sort of goes and thinks, I'm not going to get 4. But so he gets to the other end here reluctantly. Watch him here. He plays his shot. He's watching the ball. And in the end, look, you can see he says, do I go? And then by this time, of course, he's already been overtaken by the non-striker. So he has to take it. And then this is the issue. Munib swinging and missing. Well, that's strike number 4. And still no bat on ball. These dot balls are now hurting. And, of course, they'd be more than happy to get the likes of Munib on strike, as long as it keeps Luckman off it. Onto the pad, Luckman, well, you can see he can run when he has to. Oh, well, he accelerates here, and then he just slows down again. I mean, I think if this hits, I think he might have been in trouble. Let's have a look. Yeah, he would have been in trouble. Gets going, and then halfway through the run, he just slows up. Now, whether he's nursing a bit of an injury, I'm not sure, but said it before, and I maintain it. He's not a good runner. Into the pad. They like it. And it's given. He's going to be gone. LBW, leg before wicket. Rahman gets the big wicket of Kasturi, he survived the run out, but he doesn't survive this. And he does plant his foot. Let's have a look at his foot here. He's in front. And now, when you look at that, you got to say that there's, I don't think it is impact outside the line. I think he's in front. Luckman having a good look. And he's going to have to go. I think that's a good shout there from the umpire. I don't see too much wrong with it. I think the ball is coming in. He plants his foot in front. He's trying to whip away a relatively straight delivery down the leg side rather than play straight. And he's going to go. So leg before, Rahman comes in and removes the dangerous Luckman Kasturi. And has to be said, with Kasturi gone, Kishan gone, and the captain Janan Gulzai gone, I think this match is gone as well. I don't think they're going to be able to get into this. We've already seen Munib swinging and missing. And Devith comes in at number 5 with a lot of work to do. It's not just the fact the wickets they've lost, it's the score and what the rate has gone up to. The rate now already at that 19. Very good over there from Rahman. Only goes for 8. The one before from Safi just went for 5. The 4 overs complete. 48 for 3. A lot of talk here, of course, now from the Austrian Daredevils. They want to make sure that they keep the squeeze on. And the opportunity is there also for them to take all the points here. They have to get to 113 for a point, dear Snazzy. And I can't see them doing that, you know, at the moment. Wides will come in handy. Extras will work. They need somebody to get going here. Somebody's got to get in. Somebody's got to score, I think, here, 25-30. A gutsy 25 and 30. Get a little bit of support from the other batters. So you can see 64-36 for a point. They need to go at around 10 for that. But if you go by the last 2 overs, they've gone for 5 and 8. And that was after a good start. Don't forget, 34 off the first. But they just lost that wicket, didn't they? And that was the issue, losing that wicket early. Kishan, who got bowled beautifully by Safi when he just tried to get over adventurous. And it's the same sort of thing there for Kasturi. Just tried to get over adventurous, steps across his stumps and gets done by the straight one. Good bowling, though, from Rahman. If you see batters do that, get the ball straight. And that's one thing that they've managed to do. Well, more extras, though, here. Now, this, I believe, is going to be 4 buys. Yep. And just look at the footwork here from the keeper. Not very good for Rafiula. And not sure what he's doing here. Ends up in a awkward position. He needed to really be standing straight rather than side on, and he lets the ball go between his legs. Effort ball from Suleiman. Zai Suleiman now. Liking the fact that different bowlers are being used. You can do that, and that's the thing. You can do that the way that the match is going. So that's good. I like that from Busit Amari. And with each ball so if you look at this over, the bat hasn't hit the ball once, has it? They've had a wide, a dot, 4 buys and a dot. So Divith and Munib really struggling. Well bowled. Just have a look at the batter here before this ball is delivered. So he also, this is Divith now, goes right across his stumps, shuffles across. And if the bowler, I mean, it's a good delivery because it moves away from him. But if he went full and straight, if that's crunching the pads once again, is definitely a leg before candidate. Same again, same reply. And it's going to be an over where there's been no bat on ball. 5 will come off it because of extras. So very well bowled. And things are not going well. I want to take the opportunity to say welcome to our global family around the world. Namaste, Assalamu alaikum, Sasri Akal, Aibawan, Vanakam. Welcome to the European Cricket Network. We are here in Austria, the beautiful Seabahn Cricket Ground. And what a cracking start to the first match of match day 5. Once again, we see a score over the 150 mark. And well done to the Daredevils. And it looks like they're going to get their first victory here if they can keep it nice and tight. Now, you can see Snazzy are going to have to go magical over after over if they're to get anything out of this match. And, of course, concerns are, as we see another dot ball, the concerns are they're not even going to get to the 113 here to pick up a point. And the last boundary that we saw was a 6 at the start of Rahman's over number 4. But then how well he bowled after that. Well, here comes another 6. So just when I say that they are being starved of runs and the boundaries are not coming, they do find one. And it's Munib who finally makes contact with ball number 7 after missing 6 on the spin. It's lucky 7 for Munib as he brings up a boundary. So the first runs coming off the bat there for some, well, I think that's some 8 deliveries. Now he digs this one out. Good comeback from the bowler. Gets the Yorker in. Should just be a single. So Dead Rahman coming back on. Well, maybe that's the way things go with Rahman. It wasn't quite the first ball this time, but he does get hit for 6, and now he'd be looking to keep it nice and tidy. Bowling to Wijatakara. Can he get a boundary away? It's well bowled, well darted in. I think he might have just got a bit of bat on this. Yeah, he does. That's what saves him, because he steps across his stumps, and if this one strikes the pad, he would have been in trouble. Look, it's coming. Yeah, watch this. That is, if there's no bat here, well, in fact, if there's no bat, it would have crashed in the middle stump. Goes for the same delivery again, but he over pitches, and that's going to get away. So it's going to be another boundary. So Munib finds the middle of his bat once again. This is an interesting shot. It's the goes for the Yorker. It's over pitched, but that's hit really well. Look at the bottom hand coming into play there. And of course, a lot of these cricketers probably have played a fair bit of tape ball, and that is definitely a tape ball shot. Powerful wrist though to get that away. There is a fielder out there, but he gets it right over him. Good hit from Munib. And now he's just getting a little bit carried away. If he stayed where he was, he could have had the chance to just clip this away. But a better over for Snazi. And the 6 overs does come to an end. That one, they'll get 14 from it. 67 for 3. These two starting to put a bit of a partnership together. A couple of overs now since a wicket. 13 balls have passed since that last wicket fell. There's that scorecard. So only Lakmal Kasturi getting game, but then he'd be very disappointed away. He loses his wicket. Leg before there to Rahman. This one gets played away, but we'll go to the fielder. Really big opportunity though here for of course the Daredevils. Remember, they didn't pick up a point in the first 3 matches, so if they can pick up 4 points here, that'll be a great way for them starting their campaign, getting the first points on the board for them. It's another dot ball as Munib has hit 2 big 6s, but has also missed out on a lot of deliveries as well. Chris Smith, good morning to you. I hope you're well. I'm pretty sure you started the day with a very healthy breakfast. Oh, just a fair bit of grunting here from Suleiman. Suleiman the grunter. He's putting the effort in. No shortage of that. And a few people saying looking forward to Peacock Saturday. Now, of course, we had a little bit of a laugh with Nish yesterday. This one may threaten to get past the fielder, but it won't. And they're taking on the second. A better throw would have been interesting. This one is pretty wild, not well directed. They'll get 2. So Munib will get back on strike. Yeah, I mean, Nish actually was scheduled to be off yesterday on Thursday, but he requested Friday, which I didn't think much of it at the time. And then coming yesterday, I was thinking, I wonder if it had anything to do with Nish not having a Peacock Friday shirt. Well, we say he doesn't have. He seems to say he does have one, but because I think to Nish, Peacock Friday means just a little bit of extra colour than what he normally has. That would have been out, by the way, if he hit the stumps. So last Friday, I know when we last worked together on a Friday, so that was, of course, in Rome, he had sort of a shirt, it was a check shirt, which had like Very, I mean, when I say pinstripe, I mean pinstripe sort of checks. And those lines were 3 different colours. And then Nish was saying, you see, it's Peacock Friday. And we had a vote. For me, it was a big no-no. We had a vote on it. And I think everybody in the chat also agreed that that was definitely not a Peacock Friday shirt. 7 overs completed, by the way. 71 for 3. So they're going at just 10s. And that won't get them to that 112 that they need. So they really do need to get going here. Next match coming up here, by the way, Snazzy will stay on the field of play. And they'll be taking on Grass Cricket Academy, playing their first match in this series. Now, I can tell you that when we saw them last, they finished 8th in last year's contest with a 4-6 record. So they'll be looking to make a good start here. And so that means, of course, they played last year. Snazzy played last year. Snazzy did not win a match last year. So Grass Cricket Academy will be looking to do what the Austrian Daredevils did last year as well. Beat Snazzy. Let's see how that goes. But yeah, going back to Nish, so we talked about this and he said, nah, Nish, that's not a Peacock Friday shirt. Then I said to him, look, Rome. Rome's a nice place to go shopping. You know, they have many shops that sell lots of colourful and wonderful shirts. So I said, come on, go out. When you're out and about, and I know he went into Rome. I think he went out with Ravi, so the two youngsters went out. And he didn't buy a Peacock Friday shirt, but he says he's got one here because yesterday I then thought, so is that why you switched your day? Because the Peacock Friday, you don't have a Peacock Friday shirt. He said, no. Other reasons. And he was saying to me, I didn't quite understand it, but he was saying something to do with Friday. Something happens at the UN. So, yeah, I think there was, some UN tour or something, or one of the museums he wanted to go to. So he's on his way there. But I did say to him, all right, if you say you got a Peacock Friday shirt, then tomorrow, i.e. Saturday, becomes your Peacock Friday. And he agreed to it. So, of course, I'm off tomorrow. He's in. So I want everybody to remember that tomorrow has got to be the Peacock Friday shirt from Nish. And I want you all to be, come on, I want a poll started. And I'll try and tune in as well to see what he's got on. I'll get involved. I'll give him a rating. So it will be his Peacock Friday tomorrow. All right, so let's see. And Chris Smith is just saying he was fasting, not allowed to eat. Is that because, why is that then? What's the fast to do with? Is it, do you have to do some blood tests or something early this morning? And, Chris Smith will tell us. So yeah, so we're going to have to see if there is. John Hisham saying fish and chip Friday. I do like that, you know. Yeah, fish and chips. I've got to admit, I'm not the biggest fan of eating fish. I'll tell you why. This comes to an end. Now, what's happening here with the batter? I think, are we seeing? We are seeing here a double retirement. A double retirement. So with the score 76 for 3 after 8 overs. Well, that over only went for 5. A double retirement, everybody. That's right. A double retirement. Both batters weren't really going at a big rate there. 18 of 19, and Divith was 5 of 11. Going too slow. They want to get something out of the match. The worm tells you the story. So a double retirement. Muneeb is gone, and we're also seeing Divith, I think, go as well. I'm sure that was a double retirement. That'll be confirmed here by the scorers. I think both batters retired out. I can't remember the last time I've seen that. I can't remember. We'll stop talking briefly about fish and chips. I can't remember the last time. So double retirement. The scorers are going to have an absolute nightmare here, because sometimes when there's one retirement, the system don't like it. It goes doolally. So double retirement. We're going to see 2 new batters. Wow. I can understand it, though. I mean, because they just haven't been able to get going. They've been swinging and missing too many dot balls. That last over from Tariq only going for 4. The over before from Suleiman, I believe, also went for 4. So last one went for 5. So they've got 9 of the last 2 overs. The score stays in the 70s. 76 for 5. 12 balls to go. And that'll help. It's a very good stop, actually, from the keeper. Does really well, Rafiula. So, yeah, wide ball. we'll probably see the equation on your screen for what they need for a point. So there you have it. And a bit of discussion there from the umpire to the bowler. So Awalakal with the ball. So they're needing 36. So they need to go at 2 lots of 18s here. So they've got to be super aggressive. And it's Sumar Shagil on strike here. And that one is going to be a dot. You've got to throw your bat at this, haven't you? You've got to throw your bat at it and see if you can get anything. So after a wide, that's the dot ball. So the equation now, have a look at that, 36 of 11. Got to be swinging wild. They haven't got a third back, so just chance it. A little change in the field there on the leg side. 3 on the leg side. Long off straight. And have a look at, in fact, interesting field. I'll go back to that in a moment. All right, nicely played. That's what they need to do. They need boundaries. That will be one of them. 4 or 6, that's the question. 4, says the umpire. So that's better. Not a good delivery, though, once again down the leg side. And the batter, fair play to him. Gets tucked up a little, Dasuma Shagil, but he plays that away. Gets a boundary. And the last time we saw a boundary, so let's go back to this. Last time we saw a boundary was in that over number 6 from Rahman, where there was a 6 and a 4 in that over, though it only still went for 14. Into the pads. You've got to run. They do run. They take the leg by. Then let's see if Jamil Baramkail can do the same. Can he get a boundary away? That's what they need here, boundaries. You're looking for 3 boundaries in the over. And if you don't do it in this over, well, it's going to be very difficult to do it in the last. Hilal Walakal doing the bowling. Well struck, and it's going to be 4 runs. Really good shot. Very good shot. Beautifully played. And yeah, let's have a look at this. Yeah, the good old-fashioned on drive for 4. Yeah, that field I was talking about, they do have a very straight long off and then a very straight deep extra cover. It's almost like you got a very straight and very wide long off. Long on, a little bit wide, and that's why that one gets past. Short, hit hard. This is where that field should work, and it does work. They keep it just to 1. Throw it in, says the keeper. And it gets thrown in. Oh, no way. Well, the wicketkeeper, Rafiullah, is saying, throw it in, throw it in, throw it in to the fielder. So the fielder does throw it in, and that's Shafiq Safi. And then the keeper goes and does that. Well, what do you got the gloves for, my man? Well, what does he do here? Charges it and then literally kicks it away, and they take 2. In the air. Chance. And taken. Well, at the 3rd attempt, well, I suppose here, this is where now Rafiullah Mendoza said, I knew that. I knew it. That's why I kicked it away. So they get the 2. He'll go back on strike, and I knew that we'll get Jamil. So Jamil will go, and 1, 2, 3. No hay 2 en 3. Holds on to the catch. And, well, it was like catching a bar of soap there for a moment, wasn't it? But he does hold on to it. Lucky him. And it's the end of the over. 88. 6 wickets down. Remember, there was 2 retired outs. Does that work in their favour or not? Shagil was one of them. He'll be on strike. And of course, joined now by the new batter, who is Iqbal. So Basit Iqbal. So for a point, they need to get to 113. Gone. Out. And he's very well bowled. I don't know if, I mean, it's pretty close to a wide. I didn't see the call from the umpire. I think he sneaks it in. Clever bowling from Tariq Ahmadzai. And let's see. I don't think that is a wide. He's committed. He's gone. And it's going to be gone. So Shagil came out and doesn't quite get the impact that was required from the 2 men that came in. He'll go for a run of ball 4. Good work there from Rafiullah. Hasn't he had a good match? And Tariq talking about having a good match. What about him? Don't forget the superb 78 not out he hit. And really, if he wasn't kept off strike for something like 12 balls, he certainly was on for 100. That just clipped away, but he really needs to get a little more power in the shot. He just worked that away. Oh, he's going to get 4. There's a misfield on the boundary. Misfield on the boundary. Doesn't pick the ball up, and they'll get 4. Yeah, just talking about that 2 double retirements. Jamil was the other guy that came in. He made 6 of 3. So, again, just not getting the impact that they hoped. Well, that was not a good moment there for the fielder. Hits it up in the air. It should be another. It will be another. So what we're seeing here really from Snazi is just how dependent they are on the captain, the Gilzai, on Lakman Kasturi and Kishan. They need them to fire. If they don't fire, then you're starting to see that they're having all sorts of problems. So Tariq Ahmadzai follows up a superb batting performance with 2 wickets here, and he ain't done yet. He's still got 3 balls to go. 2 for 8, 92 for 8 now. And it looks like Snuzzy, after making a very promising start to this 2024 campaign, where I know he had Nish very excited after not winning a match at all last year. They win the first 2. They've starting to go back to what they were doing last year. They're not going upwards, they're going downwards. It's going to be 2 losses out of 2, and they'll go down to the Austrian Daredevils, a team that if they had improved, a team that they should be beating. That's not a good ball. It's a very good stop, actually, from Rafiullah. Not really sure why Tariq Ahmadzai is firing this ball in. It's a Satyam Subhash that has come out here now. You just got to get the ball full and straight. 20 of 3 for a point. Can't see it happening. And that is great catch. A one-handed Jalebi delight. What a pickup that is. Oh, yeah. Well, that is Suleiman. And Suleiman कहने ना लो सारे जलेबियाँ खाओ. Jalebi खाओ. मैं फड़ लिया jalebi catch. No real power in it, but it looked like it was out of his reach. And Suleiman has grabbed a beauty. And isn't he happy about it? And they're pretty quick to come round and congratulate him. So Subhash will go without scoring. It's going to be a Peacock Friday duck for him. And, yeah, Golden Duck. That's going to be the old... Peacock Friday. And Peacock Friday, Derek out there in the action. So, yeah, double retirement was confirmed there. Yeah, Chris is saying that he, had some blood tests he had to have done. All right, here he is. So, 9 down, 2 balls to come. Tariq Ahmadzai has taken 3 in the over. 1 thanks to that great Jalebi catch from Suleiman. And, well, he wasn't expecting this, was he? Wasn't expecting that. And Kazagil comes out at number 11, and he hits him back over his head for 6. Well, Kazagil was saying, well, you've been retiring the right batters out, but you're bringing the wrong ones in. It should have been me, he's saying. It should have been me. All right, 99 for 9, and goes for another. Is going to be saved. They should just take the single. Don't get carried away. They do get carried away. The throw is terrible. They will get 2. So they will get past the 100 mark, and there's a big jump of joy there from the captain and some of the fielders there from the Austrian Daredevils, because they have got the win that they were hungry for. They got 3 matches here today, and if they play the way they did in that match, they've got a very good chance of picking up 1 or 2 other wins as well. They will be in action again in match number 3 when they take on the Graz Cricket Academy, and then also a slightly tougher match maybe when they'll take on Vienna CC in match number 4 in the day. But they start the day well. They get a big win when they thrash Snazi by 60 runs. And Tariq Ahmadzai, no doubt about it, will be the player of the match for first a very fine 78 that he scored of just 25 deliveries not out, and then picking up 3 wickets for just 17 runs. So the players will shake hands. There's work to do there once again for Snazi. They're going to be right back out there in the middle as they do take on the Graz Cricket Academy. You can see there, and Snazi now, well, the stats are now 2-2, winning the first 2, but then losing the next 2. They need to end the rot. They need to get a win. Can they do it against the Graz Cricket Academy? Graz, though, were victorious over them last year, and they'll be looking to do exactly what the Austrian Daredevils did. Well, the Daredevils were here to start Peacock Friday, and they started it with a bang. Talking about a bang, there were some nice shots playing down the ground. It was a positive start from Kasturi and Kishan, but then Kishan, he tried to get a little bit clever, walked too far across his stumps, and he had the stumps knocked over by some great bowling by Safi. Safi did bowl very well early on, but then we know they've got other batters, and then I think the captain and Kasturi really had to play a big part. That would have been an amazing catch. Kasturi played some really nice shots, and Gulzai also, but Gulzai, I'm not really sure what happens here. He played a similar shot out on the offside where he got lucky, but he's just not hitting the ball. A little bit of catching practice. Gulzai would go, caught by the captain, Buset Omari, and then after that, all eyes had to be on Kasturi, and then when he goes across the line and gets adjudged leg before wicket here, it was it. It was done. It was dusted. There was no coming back for that. He goes with 26 of 10, the highest scorer. And then really, for a while, it was painful to watch when batters just couldn't get things going. And there was a little bit of that, a little bit of showboating from Suleiman. Well, if you think he was showing off by doing the footworking skills here, well, wait till you see his jalebi catch. But that was a nice shot down the ground, but it was few and far. Remember, we needed that double retirement out as well. And Munib did play a few shots, but then after that, Munib getting retired out after he got to 18 of 19. We saw Divit Wijesakara also retired out. He was 5 of 11, and the new batters would come, but unfortunately weren't able to get going. Suleiman, there he is with a jalebi delight. A really good catch, and a very good morning here for the Daredevils. They came out and they were on fire. And there you go, yep, jumping with delight after getting their first victory. It was 3 games of pain when we saw them last, but they've come back with a win here, and they are smiling. So well done to them. And a good start for the Daredevils. Not so good there for Snazi. Good thing is, though, number 11, well, maybe that's the highlight. We had to wait a long time. Number 11, a shot cut, Kazakil, came out, hits his first ball for 6, and then takes a risky 2 to get them past the 100 marks. And Snazi will finish on 101 for 9. But look at that scorecard. It's not great. 26, the highest score there from Kasturi. Wouldn't say that he was at his best. And then Munib did get to 18, but took 19 balls to do it. He and Divith were retired out, but no real success coming from the other batters as well. 13 extras were given away there, 6 of those in wides, 5 byes and 2 leg byes. But that wasn't to help them in their cause. They couldn't get to the 112, which would have at least given them a point. We have a quick look at the bowling figures, and once again, Tariq Ahmadzai, 3 for 17. He will take the honours with the bowling. But I did like the bowling right at the beginning there from Shafiq Safi. I think he bowled intelligently. He always went for the stumps to start off with, and if the batters got the better of him, he then changed his line. But when batters moved around, he was able to dart in the Yorker ball delivery, and that's why he picked up those 2 wickets. So well bowled to him. In fact, you'd have to say it's a pretty good, solid performance from the Austrian Daredevils. It looked like they were a team on a mission, and they do it without some of their better players. There was no Waliullah in that side of Waliullah. Manduzai, I don't know if he's going to come in for the other 2 matches that they got here to play, but it'll be interesting to keep an eye on that. But without him, they get a win. And I think Buset Omari is going to be a very happy man. So we're going to take a bit of a break here, around about 20 minutes, and then we will be right back to talk you through match number 22 when Snazzy are back in action. Well, they need to turn it around pretty quickly, and they take on Grass Cricket Academy. It gives us a chance to maybe see some of the main contributors for them last year. Somebody like Durrani was very good, won 190 runs and also 10 wickets, and somebody like Yogesh Balage, and also we know that Hamid Safi played very well for them last year as well, scoring 160 runs and picking up 11 wickets. So join me back and the rest of the gang here of the European Cricket Network when we return in 20 minutes time. Hasta pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome, cricket lovers, and it's the time for match number 22, the second of this match day 5. Peacock Friday, everybody. Well, I hope you're liking my number, and I hope you've got your Peacock Fridays shirts on as well. This is going to be an interesting match for the first time in 2024 in this European Cricket Series. We're going to see the Grass Cricket Academy. Looking forward to seeing them. We did see them last year, and they had a pretty decent record. They got a few wins under their belt. And I know that they did get a win over Snazi, and it's Snazi that they're playing here first. Snazi, the day didn't go to a good start for them. They lost there, and the likes of their key players, their captain, Gulzai, and then also Kasturi there, never really were able to get going with the bat, and they know they have to in this one. This is an opportunity for them to go back to winning ways. They did win the first 2 matches, but have lost the last 2. Some of the key players that we're looking to see here, though, from this Grass side, I think their captain, likes Yogesh Balage, is going to be very key. We also know that someone like Durrani was very effective for them last year. And also, they have Hamid Safi in their side as well. So they've got some good players here. I think it's an opportunity, really, for the Grass Cricket Academy to maybe hit Snazi while they're down. Let's see, first, though, what happened at the coin toss.
This is the call. Ted.
We will bowl.
They can have a ball.
So there's the news from the middle. It is going to be Snazi that have elected to field first. So once again, I think the main reason for that is they know that they've got some frailties with their batting. So they're looking to try to restrict the Grass Cricket Academy to a score in the region probably of 110 to 120, not too many more than that, then hope that their top order can click to get them those runs. And of course, that means that Lakmal Kasturi and the captain himself, Janal Gulzai, have to get going early. I also like the batting there of Kishan. I think Kishan is somebody, if he can get going, can get them a win as well. They've got 3 batters there that are pretty key. On the bowling and fielding front, I think they're going to tidy up and not give away too many of those extra runs. Grass Cricket Academy, look, they did get wins over the likes of Snazi last time. They also got a win against the Daredevils. But, of course, they can perform against the big teams as well. They gave Donnerstadt a really close scare, and they were able to get a win over the Cricketer CC as well. So they are a team that on the day can perform, and probably that's why that in this very close contest, the win predictor has given them a slight advantage, 52% to 48. So let's see how this one pans out. Praveen and Arvind are the umpires that have led the players out. I wish them well. I hope they have a good call here. And welcome back to everybody on the chat. I know that we started talking about being a Friday, of course, Peacock Friday. We mentioned fish and chips as well. And I started saying that I'm a fan. I do like fish and chips, especially the proper, beer battered cod. Yeah, that'll do very nicely. Or haddock, I don't mind. But I'm one of those, as I was saying before, not a big fan of fish because it's the bones. Once I get the bone, that's it. I can't carry on. It's something I've just not been able to get out of my mind over the years. And I've seen people like, for example, when we were in Rome, some of the meals that we had there, it was fish, and it was beautiful. But I got a bone. I thought, right, okay, I stop here, where the others were just like, yeah, munching away easily. I know there's some people that, oh, well, he's done very well, the field. I thought for a moment he was going to mess this up. But, yeah, there's some people who sort of just munch through them, say, it's only a little bone. That's not a bone. Others are quite happy just to feel around their mouths and fish about. Not me. Once I get a bone, that's it. And it has to go back, I think, to my childhood days when swing and a miss from, this is Niazi. Najibullah Niazi swings and miss. He's out there with Hamid Safi. Yeah, it has to go back to my childhood days when I think my parents, particularly my father, when we'd get fish and chips from the local chippy. It used to be a treat that we sometimes got sort of, this is close, you know. This is really close. In fact, it's out. So Kasturi gets the breakthrough. The batter doesn't like the call from the umpire. There's no point sticking around. He's got to go. If you're given, you got to go. He's standing there. He's going to have to go here. And I'm pretty sure that, yeah, you can understand the disappointment, but I'm pretty sure that Tyrone Peters might have a chat with him. He's still there now. The problem here is they've got, the next batter has to get in there in 60 seconds. That clock is ticking. He is going to, I'm telling you now, he is going to struggle to get there for 60 seconds. Let's see what the outcome of this is. Now, there's the appeal, and the umpire has a long, hard think about it and says, yeah, you got to go. And batter doesn't like it. So the batter now is being told to run. Let's have a look at this again here. And I don't think he's pitching outside leg. And the umpire's got to decide on the height there. I think that's the only thing. Decides it's probably going to hit top of the stumps, and he's gone. Now then, batter is still taking guard. I reckon this is 5. If this is not 5, I have to admit I'll be very surprised. Has 60 seconds to get in there, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on this. That gets played away. Well, that's a powerful shot. Well, that's going to be 6 runs from the new batter straight away. But Safi, he had to settle for a 2-ball duck. And that has been absolutely mullered. Well, I don't know if he gave away 5 because it took so long to get out there, but he might be in credit by 1 after that first ball. I mean, nothing has come through at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that was pretty close to 60 seconds. Up on the leg side, will just drop in between the 3 fielders. In comes the throw. It will be tidied up. So Snazzy's trying to bounce back after defeat in that first match. They've won 2 in a row. And now, of course, they've gone and lost 2 on the spin. End of that first over. So Lakman Kasturi, he's going to have a big part to play with the bat, but starts well with the ball. Have a quick look at some of the events that we've done, and I want to say a huge thank you to, of course, to every federation that have looked after us so well. To all of those places we've been. Started, of course, way back on the 17th of Jan there in Cyprus. We had a wonderful European Cricket League there at Cardiff. I can't wait to get back there for the start of the Euros of Cricket on the 23rd of September. So a big shout out to everybody that's looked after us so well, and also to all the players, the match officials that we've met along the way. It's been a really, really good year, and certainly made a lot of friends. I always say that reacquaint with a lot of familiar faces, but make a lot of new friends as well. It's been a great year. Good shot that. So, well, Mansoor Safi, he is not hanging around. Of course, started with a 6 with his very first ball. And now gets his second boundary. Just lofts Amit Nathawani over his head for 6. Push through a little bit quicker. Get a dot ball here. So Mansoor Safi is out there with Niazi. Niazi, 2 balls for 1. Well, that's that little stop and start there from the bowler. It's an interesting one. I mean, does it distract the batter? Not really. The batter should really be looking at the bowler's arm, not really the figure of the bowler. So I'm not really sure if he's gaining anything there. I suppose the only thing that Nathawani could be looking at is whether the batter is starting to move early, and then if he needs be, can change his mind. Better delivery, darts that one in to the Yorker leg. And yeah, good running. A good bit of fielding there, so good cricket all round. And should do the fielding himself here as well, and he will do. So not a bad over at all from Nathawani. There were 2 boundaries, 2 big 6s, but at the same time, a couple of dot balls in there as well. So keeps it just to 12 off that one. 20 for 1 of the first two. Niazi back on strike. Wants to be just a little bit more aggressive. Tries, and that's going to be out. That's given on the field of play. It looked out. It looked like he went for this shot, gets it all wrong, and he's not able to slide the foot backwards. Let's have a look at this. I think we'll see this is a very easy call there for the umpire. Umpire Ravind. Yeah, I don't think he ever gets that foot down. Let's have a look at this. So he gets drawn out. Keeper, oh. Let's have a look where this ball is taken, by the way. Let's have a look here. Is he over? Oh, I reckon they might have a look at that. I reckon he's taken that above the stumps. Now, I wonder if they're having a good look at this. Now, has he taken that ball over the stumps before whipping him off? Now, yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at the gloves here. There. Now, that looks, from that angle, it does look like he has. I know it's a different angle. Well, they're going with it as being out, and it's another swing and a miss. Certainly one to have a good look at. Gets hit pretty big and dropped. And I think that's 4. Drops it, and I think this goes over for 4. Oh, well, what a big moment this is. So the new batter hits it hard, the catch is dropped, and that's, I think, the evidence. The ball goes over the rope. It's 4 runs. And they would like the fielders there to play their part and say, yeah, I got that wrong. So, summer goal, Marcelin. Gets a little bit fortunate, gets dropped on 0. Running hard, insta throw, needs backing up. And it will be backed up, fortunately. Yeah, interesting one, that replay there. And of course, Alex, in the engine room here, our production manager saying, yeah, the batter had gone off, so whether it was too late to have a look at, but yeah, it's also the angle of the camera. I mean, the camera may not be exactly where you want it to be. That's not a good delivery. And Mansoor Safi will just help that along the way. And for another boundary. Now, it's all happening here and happening pretty quickly as well. But I don't think it's a bad wicket, actually, to be honest. I think Niazi was certainly struggling, trying to get runs going. And it was Jamil who managed to get him stumped on the bowling there once again of Kasturi. Shoot up 3 deliveries. That's down the ground, and that will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Well, that almost ends up in the middle of the heart there, where we're giving everybody a little bit of love on this Peacock Friday. And, well, maybe the batter that gets the grizzly that lands right in the middle of that heart, maybe he'll get a box of chocolates. Who knows? And well, so far, that's probably the closest that we've got. That's 17 off that third over, 37 for 2. You can see already that Mansoor Safi looks like he's the key. He's got 31 of those 37 runs. 2 wickets down. They lose the wicket of both the openers. Hamid Safi went without scoring. So a duck to start for him. And first time we saw him, I think that was a good call there from the umpire. I don't think the ball was going to go over the stumps. New bowler gets set to come in. Bowled. This is where I think they've got to really put a bit of a squeeze here on Marcelin, who's come out at number 4. You can see Mansoor very key to get to the other end. That's going to just get away from the short third. It's wide off him. It's going to be 4 runs. So, well, Samagal, his lucky start continues. Interesting shirts, these of Grass. I mean, the grey and the black with the little bit of white detail, I like it. I'm a fan of the numbers on the back as well. It's a little bit different, a little bit unique. Up in the air, and it's going to be over the fielder. Well, watch out for this one. Well, it ricochets off the equipment and goes around the back of the cube. And yeah, Alex is saying not very peacockish. No, it's a little bit. The thing is, I think you can get away with this grey and black when you're outside of the UK. When you're in a nice sunny place, they don't look too bad. I think in the UK, you would say, well, they'll probably go with the weather, a bit grey and dull and so forth. I know there's a few people tuning in for the UK. What's it like there at the moment? Are you getting a bit of sunshine? I know that usually, I know from my time in England, this sort of time of year used to be when the weather got good because the holidays were coming to an end where it was pretty miserable all the way through when you were a child, those 6-week summer holidays. And when you went back to school, the weather was good. So September normally is a good month. That is going to be muscled over the boundary. So, well, the summer goal, after being dropped on 0, is now starting to get a move on. Yeah, well, that was a big chance to remove him in that over of Kasturi. They don't take it. Kasturi was left disappointed. He's that over. Because of that, it also got pushed over for 4. Went for 17. Should have had 2 wickets. Nathwani probably will try and dart this one in. He does. That's his go-to ball when he gets hit. And that one is going to end up being stopped. They're taking on the second, and they will get there. Good running this from Grass. I like that from them. GCA certainly are pushing and trying to get as many runs on the board as they can. After a shaky start, they're starting to recover. 50 comes up at the end of that 4th over. 55 there will be for 2. Amit Nathwani goes for 30 off his spell. That over goes for 18. So they bowl out Nathwani and Kasturi. I don't know if that was the plan. It's what they started off with. So now they've got to make the change. Going to go with, this is, well, let's just see. I get the feeling that this is Basit Iqbal actually that's bowling. I think he's lost a number, which is what might be confusing the scorers. I'm pretty sure that is Iqbal. And high in the air and gets over the boundary. That's going to go for 6 runs. Scoring well. Being aggressive, being brave, and getting the runs they need. So Safi, he's just there to do one thing. That's to hit the ball as hard as he can. So that gets whacked away. Yeah, he's lost a number on his back. I'm pretty sure that should be number 44. And in which case, I think that's Basit Iqbal that's bowling here. Well, that's a short one. That's going to be absolutely pelted. That is a biggie. And goes for something different. Fires it in, but gets walloped for a big one. That's 6 more runs. Crunched. Well, flat and fast is not the way to go. I'm liking that from Paul. Paul is saying that those shirts, of course, I've touched on the Snazzy shirt, saying that it's got the old West Indian feel to it. And I'm liking what you're thinking, Paul. That's going to be a wide. Doesn't catch anything down the leg side. Paul Kempin saying they look a little bit like the Villa or West Ham tops. Sunny at the moment, Paul says. That's good. Short. Hit. Hard, down the ground, 6 runs. He's got this all wrong, has the bowler. It's another one that gets walloped away. And applause for Safi. On 49, though, I think there's giving him applause a little bit earlier on here. Up in the air, but he's going to be saved, bobbles around, and now they can applaud because that's going to be a 50 that comes up for him in just 15 deliveries. So well batted. So Safi saying, right, I've got me 50, I deserve a drink now. Yeah, I think that's fair, isn't it? So Mansoor Safi, 50 on the board. Good start from him. And this guy is going pretty well as well as Samagal puts away another one. It's not a good delivery. It's not been a good over this. And at some point, I think they will look at the bowler and try and clarify who it is. At the moment, we've got him listed as shortcut Kazahil, and that's probably because he is listed as number 4 on his back, but I'm pretty sure that this is number 44. The 4 has come off, and I think that's Basit Iqbal that is doing the bowling. I want to say a big thank you to Perry Match, who, of course, are doing the in-game analysis. And, of course, big shout-out to, of course, all our partners. Perry Match is also HCL Software as well. And, of course, Bizaway Travel that are flying the crew around all over the place at the moment, doing a fantastic job. Also to Grizzly Bear Sports. Not only do they sponsor the balls, but the umpires as well now with their grizzly outfits on. And, of course, the local lifestyles. We'll see some of those amazing trophies a little bit later on. So 79 now for 5. Well, okay, interesting. Maybe I was mistaken because now we do have a man who's got 44 on his back. So this is Basit Iqbal. So very confusing. So there you go. I stand corrected. It's like he's got a shirt on. Struck down the ground. 6 more. And now you can see that Samagol is going big again. So Basit doesn't start well. A single and a 6. And it's another full toss, but there's a fielder out there. And this time, he holds on to the catch. So it's a full toss, really, from Basit Iqbal. You've got to say, though, he just has a knack of taking wickets. I mean, the batter walks down, tries to get plenty of welly in the shot, but he's only succeeded in finding the boundary. And he was dropped in that area on 0. I'm not sure it's the same fielder that is able to hold on to the catch this time round, but he will go. But after a very good partnership between him and, of course, Mansoor, came together with 20 on the board. So they've very quickly got a very good half-century partnership together, leaving his team in a good position as the captain. Yogesh Balage comes out. Joins Mansoor Safi on 51. 86 for 3 then. Iqbal gets a little bit of turn, doesn't he? The leg spin a little bit. Not a lot, but just a tad. Shortcut. Okay, now, big moment. And they just look at each other. And let the ball drop between them. Oh, dear. That's not good. The 2 fielders there. They needed to commit, and that's Nathwani. Nathwani just looking there to the captain Gilzai. And now, well, after not taking the catch, that allows Yogesh Balage to get on strike. The captain hammers the ball for a big six. Yeah, Safi had to take the catch there. And disappointment there, you can see there. Iqbal should have really had a second wicket. And not good fielding there, the two. You can see that both the fielders looking at each other, but nobody really wanted to take ownership of that catch. So that gets blasted away. Good partnership there between Safi and Samagol. Samagol, after being dropped on 0, made the most of the opportunity. He got 32, and he scored them 50 pretty quickly as well. 32 of just 12 deliveries. Okay, now this one, is it going to go to hand? It gets over the fielder, who you can see he was having difficulty finding where that was. They're thinking about the second, and they won't get there. Trying to split the two fielders. Yeah, that's well fielded this time. Good communication between the two fielders. You can see that the captain Gilzai goes for the ball, but he gets well backed up by the fielder who's coming across from that long off area. And now they're liking this. They think there's something on this, and is going to be given. So that is the end of Mansoor Safi. Safi didn't want to go unless the finger went up. So that's going to be a big wicket. That is a huge wicket. Get the breakthrough. Swinging hard here. And he gets a little tickle on it. And he's going to have to go. So they get that breakthrough. That is the end of Mansoor 53. Good fine half century. It's always nice to start a series playing your first match and getting runs on the board. And a nice 50 from him. So that drop when he was on 51 doesn't cost him that much. Well held there by Jamil. And it is Kishan that gets the breakthrough. 4 wickets down here now. 96 for 4 in the 7th over. And, oh, he's dropped it. It's another drop. Just look at the body here. Just the whole body falls over. He needs to be standing upright. The body collapses and the catch goes down. That's a Subhash. So no Shuba or Shaba from Subhash. You see the body. He's going down with the ball. Needs to make a stance and then take the catch. So, well, how important could that be? Sultanzai gets drop. Well, maybe that also could be expensive as when they dropped. Well, that's been smashed. Well, Yogesh Balage, we know what he's going to do, but remember Samagol was dropped on 0. He then went on and scored 32 off the next 11 deliveries. The question is whether Sultanzai is going to hurt you as well. But the thing about there is it's straightforward catches. I mean, if they're difficult, you can understand it. So Kishan, who should have had 2 in 2 and being on a hat-trick, sees the likes of Sultanzai get a single, and now he's having to bowl to the captain, Yogesh Balage of the Graz Cricket Academy, who is, with that 6, taken past the 100 mark, and well, that's going to be another boundary. Well, we know who that is now. That is Shokat Kazakil, and let's have a look. Where is he when he's trying? He's already on the rope. So as soon as that ball makes contact with him, there's going to be 4 runs. So Cuatro Mas just losing where he is on the boundary. 107 of the 7 overs that have been bowled so far. Going pretty well. Let's have a quick look at the over by over. 8 came off that first. Then we saw 12, 17, 18, 24, so they were going in the right direction. And then we saw that wicket off that over of Iqbal, took it to 15. And Kishan, he goes for 13 off that over. It's a little bit unlucky. He does pick up a wicket, but probably should have had more. Now this one, 8 wicket, this is big. And remember what I said about Sultan Zai being dropped on 0. How would he hurt them? Well, that's the very next ball. And is being pelted for a big boundary. So Basit Iqbal goes for 6 of the first ball of his second. Chris Hibbert was also tuning in. He was backing up what Paul Kemping was saying about the weather in England, saying that it's nice and sunny, considering they're coming to the end of the summer. Yeah, and as we see another one that gets belted down the ground, it's going to be 6 more, so back-to-back 6s. And Sultan Zai, well, maybe he is the Sultan. Sultan Zai crunches another one. Just a lovely swing. I love the way the bat comes all the way back over the shoulder there. So Najim Bulla, or Sultan Zai, is taking a liking to Iqbal. He might try the quicker ball here. He lofts it up even more. It's a full toss. It's going to be 3 in a row. I wonder if we have a look at the height on this. It's worthwhile just going side on. I thought he would go quicker. He goes fuller. I reckon it might be too high. He's deep in his crease. Let's have a look at this. Oh, it's a close call. It is on the way down, but is it going to... I reckon it stays around waist. I could see this called, you know. I could see it called. And it will be called. So that is a 7 up. So it's 6, 6, 7 if you like. 3 in a row. There from Sultan Zai. It's Caribbean style, as I like to call it. A little bit of the old shaka, shaka, shaka. Here we go again. Misses out on the free hit. Just trying to hit this one even harder, I think. So Basit Iqbal gets a chance to breathe, and 19 have come off this over already. Going back to the weather in England, it always used to frustrate me when the cricket season used to come to an end. That gets worked away, and I know I was talking to some of the women. Oh, no. What do you say about this? I mean, what do you say, folks? You can use a number of words, and I suppose the best way to describe it is that when he looks back at this, he'll be thinking, what did I do there? That was very, very poor. And Snazzy not helping themselves. And, not sure who that was. And this is another 6. Oh dear, this over is going to be a very expensive one. 6, 6, 7. Free hit went for nothing, then 4 and 6. There is still a ball to go, and it's 29 off this already. Oh dear. Well, Basit Iqbal is having a mare. He's gone for 44. If this one goes to the boundary, he'll be applauded for getting the 50. It's not a 50 that he wants, though. And he will get that 50. As that is belted. That is huge. It's a monster stroke down the ground. आज दा देख लो सवेरे सवेरे चंगिया जुत्तियां पैरियां बॉलर नू Basit Iqbal चंगे छित्तर पे, and that over will go supersonic. 35 off the over from probably the guy who's been the pick of your bowlers, and the score, well, we said it was 107 at the end of 7. It has now gone up to 142. So it certainly is a high-scoring start to the day. And I was going through the over-by-over scores. And, well, you can add that one to it. So 13 came off that one from Kishan. And the next one, 35 come off that over number 8. Ouch. Big time ouch. And this one gets played away. It'll just be a single. And Yuan is saying, what a batting. What batting. Yeah, well, I suppose they tried to see if he could hit one, but he didn't. He just keeps hitting bigger and bigger. Now that one's going to race away to the boundary as well. Sultan's Eye, got to be said though, he was dropped off an absolute dolly. There's no doubt about it. It was a dolly that was put down by Jamil. Bottom kill. He put him down on 0. It was easy. We saw also a drop when it was Samagal who came out there. He was dropped on 0 and made 32 of the next 11 deliveries. Well, gets a wicket. So that is the end of Sultan's Eye. But remember, dropped off his first ball. So of the next 8 deliveries that he was able to face, he scores 39 and then, of course, misses this delivery. Going for an ambitious helicopter shot. Well, the helicopter misfires. It doesn't take off, but damage probably already done. Sultan's Eye, 39 of 9 deliveries, or you could say 39 of 8 deliveries, because the very first ball, he was dropped. And it's just not good, is it? It's not good. The fielding is so important. And if you don't hold on to those catches, you're going to get into trouble. Well done to Elisa Rahim. Gets that ball pretty full. Wasn't the right shot to try and play to it, but still. Abidullah Kotwal is next. And he just continues to do what the other batters have done. He comes out, finds the boundary. So that's the 150 now, comes on the board. And the thing is, this is what you got to do here now. It's that time. You're just swinging hard. So Snazi, it's going to be another big chase for them. They struggled against the Austrian Daredevils as the Daredevils got to 161. Snazi finished on 101, losing that match by some 60 runs. And this one could be even more than that. 151 it stands at the moment. Still 8 balls to go in the innings. That one will go through to the keeper. Well, that's gone through pretty quickly into the hands of the keeper there, Jamil. Yeah, Jamil, bottom kill behind the stumps. And of course, that catch I was talking about was Satyam Subash that put down the Sultan. That has gone a long, long way up in the air. It goes high and mighty. 6 more as Abidullah Kotwal adds a 6 to the 4 that he hit early off his first ball. And that over will go for 15 off the 9th. Was that one wicket in there as well. And the score, 157 for 5. Yeah, so Sultan's Eye was dropped, of course, by Satyam Subash, and it was really a straightforward catch. He went on and made 39. We saw Samagol being put down on 0. He went and made 32. So really, if only they'd held on to those chances. And I know we often say how, you know, if you hold on to your catches, you win matches. You can see why. Of course, I'm not saying that they're not going to win this one, but the way that they batted in the last match and the issues that they have, not looking good. High up in the air, fielder. Ah, dear. The only thing I'm going to say here to Snazi is not their first outing. And you can see the same fielder who we saw him do this earlier when the ball goes up in the air. He's putting his hands up there, trying to shade himself from the sun, whatever. You know what the weather's like out here. There he is there. So you know it's sunny. That's Amit Nathwani. You got to have a cap. You got to have a good pair of shades. And if you don't, you will struggle with those sort of deliveries. So, those sort of catches. They just never look comfortable. I don't think he even sees where it is, and it ends up bouncing short of him. So not a good performance, you have to say here. Once again from Snazi in the field. They'll be very disappointed with themselves. Helix is making a very good point. Hello, Helix. Hello to you. And he's saying hello to myself, to Johnny, and to Monica and everyone else. Monica, lovely to have you with us as we see another one that gets hit over the boundaries. Another one that sails over that mid-wicket boundary. 6 more. And Kotwal gets hold of this as well. I'm not going to get too excited here. Grass Cricket Academy, great start from them. The bowling hasn't been great as Divith Wujasakara comes on again. He's bowling. He's only over. It's the last one as well. Of course, he had issues in the last match when he went for plenty. So, yeah, what I mean there with Grass Cricket Academy, you're not going to get too excited as to get past the 161 that the Daredevils put on against Nazi. But you can only bat against what's been put your way. It hasn't been good, and it's been punished. They've had chances, and they made the most of it. But I'm liking it. I'm liking what they're doing. They've shown aggression. They're hitting the ball very well. You can see another one will go over for 6, so that's 6 more. So Yogesh Balage will be very happy, the captain, with the start that's been made here by his team. Niazi, not so good. Just the 1 or 3, and same could be said about Hamid Safi. So the 2 openers between them faced 5 balls and only scored 1. But then after that, when you have a look at the strike rate after that, it's been quite incredible. Mansoor Safi, 53 of 19. Strike rate over 250. And Samagol, they're taking it on, and they'll get there. Of course they will get there. Samagol, strike rate of 260. So once again, plus the 250. Yogesh Balage, well, what a strike rate from him. He was going at over 300. Sultan Zai, he was over almost 400. So, and Kotwal there, once again, over 250. So, a brilliant display of hitting from the Grass Cricket Academy. And that means that they will post 173 for 5. So, if you thought Snazi had their work cut out in the first match when they were chasing 162, well, forget it now. They're chasing 174. And without dwelling on it too much, I think it's where the fielding and the drop catches certainly did let them down. I don't think there was too much doubt about this one. And I reckon that is going on to hit the stumps. I don't know really what the big fuss was about there from the opener. He had to go, Hamid Safi. So he departed. Then there was this one. And he was given, I just think that there was a close call there. He was getting stumped there by Jamil. But having said that, he was chewing up too many balls. And it worked out in their favour because the batters that then came out just kept crunching 6 after 6 after 6. And it was good, powerful hitting. There were chances, of course. And if the chances are not held, well, that's not down to you. You're just going to have to keep going. This one high up in the air. And that one had already gone over the rope. There was nothing that they could do about that. So just good, pure, aggressive hitting. And that's what I was liking there from the Grass Cricket Academy. Just playing very positive shots. And no matter which batter came in, that was the plan. The bowling, though, once again, not ideal. That was a good catch taken there on the boundary. And it was Oxil that finally did manage to get hold of the dangerous Samargol, but he went, and then, well, we saw a similar thing again. That was it. That was the one big opportunity Subhash put down, and that would have been 2 in 2, and that would have been the end of Sultan's Eye. But in the end, they drop him, and he does go on to smash 39 of just 10 deliveries, a strike rate of 390, and then there was fielding like that. So it's a hard one. It's a tough one, and Snazi they'll play just this game today, and then they'll have a bit of a break. But they've conceded a lot of runs, haven't they? And with the bat, let's see how they go here. Let's see if they can pounce back and put a better display on the field. And they're applauding. Good sportsmanship there as Yogesh, the captain, with a big smile on his face, of course. So they should be, seeing that his team has got to the 173 score in their very first match. This time around, he scores a very healthy 28 of 9 deliveries. Once again, a strike rate of over 300. There's that scorecard. So the 2 openers, they failed. 5 balls faced for just 1, but only 5 balls. They get them out of the way, and look what the others did. That strike rate from the others was absolutely brilliant. So great hitting, great display of power hitting from the Grass Cricket Academy. On the bowling front, well, 50 runs. Bassett Iqbal has probably been up until now probably their better bowlers. He goes for 50. We saw then 30 for Nathwani. a number of bowlers used. I mean, Kishan, I don't think he bowled badly. Amadi also, so Kishan Amadi picking up a wicket there. They tried different things, but really they just, I suppose it's difficult for a bowler when you're being let down by the fielders, and that was the issue that they had in that inning. So 173 put on the board by Grass Cricket Academy. Had a 4-6 record last year. They're looking to improve on that. They finished 8th in the standings. Well, if they continue to go like this, who knows? Maybe they could be another surprise package of this European Cricket Series here in Austria. So we're going to take a short break now of about 10 minutes time, and then let's see how Snazzy go about this chase. It didn't go well for them against the Daredevils. Can it be better against the Grass Cricket Academy? They'll be hoping at least to try, if they don't win the match, to at least take a point from this outing. Join me, Rico Full, when I return in about 10 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, cricket lovers. The umpires make their way out as Praveen and Arvind lead the team out. So the first time we're going to see Graz Cricket Academy out there in the field. Well, they've done a good job with the bat, haven't they? And posting a very big score. So 173. That means the target 174. We'll have a look now at what the bonus point equation is. So, and I think it's a great opportunity for the Graz Cricket Academy to do what we saw the Austrian Daredevils do before them. That's restrict Snazi to a score under the 121 and pick up 4 points. That's what they'll be looking to do here. That's for sure. Snazi once again to achieve the target in 7 overs. I don't think that's on. They've got to try and get to that 122 to try and just at least pick up a point. Let's see if they are able to do that. And welcome to everybody. And today is Frankenstein Day. Oh, Frankenstein Day on Peacock Friday. Can you believe it's been over 200 years since the original Frankenstein story was published? And that's 2 centuries since the young scientist named Victor Frankenstein breathed life into his very own creations. So the monster led to countless Halloweens of young children covered in green paint and a box-shaped forehead. So, yeah, Frankenstein Day today. I'm just wondering how you would celebrate Frankenstein Day. Maybe it could. Maybe it's another day where you can bring out some of the Halloween pranks. Maybe, I don't know. So Frankenstein Day. Enjoy your Frankenstein Day then on this Peacock Friday. And that's going to be worked away with ease. Just straying down the leg side is the bowler here, Momand. Mahiwand Momand. It's got a very, it's a longer run, isn't it? Long and, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's sort of quite rhythmic. He doesn't really get any quicker or any faster. It just stays pretty smooth and stable. And starts with one with just a little bit down the leg side. And of course, Lakman Kasturi, he's not gonna hang around. Well, he can't hang around. He's got to go at 17s. So Lakman Kasturi gets off the mark straight away. He's got Kishan Dalpathuda out there with him. Same areas down the leg side and same result. This one also will be sent to the boundary. So 2 sixes to start. And Maman has to get this ball to pitch, and he's got to get it off the leg side. Yeah. And one thing that we know that Lakman Kasturi will do, he will hop across and go right in front of his stump. So the ball to go for here has to be the Yorker. It's got to dart that Yorker in. Let's see if he can get that right. Welcome back to everybody. Hello to Monica. I know that John is there as well. And a few people I mentioned the Helix before. Yeah, Helix, you're absolutely right. Look, if you are tuning in and you haven't hit the like button already, please do so. And better delivery, good areas, good pace as well. So liking this for Mayuan Momand. Gets it in the right areas. And I think the umpire, that's Praveen, just having a chat with the bowler, probably about his follow-through and where he ends up there. So just kindly reminding the bowler that he's not made of glass. Yeah, so hit the like button and tell your friends, tell your family, tell them to get involved. Oh, that's played away. And let's see this again. I mean, it happens pretty quickly. So once again, it's that wider delivery. Gets a good bit of bat on this. So it's rising, bat onto it. And does the fielder, is there a chance here? I wonder if we get to see this from the fielder. I thought the fielder might have got a hand onto this. I mean, it was travelling. It was very well struck. I wonder if we can see it from here. So he hits it. And now it gets it up and over. Just there was some shoulders being shrugged. I think maybe that was more out of frustration that it's another boundary that comes off the over. Better ball. That's the ball you're looking for. That's the Yorker length delivery. And this time Kasturi, he doesn't go walking. So it's a little shuffle. And can you imagine if that is a right or middle stick? Because he still takes that little shuffle across. And yeah, a little nod of appreciation there from Kasturi, because that is a good ball. So gets the Yorker in. Momand. Gone. And there it is. That's exactly what you're looking for. Susses him out pretty quickly. So fair play there to Miwan Momand. He sees what the batter's trying to do. He sees what his initial trigger movement is. And he goes with that trusted Yorker again. And they get the wicket. Well, there they are. The Graz Cricket Academy. They look like, with those numbers and the way those numbers are on the bat, they look like a team that are waiting for a car to come in the pit stop. But look, right where it needs to be. That's the Yorker. And it goes through the batter on to the stumps. Once again, it's another one which if it just hit the pad and didn't go through, probably would have been out as well. So great comeback. 16 do come off the over. He does go for 2 sixes and a 4, but he finishes well. First over comes to the end. It's 16 for 1. And Kasturi, he's going to be gone and gone early again. And that means that the captain now comes in. So Lakmal Kasturi, 16 of 6 balls. And he's got to watch that because players will be watching what he's doing here and know what they've got to do. Full and straight. 129 matches then since the golden ball. Will it happen today with me going solo? Who knows? Who knows? Kotwal comes out. Gets played out to the fielder. No run. Kotwal, another guy came out and blasted the ball to all parts of the boundary. Abdullah. That's well played. Just has to wait for this. As the batter takes the single, so Kishan gets off the mark. Yeah, Abdullah Kotwal, he's got that long run, but this ball doesn't come out as quick as what I think the batter's expecting. I think that's what beats Kishan the first time. This time he waits on it and just plays it out onto the offside, takes a single. Right, how will Gozai go here? And this one is going to be okay. Gozai wants a wide, and he's not going to get one, and quite rightly not. That is just perfect. It's inside that wide line by a couple of centimetres. So Gozai asking the question, but gets no response from the umpire. Now this time, I think he will miss his line. This time he does get that wide. But I've said this before, I don't mind it. I don't mind the bowlers trying to sneak the ball inside that wide line. You've got to have a plan, and you've got to try and execute it. He's got the field for it. Pitches this one up, no run, good delivery, good areas, good variations with the length. And yeah, someone can't, good point, saying GCA have good batting depth and still got batters to come. And he mentions Durrani, of course, yeah. Shakwat Durrani. Slow ball, just gets bad onto this. Got to be running quickly here. Ooh. Well, this is when you have a stadium full of people there go, ooh, because let's have a look. Would he have made it? Only just. He doesn't really slide the bat in there, does he? Sort of plonks it down. You really want to be sliding that bat in just in case that gets close. So Kishan makes it home. Shot. Oh, fingertips. Fingertips. Hit hard. And if you're watching that from where I am, that ball is also moving away from that fielder. It is a chance, but it's a very, very difficult one. Gets fingertips to it. He never gets a chance to get it into the palm of his hands. I think that's why he's not able to hold on to this. But it's a great effort from the fielder. I think that was Durrani who we were talking about, actually. Yeah, Durrani scored 190 runs last time and was also their leading wicket taker, Shakwat Durrani. We've also got other guys that can come in and can crank it up as well, like Hamid Safi. He was somebody else that batted well. He took 160. He scored 160 runs, and he also was right up there with the wickets as well. Double figures for him. It's played nicely. That's a good shot. It's another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries to finish the over. And that means that 11 will come off this. The second. The first over went for 16. 23 for 1. And we know that this is a big partnership for Snazi. When Kasturi goes early, these two have to try and make it count. Goes aerial, and we'll get plenty of this one. This one is only going to come down the other side of the boundary. What a nice hit that is. So just starting to get going. Yeah, and remember that Janan Gulzai, he got out playing a little bit of nothing shots in the last match. So he pushed that one outside the off, and he got very lucky that wasn't taken. And then you saw he did the same on the onside, but the catch was taken. So I think this time around, with no Luckmal there, he might as well just go super aggressive. And I wonder if any of this brushes any of him, or are they having a look at the height? And we might have a look at this side on. Maybe the umpires want to have a look at this again. He's outside of his crease, and yeah, I think you could call that. I think you could, and they will call it. Remember, it's waist or above. I know he's slightly outside his crease, but I don't think that ball is going to come down quick enough for it not to be called. So the umpires, good call. And, of course, no ball always takes precedent over the wide ball. So they just check the height first. And if it wasn't, I think it would have been signalled the wide. So free hit. Gilzai has got the license to go big. And he swings hard. I think he may have got something on. There was definitely a sound, or was it just pad? Let's see. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. It's just going to be biased. It certainly was a noise when he's played at this. Let's see. Now it just goes all the way through, so I'm not sure what we heard there. Well, I'm going to go back to what Armando is saying. As that's going to be played away. It's over the top. It's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras más. That's nicely played away. Yeah, Armando is saying, he's making a comment there. Hello, Armando. Thank you for joining. So can we make the boundaries to 65 to 70 meters? Otherwise, don't develop plays this small boundary. Well, I disagree with you. Sorry. It's a different format of the game. You're not watching 50 over cricket. You're not watching T20. You're watching T10. T10 is about fast, explosive action. When you look at the Euros of cricket coming up in September, starting on the 23rd of September, these are players that are picked because they're not T20 players. They're not one-day players. They're players that are used to this format of the game. And that's too high for me as well. This, I think, could be a no ball and 4 byes. It's not a good delivery from Momand. So, well, my one, Momand, he bowled a very good first over when he managed to get the Yorkers going, but he's got it completely wrong there. And you can see that was called well on the field of play by the umpires. Yeah, it's a different format of the game. It's a faster game, and, you know, it's not test match. It's not one day. It's not T20. And that's why you will see big scores. And the other thing I will say, I mean, some of these balls that you're seeing going over the boundary are not just making it over the boundary. And some of them are big, and they're big no matter what format of cricket you play. So it's just a different game. It's cricketainment. That's what we like to call it. Thanks for your views, and thanks for your message. But yeah, it's just different. So bowlers have to adjust to it. Batters adjust to it. Fielders adjust to it. And I think our spectators adjust to it as well. And they like it. They like it. It's explosive. It's action-packed. You're not seeing tiki-taka, tiki-taka. There's no pushing singles. There's no, oh, we'll take 2. It's about going out there, the battle of the batter versus ball. The batter wants to smash the ball to the boundary, and the bowler needs to try and avoid that happening. It's a different skills technique. And you can see here from that one, it doesn't mean that every time the batters will get it past the boundary. I think that's an opportunity, actually. And that's Hamid Safi. Let's see. Doesn't get it out the middle. And, yeah, that's definitely a chance for Safi to hold on to one. And Kishan gives a chance. And it doesn't get taken. Oh, edge. Flies away. In between the keeper and the slip. And Kishan, after being very lucky, gets to the other end. And now Gelzai swinging hard. And he gets a bit of luck. I mean, this has gone so quickly. And you can see that the keeper and the slip going for that one. I call him a slip. He's sort of like a fly slip. But a fly slip couldn't stop that one as it flies through. 3 overs now coming to an end. Just take a look at where we are here. And Snazzy, fair play to them. They are ahead of where Graz Cricket Academy were at this point. They're on 49 for 1 and only have lost the 1 wicket. But it's fair to say, remember at the beginning of the Graz Cricket Academy's innings, the 2 openers went very cheaply, just for 1 run in 5 balls. And then after that is when the assault started. So I don't think you can read too much into that. Thing is, though, they've kept the rate at the 17, and that's key. Keep it at the 17. Keep those important wickets in hand, and who knows what could happen. This one's been banged in. It's just cautiously played by Kishan. He wants 2, but, well, he wants 2, but have a look at his captain. He's not even looking. Not even looking is El Capitan. You see this here. I mean, very quick running, but Kishan, watch this. So look at the captain, and he's not even looking at his partner. He's already decided it's only 1. High. Has it got the distance? This would be a great catch if he takes it. And he puts it down. It's almost like he has it. And then he fires this in because, again, this time we'll come back for a couple. It's a great effort. He's got all the gear, hasn't he? Got the cap. He's got the shades. It sort of goes in. I saw it sort of going in. And, yeah, he just wasn't able to wrap the fingers around it. Not an easy one. But Gozai getting dropped on 13. Now this one is going to go into the gap. It's going to be 4 runs. Well placed. Just places that in a good area. Sees the gap there. And gets it right. All happening here at the moment. They want a wicket, don't they? You can feed it. They want a wicket. Durrani, see if he can get that wicket for them. It's a big swing and a miss from the captain, Janan. Oh, somebody was asking, where's Durrani? Well, here he is. Slower delivery. It's very well bowled. Probably not the right shot to be playing here. You can see that Gilzai has seen this delivery, but yeah, just decided to let it be. He's not really gone for it. Banged in, but that is smashed. Oh, that is a biggie. That is a biggie, and that is going into the field of joy. Well, that's absolutely smashed. Durrani goes for the quicker ball as he bangs it in, but that's the thing. It was quicker, but it was shorter, and it gets picked by Gilzai, and he has walloped it. Goes into the field of joy. Field of joy because, of course, around us we have the sunflower fields. And sunflowers, of course, do bring us joy and happiness. And that's why that is the field of joy. So that's hammered out of the ground. 4 overs in, 62 for 1. This partnership, so important. And Janan Gilzai just starting to look like the dangerous man and batter we know him to be. Goes back to his mark, Durrani. And, yeah, well bowled. Oh, the umpire's taken a long time to call it. That's not a wide. Oh, dear. I mean, that's not a wide. Oh, dear. I can only, I just, you know, when I see this, I mean, I think it's a batter's game. Is this format, and bowlers have to try and get the dot balls in, and that one's being given by Praveen. It's nowhere near wide. It's easily inside. And now asking the question. Only the bowler, I think, was interested. The wicketkeeper then gets involved as well, but we'll get a good look at it here, I think. He bangs it in shorter, and yeah, doesn't really catch anything. The bowler goes off on one, but you can see the umpire. It's not moved. Not out. Better area. And goes back to his mark here. Hamid Safi. I mentioned him, of course. Him and Durrani were great last year. In the air. Is this going to go to hand? No. But he smothers it pretty well. I like the fact that he's gone for this catch. He's not shied away from it. He's gone for it. All right, he doesn't get it, but he also stops the ball getting past. So good bit of fielding. Good hustle from the fielder. Wants to try and get there. And when he doesn't get there, when he's not able to take the catch, he's got to make the stop, and he does make the stop. Short. gets tucked up in the air. Fielder, can he get there? And he can. And this time it's a very good catch that's taken. Really well held. Remember, he had a difficult one earlier that went a long, long way up in the air. That was the captain, Yogesh Balage. It went in the hands and out. But this time it stays and he holds on to it. And that's the big wicket that you wanted. So once again, it's the two captains that play a very important role here. Janan Gulzai, he was getting his team, or keeping his team in the contest, goes for the big shot, gets tucked up by Safi on that shorter ball. Gulzai goes for it again. Remember, he smashed one into that field of joy earlier. But this time, there's no joy, it's pain. As the opposite captain, Yogesh Balage, comes in, and Balage takes the catch, and that is the end of Janan. 27 of 14. Good catch from Balage, really good catch. Got to come in a long way, and then he's got to keep his balance, and he takes it. So 2 of the key batters gone now. This is where Snazi sort of fell apart and fell away in the last contest against the Daredevils. And let's see what they can keep going here now. That's nicely played by Subhash. So Satyam Subhash just plays that away, of course. Oh, he'd love to score some runs. Remember, he was guilty of putting Sultan Zai down, and Sultan Zai at that point was on 0 and then blasted 39. And that made a huge impact on this match. But let's see how he can support Kishan out there. Kishan now on strike, has to take the lead role. That's a brilliant take. It is a brilliant take. They like it. The umpire's not giving anything here. And what a take. The wicketkeepers say no now. But have a look at this from Safi. We can't see because the body in the way there. But that ball, there's certainly deviation. And certainly is deviation. I wonder if we got camera 4 on this. I mean, you can't see anything on that there. There's certainly movement. It is a brilliant take from Mansoor Safi behind the stumps. Let's see here. He plays it into the ground. So there is bat, but the ball goes into the ground. It's a brilliant call from the umpire. That's where the deviation came from. Excellent take from the keeper, because he's probably saving 4 runs there. In the air now, can they get another one? Balage is there again, and he holds on to it. And Kishan now will go the same manner that Janan Gulzai, his captain, went. It's a shorter delivery, and the catch gets taken. And Hamid Safi, remember, I mentioned him earlier, 11 scalps last year, and also scored 160 runs. Well, he's doing it again. He takes 2 wickets in the over, and he's removed both of the dangerous men that were out there. So Kishan, 12 for him. Balage, once again, the captain comes in, holds on to the catch, safe hands, and Hamid Safi picks up another wicket. And just like that, Snazi, who were on course for maybe causing a bit of an upset, are 65 for 3. That over, what an over. Just the 3 runs come from it and the 2 wickets. And now Snazi, once again, it's all about whether they'll get to 122. And of course, want to give a big shout out to Pro Match that are bringing, of course, all of the in-game analysis for this series. I'm very, very happy and very proud to have them on board. Thanks again to Pro Match. So where do they go from here? The Graz Cricket Academy has been a good show from them, I have to admit. I mean, I've liked the bowling as well. I mean, I know that early on from the likes of Maman, there were plenty of runs that came from him, and it was a good spell, a fiery spell of bowling from him. It did go for 37, but I like what he did, and I like the way that he was able to change his length and get the Yorker in there. Kotwal, I think, bowled very well. Just 7 came off each one over. Even Durrani, 13 off the over. Hamid Safi, well, outstanding. 2 wickets for 3. Now he's taking a look at Sajjad with the ball. This is Sajjad Mohammad. What they've got is different variations. So even though we haven't seen sort of like for like spin at the moment, but all the bowlers that are bowling is the pace is slightly different. So here, for example, Sajid who's bowling, you wouldn't class him. I mean, I don't know if he lists himself as a spinner or not. It's just been told he's running in front of the umpire. Certainly looks to be doing a little bit with the slug. He's bowling some quick leggies. And hello, Wayne. He's saying he's just doing some work. He'll be back later. I hope you're doing well, Wayne. And we'll obviously talk later when you come back. But of course, hope you're all having a wonderful Peacock Friday. All right, goes for this. Has he got enough of it? I don't think so. No, he hasn't. It's another catch that will be taken. That will see the end of Jamil now, as he tries to go over the field there in the long on position. Doesn't get the power in the shot, offers the catching opportunity, and it will be taken. No issues whatsoever. It's a nice catch taken there by, this is Mahiwan Momand. Another one has to make his way back. And these are the kind of problems that we know that Snazzy have. If the top 2, particularly the captain, Gelzai and Kasturi, don't get going, then they will struggle. And whether it's putting runs on the board or chasing. So 1 of 3 balls. Good catch there by Momand, making no mistake. So, well, Momand doing the bowling and Momand doing the catching. The new batter is Suma Shagil. End of a very good over. And score now 69 for 4. Just keep an eye on how quickly that rate will now go upwards. Remember I said they were keeping it at 17 when you still had Kasturi there and Gelzai. So that was the case after the first 4 overs. But in the next 2 overs, they haven't been able to get out the 60. So at the end of the 4th over, 62 for 1. End of the 5th, where only 3 came off it. This one might get to the boundary. It will. Well, they needed it to get to the boundary because I was just to tell you. So 3 came off that over number 5, which took it 65 for 3. And then 4 just came off that over now of Sajjad Mohammad, which took the score to 69 for 3. So 3 overs stuck in the 60s. But they get out of it now thanks to that boundary. Shagil, what more does he have to offer? Batting outside his crease. In comes Hamid Safi once more to him. Well, goes for that short delivery, which is, well, that's the one that's brought him 2 wickets so far, the shorter ball. He tried it once to Gelzai, and Gelzai sent him a long way. And the second time, though, Gelzai wasn't able to get the power, and it was a great catch from Balage. And that's going to be the one for the over. Just loses his run up there. Another swing and a miss. Dot balls mounting up, the pressure mounting up as well. 7 of 9 balls so far and 2 wickets for Safi. We've seen this before. That one's called a wide. We've seen this before though, haven't we? And yeah, that's a good call there from the umpire this time. That ball does swing away from that line. Yeah, it's what we saw in the last match when we saw in the end a double retirement when batters were swinging and missing and not getting going. And they just do struggle. I just wonder, that's going to end up hitting, well, they could run now actually, and they will run now. Let's try and keep track of what happens here. So, first shot that is played, I think it's straight back. Let's see what this hits is. Hit hard, hits the boot of the bowler, who then, out of frustration, throws it up. He's asking the question, how's that? Is not out. And then the batter say, okay. After all that, we will take a single. Of course, singles are not what they need here. But what I was going to say is, Nazi, I think I'd much rather see them take a different approach. Swinging and missing and a dot ball is probably not what they need here. I'd just rather them just play some shots, try to get bat onto ball, and maybe just say, look, we probably may get into this position again on several occasions when the top order go, the top 2 go, and the rest have to try and get something going. So let's try and get some positive momentum going here. Let's try and get some positive moves. I'm not sure what the delay is here at the moment. It looks like they might be checking something. Surely not checking that run out, because there was no issues there at all. It was well in. You can see here again, the bat is down. The ball then comes and hits the stumps and then decide that they'll run. So don't think there's any issues. And now, that looks like what was that? That looked like to me like penalty runs are being given. This signal here from the umpire, you see here, I don't know if we get to see it. Looks like there's some penalty runs that's been issued here. So, going to have to see what that is about here. Certainly looked like that signal. And look at this, and that is 5, and now he's patting. So 5 to the batting. So not really too sure. I'm seeing if anything comes up. Nothing's come up on the display at the moment. It's a bit of a teaser, and it'll be taken pretty comfortably. So the catch gets taken. Not really sure what the delay is, but Durrani will hold on to the catch as the batter tries to go down the ground. I'll keep an eye on that, folks, and keep you informed. So Shagil looking to go for the big shot, trying to get acceleration in. He was going at run a ball, but it won't work. He'll finish with 5 of 6. And Durrani takes a good catch. Very well judged by Durrani. He waits. He thought for a moment it might have been going over him. It's not the case. And it's another wicket. And Hamid Safi picks up his 3rd. Yeah, just keep an eye on if there was anything there. Well, I've got here that the ball hit the helmet. So that's what it was. So it was penalty runs. 5 penalty runs, the ball hit a helmet. Well, I don't know if it must have happened with the throw. The throw from the bowler when he threw it. It must have hit the stumps and gone onto the helmet. I wonder if we can. I know that Alex will be keen to go back and see if he's got anything on that. We probably haven't, because I think the helmet would have been out of the shot. So at least we can tell you what that was. So we were right in what we were seeing. Penalty runs were signalled. So let's have a look here. Here's the throw. And hits the stumps. And yeah, look at that. You see that deviation? So the ball definitely hit something there. And that was the helmet. And that's why that helmet's been taken off the field of play now. There it is. So we were able to bring you that. Great work, of course, by Spring Media here at the ground today. We've got Alex is back. Elsa's back after a kind of a day off yesterday. It wasn't really a day off. Elsa was saying that she was pretty busy. And of course, we also have lots of Artus and Dennis that are here, part of the crew. Well, this is the Next match coming up, well, the Austrian Daredevils, they have got a big day today, and they started well. They got a win against Nazi, their first win this time around. But they are up against the Grass Cricket Academy. So two teams who look like they've started the day with wins now go head-to-head. And which one will make it two in the day? And of course, we can see that Akshay Wag coming into the side there for Grass Cricket Academy. And Ajmal coming in there for the Daredevils. Bobbles away to the fielder. Keep it to just a single. So at the end of the 7 overs, another very good over from Hamid Safi. 81 for 5. 2 more wickets to fall in the over. Only the 7 runs as well. He's bowled very well. And certainly bowling with a bit of pace. And worrying batters up in the air, but drops before the fielder can get there. Fires in the throw. Doesn't get the power when it does Satyam Subhash. He's joined out there now by Kazakil, who goes high, and it will clear the man at the mid-wicket boundary. So that's going to be 6 runs. Very good hit. So they have and do have some power. So nicely struck down the ground. So 6 more runs. Looking to get, remember, to the 122. So you can see that even to do that, they're needing to go at 13 and over. Well, that's well struck, but in the air, and the catch gets taken. Well, he might have lost his shades, but who needs the shades, he says, when I got safe hands like this. So Mohammad gets another. Well, he goes down. He said, I might get down, I might get knocked down, but I'll get up again, and I'll get up and see your fielder has taken a catch. There's the catch. So another wicket goes. I suppose you've got to be throwing yourself into these shots, and that will be the end of Kakakzil. Swings hard, but loses his wicket. 6 down here now. Remember, in the last match, they went down to 9 wickets. So 6 down. Good catch there by Zarawar. It could be another fielder coming in. Just can't get there. The batters now will be able to take a pretty relaxed second. Looking at this one for a third. They will go for it. And we see a rare 3 on the European Cricket Network. We don't see many 3s. Well, he throws himself at this. And they've only got the 2 here. Then the throw, not the best. And it's a wicketkeeper. Well, I'm not sure how Mansoor Safi was trying to take that. Almost wears it. It gets past him. They will take 3. So Rahim Ahmadi will go back on strike. Keeping the likes of Subhash off strike. Subhash came in there at number 4. He's on 4 after 4 balls he's faced, but he's seen wickets fall around him. 92 for 6 after 8. And just another dot. The Durrani here bowling the 9th over. And it's going to have to all happen in the 9th if they're going to get anything here. They're a long way from the point. Straight to the fielder. In comes the throw. And they'll get just a single. I suppose here, this is where Graz Cricket Academy, they don't have to get too excited. They just have to go through the motions, keeping it nice and tidy. Durrani certainly is not going to be trying to do anything any more than that. Durrani. Very economical at the moment. No wicket to his name of the 7 balls. 12 balls now. 12. 8 balls now that he's bowled. Just the 14 runs from it. Works his away and gonna get a rare boundary. They haven't been coming very frequently at all. I mean, they started off well, didn't they? Of course, we know that. And that's what they can do at the start of the innings, but after that, they did dry out pretty quickly. And that's an issue that Snazi have to try and they need to change that. So if you have a look, there's a huge difference in the number of boundaries they were getting in the first 3 overs of power play. And then when the wickets fell, they were literally they've been going at about a boundary and over. But it's worth mentioning that in over number 5 and number 6, there were no boundaries, and those 2 overs saw only 7 runs scored and 3 wickets were to fall. Goes for another. This one will drop safely inside before the boundary. The throw comes in. Asking the question, it does look like the batters. Well, they're going to check. They are going to check. It looked from this angle that he'd made it, but of course, it's not the angle that we want to have a look at. We'll have a look at the side view here. See if the batter gets back. In comes the throw. Now, he's not sliding the bat in. Oh, no, it's the bat on the ground. We can't really see when the bail has come off there. So I think if that's the best angle we've got on that, I think it's going to be difficult to call it on that, especially with the wicketkeeper in the way. So I guess we never know when those bails exactly come off. So I think you're going to say, certainly from here, look like they've given him out. Now that really surprises me. I think here, what they've said is all right, we got nothing, is down to the on-field umpire. And Aravind is then said, okay, well, I thought he was out, so I'm giving it out. So he's out. He's been run out. Certainly something that you can't see on the camera. So he's going to have to go. So Subhash was looking to come back for the 2. He won't do it. Another one goes, so now they lose another wicket. 97. As the 7th wicket now will go. Well, they'll get 1 run, won't they? Because they got the 1, but going back for the 2. So that's what takes it to 98. 98 for 7. A ball to go in this, the 9th. Into the pads, going down the leg side. And it will just be a dot ball. So 98 for 7 it will be. Snazi chasing 161 in the first match earlier. They got to 101. They fell 60 runs short. And they lost 9 wickets getting there. And will they get, I suppose, if they can get past the 101, I suppose they can say this is a slight improvement. But the number of runs that they're going to lose by will be more. So I suppose if you got to look at that, really, the margin of defeat. So I don't really think you can call that an improvement. It is possible, 24 off 6 balls, but the kind of strike rate we've seen the last part of this innings suggests it won't be. So that's going to be out. He got to go for the shot here, I suppose. Amadi hits it pretty hard, not going to get it over the fielder. And Abdullah Kotwal picks up his first wicket, the very first ball of this, the last over. Hits it very well, but just can't get the elevation. And Amadi will go 4 from 5 deliveries. Finds a safe hand off the fielder. Makes no mistakes in that position. It's a big old unit, isn't it? And not going to make that mistake, is he? Here's Safi. Clipped away. They're probably not going to risk taking a second here. They, especially the state of play at the moment. So just a single. So Nathwani gets off strike, gets a single to his name. Okay, Basit Iqbal. Into the pads again, going down the leg side. Should be thinking about taking the run. Yeah, Iqbal had a match really to forget. Remember, he's bowling figures from a player who normally is you can often say he's normally been the key bowler for him. He got that one very much wrong here. Today he went for 50. That's also on the legs. He's trying to just dart these in, I think. It's Kotwan trying to get the ball in between the probably the bat and the pad. Just going a little bit too far down the leg side. I can't believe he's asking for an LBW there, Abdullah Kotwan. I think somebody's going to have to give in the manual of the laws on cricket when it comes to LBs. Okay, good contact, but not going to get it past that man. He's been great out there, hasn't he? It's not often that you see a captain of a side, Yogesh Balage, that is fielding on the boundary at the deep, because normally you think you want to get the captain somewhere where he's able to move the fielders around, keep an eye on close things, but he's got confidence in the other guys to do all of that. This one gets away from the keeper. That's going to be a minimal, so they will get past the 101 they scored in the last match, and maybe, just maybe, they might be able to reduce the deficit a bit more as well. So that's 5 that goes on the board. 107 for 8. There's just the ball to go. Goes down the ground, catching opportunity if you want it. They decide to play safe. It'll just be a single. The throw comes in. That will be the end of this match. And it'll be the end of what's been a disappointing morning for Snazzy. There was nothing snazzy about that performance as they fall to a victory, this time by 65 runs. So lost earlier to the Austrian Daredevils by 60 runs, and it got a little bit worse in this one. A 65-run defeat against Graz Cricket Academy, playing their first match in 2024 in this European Cricket Series, and they start with a win. And they're very happy with their performance as well. And it's going to be interesting now. So 2 teams that have got good wins over Snazzy. One, the Daredevils by 60 runs, and then Graz Cricket Academy by 65 runs will go head-to-head in the 3rd match of this Peacock Friday. So match number 23 is the next one that's coming up. That'll be up in around about probably just over 15 minutes time from when we come off here. Well, that was good bowling. It really was. That's how to get a Lakman Kasturi full and straight Yorker length. And he shuffles right across his stumps. And if he misses, you hit. And we've seen him go on 2 occasions like that. And then, of course, Janan Gulzai held the key to them getting, probably not to the win, but maybe at least to that 122 to get a point. He was swinging hard, trying to make things happen. Well, that one crashed into the camera. And then this time, going for that short ball again, he was able to, well, find the hands of Yogesh. Yogesh put it down first time, and then he didn't get a chance the second because it flew over his head. But this time, well, the bowler goes down and does a little bit of rock and roll, and so does Yogesh Balage, the captain. Holds on to the catch, takes the captain of Snazzy, and with that wicket falling, you knew that trouble was in the air. And then after that, you could see the hitting ability from the rest of the Snazzy batters nowhere near the same sort of strength and firepower as the captain and also Lakmal. Well, this one was interesting because have a look at the rebound here. Watch this. Ping. You know what that hit? It was the helmet. You don't see it on the camera. Hits the lid. That was 5 runs, but even the help of 5 penalty runs wasn't able to help them. Once again, we see a bowler going down, but the bowler might go down, but he takes a catch. Well, maybe that's a new thing here bowled, fall over and pick up a wicket. We've seen it happen on 2 occasions. And then this one was really pretty close. I mean, we couldn't see from that angle. So I get the feeling there that they went to the on-field umpire and say, look, we haven't got it. It's down to you, your call. And you can see that the umpire turns around and says, yep, I'm happy that that was out. So decision was given. And that's going to be a victory then for the Graz Cricket Academy, winning by 65 runs. Quick look at the scorecard. And we're going to get used to seeing this a lot when it comes to seeing Snazzy, because you see the top 3 all getting in the runs, but then after that, it just doesn't happen. One thing, though, that the Graz Cricket Academy will have to look at is the extras. 23 extras, and that's something that they really got to work on going into that second match. So some work to be done even from Graz. Quick look at the bowling figures. I think Hamid Safi, he's basically continued from where we left off last year. 3 for 10 for him, 2 for 15 from Sajid Mohammed. I think he bowled very well, very clever bowler. And then we saw some of the pace there from Momand earlier on as well. So good performance from Graz Cricket Academy. If you wanted to be pretty strict and say, right, you got to get something like the extras, too many extras. Other than that, they'd be more than happy with the work that they've done here. But they will get tested in the next match against the Austrian Daredevils. That one is coming up in just over 15 minutes time. It's time for us to maybe grab a little bit of lunch, get a cold drink down us, and then join us back, of course, for match number 23. You can see it there on your screens. The Austrian Daredevils taking on the Graz Cricket Academy. We'll welcome you back into the Cube in about 15 minutes time. Hasta pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get ready for match number 23. The Austrian Daredevils have started the day with a win, their first win this time around, and that was against Nazi, and it was also the Graz Cricket Academy playing in their first match against Nazi. This time around they win as well, and both teams won by getting plenty of runs on the board. So now it's time for them to go head to head. Which one will continue a 100% record here today, and which one will go down? Well, first of all, let's see what happened in the middle for the coin toss.
Grad's the call. Tails is the call. It's a tails.
You want to bat first.
They want to bat first.
Ball, sorry.
Oh, sorry, they want to bowl first.
Well, Tizer, we just wanted to see you give both the actions. That's all it was. And, well, I thought he said bat first as well, if I'm absolutely honest. But, well, the Graz Cricket Academy will, in the end, they will have a bowl first. So, actually, I was just about to say there, I don't mind them having a bat first. I think both of these two teams probably wouldn't mind having a bat first. So, they are going to be batting first here and to see, or bowling first here, to see if they can restrict the Austrian Daredevils to, again, I think if you can keep the scores in that 120 to 130 mark, you'll be pretty happy with it. Of course, you've got to try and see the end of the batter, or the key batters out there. Busset Omari is certainly one of them, and Tariq Ahmadzai, wasn't he good in that last match? He was in very good form as he was hitting the ball all over the place. But of course, they know that they've got to also try and find a way to not just get through them, but to try and keep some of the other batters pretty quiet as well. What we did see in that last match is a fine 78 there from Ahmadzai. But then we did see Rafiullah also come out and score good runs, 42 from him. We just saw the win percentage there. Interesting one, isn't it? Because you would think that it would be a little bit closer between those two sides. But big time favourites in forward of the Graz Cricket Academy, 67% to 33. And that's what the computer is thinking. So the players make their way out, led this time by the match officials, Lenin and Praveen. Those two are going to be out there in the middle. Looks like Lenin is going to be at the bowler's end to start off with, and umpire Arvind will be the third umpire. Of course, that time of day now where the sun really starts to kick in. Temperatures this time of day, as we get to the local time, 1 o'clock, will be up in the 30s. Highs of 34 forecasted for today, and the sun really starts to come into the cube. Well, Nish will be glad to see when he comes in tomorrow. I've made some modifications, I have. Number one, after this ball, I think. That's played away. Could be I thought for a moment, a royal duck to start, but just enough on this to send it over the fielder, who's in that wide third position. He leaps up, couldn't get any further off the ground. So Tariq Ahmadzai starts with 6, but it's a little bit fortunate, it must be said. Maman the bowler. Short and just muscled big into the field of joy. And that shot certainly brings a lot of joy to the Austrian Daredevils that are sitting and watching. Well, get stuck in there and get amongst those sunflower seeds. Of course, the sunflowers, they've died away now. All the glorious yellow petals are gone. And it's just the seeds now. And of course, you know that I'm from Spain. Very, very popular are the sunflower seeds. They call them pippers there. And wherever you go, wherever there's a gathering of people, they are munching away on those sunflower seeds. Of course, here they're waiting for the right time to harvest them and turn them into the sunflower oil. That disappears. So Momand, the short ball, gets the treatment. Now then, we know he has that Yorker. I wonder, it's not a bad idea to go for that. The thing is, though, I get the feeling that Ahmadzai will probably be expecting it. And let's see how he deals with it, though. Waits for the fielder to come and fight his way back into the field. In he comes, all the way back inside the circle after retrieving the ball. And it is that fuller delivery. And that's what I expected it to be. And I get the feeling that's what Tariq Ahmadzai expected it to be as well. Welcome back to everybody in the chats. A few people saying, did you have a spot of lunch? I did. We, once again, had a bit of schnitzel. This time, yeah, it's Friday. No, not fish and chips, but there was chips. Schnitzel and chips. Thank you very much to the Federation. Gone. Absolutely done like a kipper. Great delivery. The stumps have been shattered. And Momand goes again with the Yorker. It's very much the same that he did in the last match, right? To the key batters. He went with the Yorker twice. And this time, look, there's not a better delivery than this. There really isn't. And you can have a look at the batter, Ahmadzai. He's probably thinking, I knew it was going to be there again, but he's been drawn into the shot. It gets done by the pace. So the hard-hitting Tariq Ahmadzai, who scored 78, not out of 25 in the last match. He's going to have to depart. Does get 2 boundaries away, but that would be his lot. He'll go for 12 of the 4 balls that he faces. And he's being cleaned up by that boogie-oogie-woogie grizzly fireball knocking over the stumps. And, well, Momand has done it again. Quick and fast. Now that's high. And he gets worked away. They'll take the single. In comes the throw. And it will get backed up by not by the keeper, not by one, but the second fielder. I want to just have a look at the height on this. I think it's all right, but I mean, he's bowling this at a fair bit of pace. Let's see there. Yeah, just about okay. Like I say, only just. Single gets taken by Rafiullah. And that means that Shaheen Mahmood to face his first. And he goes down the ground and almost held onto by the fielder. Doesn't really get any power on this. And it was there for the catch. That is a big opportunity, you know. I mean, he doesn't hit it well. And Hamid Safi is doing the chasing, gets a hand to it, but he can't hold on to it. Big moment, really, as Shaheen gets dropped. And gets dropped of his first ball on 0 by Safi. 24 days to go then to the Euros of cricket there in Andalusia. Andalusia, Spain, at the Caramo Oval, which is, of course, in the region of Malaga. And starting on the 23rd of September all the way through to the 19th. And if you can join us during that time, do come down. The fan zone will be buzzing, I'm sure. In and out, but not spotted by either one of the 2 batters. Dot ball. Yeah, if you can come down, do come and join us, join the players, join the ECN crew. We'd love to have you there. Swing and a miss. Yes, it's Abdullah Kotwal bowling over number 2. Slower delivery. Just got that variation. It's difficult to pick the pace that he's bowling at. That's certainly what I noticed when he bowled that first over. Some of them were quicker, some of them slower. Welcome to Dave. Hello, how are you? And, I just mentioned I had been Snitzel, and Paul Kempin was saying, well, the batter's just been Snitzel. That's up in the air. It's a teaser for the fielder. He ain't going to get it, and now he's just going to have to go, I think, to the boundary or the border off that sunflower field. The field of joy. He just sticks his hand in there and digs that one out. But got to be careful when you go into there. Swing and a miss. And more of the same. Good heavy delivery being bowled here. That will probably be the one for the over. Now, not sure. There's a discussion here between the bowler and the umpire. Not really sure what this is to do with. And yeah, not sure what the umpire is saying here. So not sure what's happened. So now the two umpires are coming together here. So not really sure what that was about. It is the end of the over. But the umpire definitely having a word with Kotwal about something. And not really sure what that's about. I'm sure if there was anything serious that we'll get to know about it. But what I can tell you is that at the end of the second over, it's 21 for 1. And not a bad one there from Kotwal. That's hit well. That's going to be a boundary. That's going to be 4 runs. Gets it through the gap. Of course, 2 on the power play, so only the 2 men out. And it is Momand who comes back to bowl the third over. Bowler just checking his field out there on that leg side. He's got 3 men there. 2 of them are the boundary patrollers. Oh, goes short, and that's really nicely played away. Fielder gets the feet involved, and oh, he lets himself down a little bit there in the end. And it will go for 4. It's the 4th short ball that's been dug in by Maman, and he's played that pretty well. And you see the fielder just goes with his feet, goes to kick it into play, and ends up putting it in his own net, you have to say there. It looks like that's Yogesh again, the captain who's patrolling that part of the field. And that's high up in the air, and that will go all the way. Bolle, 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 kinna sona, shaka, lagya. Well, Shaheen Mahmood, remember he gave that chance, didn't he? Off the first ball that he faced. Wasn't taken. And I think it was Safi, Hamid Safi, who wasn't able to hold on to it. Well, he's hitting it big now. Out there with that Rafiullah Mendozai. He's not holding back, is he? He's not holding back. And it looks like Momand is trying to just bowl with sheer pace. Trying to bowl faster and faster. And you can see the batter is just saying, well, the faster you come, the easier it is for me to put you away. And that's another one that goes to the boundary. The Daredevils. Well, the bowler might be daring them, but they are the Daredevils, and they ain't shying away. 4 balls, 4 boundaries. Ah, Gandhi, no ball. Goes to the slow ball, gets it completely wrong. Does Mamand, and now a free hit will follow. 19 off the over already. 2 balls to go, and this one is a free hit. Shafiam Mahmood will really look to go after this one. See that a couple of players are just trying to get the bowler focused again, Maman. Well, where's that trusted Yorker when you need it? It's firmly struck and will be a single, so they don't get the free hit away to the boundary. Single means 20 off this over with this ball to go, and it's the hand gets handed over now here to Rafaela. Remember, in that last match, he took a while to get going, but when he did get going, he hammered it. And upish over the offside, and that's going to be 4 runs. Good shot. We've seen a lot of shots game onto the leg side. We've seen them going over square, the mid-wicket area, and long on. Very few in the off. And it's nice to see that from Rafaela Amandozai. So that is 4, and that means that over goes with 24. It was 21 for 1 at the end of 2. So they've doubled up as Mamand. I think he definitely gets rattled here. I think Mamand was thinking he would rattle the batters with the short stuff, but it's he who gets rattled, and well, he's got some thinking to do. And I think if I'm Mamand, I'm going back and thinking to myself, right, what works? Not the short ball. If the batters can pull, if they can hook, then I've got to go and try and get that ball outside the off. I've got to try and get that Yorker length going. Hamid Safi bowled very well in the last match. He too starts with a short one, but this time I suppose the difference between this and maybe the stuff that was being bowled by Mamand is at least this is it's short outside the off. So you're not pulling this away. Let's have a look at this again. So look at the area. It's the line. He goes outside the off stump. It's the off stump corridor, as I like to call it, and a little bit more success in that area. It gets dragged down and just take a single. I touched on the day that we have here today already. It's Frankenstein Day, everyone. So I don't know how you quite celebrate Frankenstein Day. And I know that is the day that well, children probably cover themselves in green paint and with a box-shaped forehead. Okay, that gets a swivel on this. Good running, good throw. But the batters, they do get home. They'll take the single. Also, International Whale Shark Day celebrates whale sharks, and happen to be the largest shark species on the planet, growing as much as 60 feet from time of its birth. The whole shark is known for its slow, gentle behavior. It usually prefers to swim in shallow depths, but can be found in waters as deep as 3,000 feet. He's going for this. There's nobody that's that square on that mid-wicket area. You can see that the captain, Yogesh, is trying to cover sort of square and mid-wicket at the same time. He's reluctant to put another fielder out there, so he's not able to stop that one. So that's well struck. Gets that one away. A good hit there from the batter. The two batters just having a conversation, probably talking about the length that's being bowled to them at the moment. Nice little partnership being put together here. Yeah, due to factors such as people using their meat and fins, the whole shark market has led to at least 50% decrease in this fish's population. And it is now down as an endangered species. So we can all do our bit for the whale shark, and that's why we have this International Whale Shark Day, to bring awareness about the plight of the whale shark and see what we can do to try and help their cause and save them from being extinct, part of the endangered species at the moment. So International Whale Shark Day today, as well as Frankenstein Day on a Peacock Friday as well. Frankenstein on a Peacock Friday shirt. Now that's something I'd like to see. Goes for it and we'll get it. So it's going to be another boundary. Good hit. And they're just not getting the lines right. This time it's Hamid Safi who ends up being a little bit too short. That's another one gets put away. So that 6 means that we've got 15 off this over. There is still a ball to go. Maybe he was saying, I mean, Grass Cricket Academy, are they another Sherry Punjab Vienna? Are they another team who may concede runs but can score them pretty quickly as well? I'd like to say that I think their bowling depth is better than that of Sherry Punjab. Not being disrespectful to Sherry Punjab, but they're not a team that bowl and field very well. But when they get a bat in their hand, they can make explosive things happen. 4 overs have been completed here, 60 for 1, so 15 off that one. As Hamid Safi, his first over doesn't quite go as planned. I was starting to tell you about the upgrades that we've had to the cube. So, of course, the last few days we realised it gets very hot in here for this match and the 4th match of the day. So, and we have got, I managed to obtain a fan. Thank you very much to Daniel Eckstein, the big D, for getting that sorted, and Arslan Arif brought that over earlier. And already I can notice that would you believe it, that the flies have made home in the fan already. They're sat there, the fan is on, and they're sat there, so the flies are enjoying the little bit of cold air that the fan is firing towards me. We're talking about firing, that has been fired out of here. Massive shot, 6 more, and Shaheen Mahmood is making the most of his life. I suppose we've seen today already batters giving chances, they're not being taken, and then they're going big. So the fan, and the main purpose of the fan, by the way, this is the same as what we were doing in Rome. It's not making too much of a difference to us because it is so hot, but it should at least keep the monitors and the laptops from staying on. So that's the plan. And then also, I've picked up a kind of Peacock Friday sombrero. Really have a parasol. And I don't know, I know that Alex is up in the tower. Alex, I don't know how much of this this umbrella that you can see. Maybe you might be able to see somewhere. If you can, then it's worthwhile just putting it on the stream for a moment, because it's certainly got a Peacock Friday feel about it. High up in the air, keeper should take a comfortable catch, and he will take a comfortable catch. So they get the breakthrough, they get a wicket, and they needed that wicket pretty badly, didn't they? So Mansoor Safi holds on to the catch, and Shaheen Mahmood will depart on 40 of 18 deliveries. And Mansoor holds on to it. As a new bat will make his way, but a very productive innings. And he gets good applause. Remember, it could have been disaster, but just goes for power. Ends up getting the top part of the bat and becomes an easy catch there for Mansoor. Mansoor Safi holding on to it, and probably to the relief of his teammates, they do take a wicket, because that partnership was certainly hurting them. Well, one good player goes and another good one comes in. Was it Omari? And Omari is another one that survives a chance. It's the same fielder again. I think it's Hamid Safi again. Watch this, Safi. Straight in, straight out. Oh, dear. Well, the last one he dropped cost him 40 runs. How many will dropping Omari cost? Swing and a miss. Oh, Omari being dropped on 0. And again, it's by Safi. End of the over. Good over, actually, there for Durrani. 8 coming off it. So at the halfway point, we see that the Austrian Daredevil is 68 for 2. Picking up that wicket, important wicket really to get to Shaheen. But missed opportunities. that's what the day has been about so far. Well, we talked a little bit about this starting there on the 23rd of September. And we'll go back to that. We'll have a chance throughout the day to revert back to that graphic about the teams that we're going to see there in the Euros of cricket starting at the Cardamom Oval. Cardamania will rock the world once more. And to place that away nicely. Third will make the stop. And now this is the bowler who we saw a few times coming in, bending his back. And once again, he's very close to going down again. And there's that graphic. So, of course, Group A, Ireland, Scotland, France, Portugal, Guernsey. What do you reckon, people? Who will be favourites there? Guernsey, of course, playing some very good cricket at the moment. Asking the question, and wide is signalled by the umpire. It's one of those appeals, maybe to try and distract the umpire away from calling the wide. But I don't think that catches anything. The nice take there by Mansoor Safi, but doesn't catch anything on the way through. That's been hit so well and so hard. That's gone flat and hard. 4 runs. What a good shot that is by Rafiullah. It's the second time that he's blazed one through the covers. I like the way that he holds his pose there as well. Rafiullah. The batter that normally tends to start to accelerate once he's had a few deliveries. We saw him do that in the last match, and many people felt that because he went so well, it was the reason why Tariq Ahmadzai wasn't able to get enough balls to face to get his century. Places down the ground, it bobbles away, but no mistakes there by the fielder. Momand makes the stop. I mentioned before, I do like the kits, these from the Graz Cricket Academy. I like the detail. I think the grey and the white works pretty well. The only thing is even though I do like the numbers being different on the backs, I do prefer the shirt that's been worn here, as that's high in the air, but it drops short of the fielders. You see, those are the normal shirts. The number's just a little bit small. And when I'm watching the game live and I haven't got the monitor to help me out with the back of the shirts, it's very hard to see those numbers. Whereas the bowler here, Aziz, well, he's obviously got an old style shirt or something on, and that's quite clearly can be seen. It looks like the batter here is the non-strikers in at the moment, but looks like he needs another bat. Does the Buset Omari. So that can be organised before he gets on strike. Good pace on delivery there from Tariq Aziz. Just once again not going to carry to the fielder. It's another miscue, and this time I think it is the end of the over, so the bat, or a selection of bats will come out there for Buset Omari. The score 77 for 2. Once again, 2 tidy overs there. That one just going for the 9. The over before from Durrani going for 8. They probably will, I'm guessing, might go back to Durrani here again. Gets this one through again, well bowled. Shaba, shaba, shaba. Super bowling, super bowling. Okay, miscue. Fielder in action again. And will take it. And that's Yogesh, I think, again, the captain. And Balage has made that his area and takes the catch. And now gets the handshakes from all around. So has put one down in that area. But he has come back now with 3 catches there. So another batter will go. So the Shabas there work a treat. That's the end of another batter. So Shaheen. That's not Shaheen Mahmood. That's Rafiullah Mendozai that has to depart. I think that was the graphic from the older wicket. That was when Shaheen, of course, did go for 40. So, yeah, you can see there it is. It's Mendozai that goes for 19 or 14 balls. Good catch there. All right, well, chance for 2 in 2. Will they take this one? Long, high delivery and held on to very well. Nice and cool as a cucumber, Mansoor Safi. And Shaukat Zadran will go for a golden duck. Up in the air, it's going to be a first baller. And Zadran, not what he wanted when he went out there. So 2 in 2 for Durrani. That's the golden duck that greets the batter. That, of course, means 2 in 2. He's got a chance of a hat-trick, so you can see the hat-tricks this year so far. And, well, we've got a solitary one on the next page as well. Ishtak was to do it there, of course, in Rome. Of course, we did have one in the T20s as well. So here we go. Hat-trick ball. Durrani bowling to Amjad. And gets played away. It will just be a single. So the hunt for the first hat-trick, the first century, and a golden ball continues here in Austria. But so far, it's a very good over from Durrani. Remember, his first one would go for 8. This one, 1 run or 4 balls. Omari now holds the keys to keep the innings going, and he is going to go. He gets caught behind of a heavy length delivery, so Durrani picks up another wicket in the over, and Buset Omari will go for 3 or 4 balls. And Mansoor behind the stumps. Well, he's been a revolution. He really has. Durrani. Now you feel with the Daredevils having lost all the key batters, they are really going to struggle. There's the disappointing captain who makes his way back. So you saw Tariq Amadi would go after he made a blistering start. And Shaheen Mahmood went, of course, for 40 of 18. And Mansoor holding on to that catch of the bowling of Durrani. Rafiullah, the other big hitter, also would go. He goes for 19, and that was Yogesh, who held on to that catch. Durrani doing the damage again. So it's a little bit about all about the Durrani, isn't it? 4 wickets for 10. Sensational bowling. Upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. So here we continue for this week and next. And of course, that next Friday, a week today, will be finals day here. And then we got a weekend of international ECI action. Men and women involved. The men from Sweden join the host, and the women from Spain join the host. That'll be very exciting and entertaining. Then Croatia, Greece, and that leads us to the Cardamom Oval. It's played away and dealt with very well. He's done very, very well out there, the third man, all through this innings, keeping it nice and tidy. And going back to this innings, then of course Mansoor taking the catch to remove Omari. Zadran. Also, it was Mansoor in the action. Wasn't going to make the mistake. We've seen that happen a few times. So Durrani. And don't forget, Mansour has played his part as well in 3 dismissals. Okay, you got Ajmal and Shafiq Safi trying to make things happen now for their side. In the air, fielder has called it and has dropped it. He's done all the good out there in that area. And when it comes to taking the catch, he calls it, says it's mine. All he's got to do is hold on to it, but it gets away from him. I think that's Sultan's Eye who's out there. He just doesn't get this into his hands at all. It gets away from him. So batter gets a life. Hello to Terry Richmond. He's saying hi. Hi, Terry. Hope you're well. And this one is going to be a wide. Batter throws everything at it. Can't get anything on it. Where can they get to here now? That expected score around about that 110 mark at the moment. It's sort of going up and down by just a few, but if they don't start getting the boundaries in, it will only be a few. So that one's a long, hard chase, but Orakel gets that one away. It's a nice strike that from Ajmal and Tariq Aziz, who has been brought into the attack here for this 8th over. Trying to get something going here. Daredevils. Where can they get up with? That one's been hit pretty well. Fielder will make the stop. That's Miwan Momand. Three wickets there in that over from Durrani really do hurt you, especially getting that wicket off Buset Amari. Amari just coming down slightly lower than normal, came him at 4. And I like to see him just stick to being higher up the order. I think he's the sort of player who needs to stick to being up the top of the order. I think that's where he needs to be. And in match number 1 today, he opened the batting, made 23 or 14, gave them the good start. I think that's where he's at his best. Another one to cross off the list. 8 now completed, 89 for 5. They would love to get a magical over in here, just to get them past that 120 mark. At the moment, they're struggling to get to that 108. 110 is what the sort of forecasted score has been about. Right, that's hit pretty well. That will be a boundary. Gets it in the gap. That ball skids past the close fielder. So 4 runs. Can they get the big finish here? Trying to make things happen. The Daredevils fighting hard. Of course, GCA got that early wicket, then they of Tariq Ahmadzai, which was a big wicket. But then there was a good response from Rafiullah and Shaheen. That's going to go all the way as well. So 6 and 4. And, or maybe the other way around, 4 and 6. And he's looking pretty slick, isn't he? Here's Safi. So Shafiq Safi just showing that maybe he's got what it takes to get the little bit of extra oomph that they need in this innings just to get them close to that 120 mark. Well, the expected score's gone up to about the 117 now with those 2 hits. Now that will be the end of him, and it should be a very easy catch for Mansour. And not sure what's going on here. There's definitely some spite here between the 2 teams. So it's a short ball here. Goes for the big hit, doesn't get it. And I'm just wondering here, just see if anything's been said. So the bowler and the batter certainly exchange a few words. A little bit of masala in the middle. The 100 comes up on the board. And that will be the end of another batter. So Shafiq Safi has to make his way back. Yeah, there is a bit of spice out there. So another one bites the dust. New batter now comes out there. Let's see We just have to wait to see what the score is. I did see 100 on the board a moment ago, but that's not there anymore. So I have to wait and see. Well, a big grunt from the bowler, but that's been played away quite nicely. Well, we'll just have to check what the score is. Maybe we just went one too many ahead. Yeah, I think Safi was given a single there. Where I see now that, in fact, he did go for the unlucky 13 of 6 deliveries. Until Safi holding on to another catch. We'll have to see how many he finishes up with here, at the moment. Kotwal picks up another wicket, then goes for 4. And this is a bit of a wild swing from the batter. It ends up into the safe hands of Mansoor. So, yeah, Mansoor picking up good catches, isn't he? I mean, just have a quick look. What's he got here? Remember, we did see yesterday that Chima in one match had 5 victims. Oh, well, he doesn't like this one, does the batter? And it's going to be the end of the over. It just sort of gets out of the way of that short delivery. So, well, you can see that Kotwal does like to bang the ball in, doesn't he? Abidullah Kotwal. Yeah, we're just having a look. So Mansoor is, I think he's got 4 victims so far. Of course, there's still an over to go here. So he could end up with 5. If he ends up with 6, that'll be a bit of a record here on the network. There's your bowling figure so far. Maman, it was expensive. That was that 1 over from him. And it was over number 3 that went for 24. But other than that, it's been pretty good. After that, we've had 1 of Hamad Safi that went for 15. We've had 2 that went for 14. 103 comes to the last over here. How many more can they get here? Up in the air. There's nobody at short mid-wicket, so should push for the second. Why not? It's the last over, and they will get 2. The fielder just running in here. I think again, it's a difficult one in the sense that he's also trying to keep an eye on what the batters are doing. And of course, once you take your eye off the ball, there's every chance that he could overrun it, and he does. So, Amjad gets 2 to his name. Short one. And that's going to squeeze away from the man at the wide fine leg. So, valuable runs coming here. That's 4. So, getting them closer to past that 110. And closer to that 120 score. Monica saying hello to everybody, and nice to see Armandro in there as well. Armandro was saying he thinks 130 plus. It's going to take something to get that now. That bobbles away, but beautifully fielded. Watches that so well, and does that Momand. And 3 to come in the over then. The 110 on the board. It means that Abed, Shahed Abed, faces got to be thinking about just anything. I mean, even if they don't get anything on there. Interesting field behind the wicketkeeper here. It's almost like you've got a fly slip and a third. It's almost like 3 men in a line. They'll take 1. Think about the second. Is trying to entice the fielder to throw the ball in. Does it get thrown? So just have a look here. So you've got a fly slip getting into place, and then you got a third, a very fine third as well. So you've almost got that three men in sort of a line there. It's not something you often see. Shot. That's been absolutely crunched. That's a biggie. And Ajmal gets that one sweet out of the middle. That's sweeter than a bowl of gulab jambu. Oh, and that's a lovely hit. I should say sweeter than a bowl of apple strudel, really, shouldn't I? As that is crunched. So, ball to go. 117 for 6. They've sort of got past what I think most people thought they wouldn't be able to do. And you've got to give credit to the likes of Ajmal, who stuck around there. Safi played his part as well. So last ball, hits that pretty well. I think you got to try and take the 2. You got to turn and go. And they, why aren't they going for this? You see, they would have made it. They would have made it. And yeah, I think you can see Ajmal is looking at Abed then saying, what are you doing? And he's walking off, not happy. And he's not even waiting for his partner. Look at the anger from him, because Abed doesn't come. And look, in the end, he's able to get back from halfway up the pitch, and he's looking at Abed there. And I don't know if we got this as he's walking off. Just watch here the frustration from him. I don't know if he stayed on him here, but watch here he goes. Yeah, he's very angry because he knows they've left a run out there. Could have been 119, which would have made it a 120 chase. As it is, it's going to be 119 for victory here for Grass Cricket Academy. And a very good 22 of 10 balls there from Ajmal there towards the end. And that was a big wicket though, wasn't it? After hitting 2 big sixes, that was the end of Tariq Ahmadzai. It's the Yorker that gets him again. Well, he went, and that meant that there was room once again for Rafiullah to come out there and play some shots. He did. It was a good little partnership between him and Shaheen Mahmood. Those two really needed to go well and try to get as much runs on the board as they could. But this one got skied up. And whereas we did see on a couple of occasions batters giving chances and not taken when they offered them. And here we see that not the case. First of all, Mansour, safe gloves from him. He would do that again here, as it was 2 in 2. We also saw the Yogas was very good, the captain out in the deep. He wasn't making any mistakes as well. So good catching all the way around. I think Mansour, certainly at the moment, he's had a good time behind the stumps. So that was one that got away from a fielder who up until that point actually had done so well at that part of the ground. He hadn't let anything get past him, but wasn't able to hold on to the catch when it mattered. So that one did get away from Sultanzai. And then had to try and make the most of what they could here. And this one, right at the end, should have been, but they just, yeah. And there's the frustration. You can understand it from Ajmal. He's thinking, why aren't you running? It's the last ball. What are you worried about? So 118 it will be for 6. Quick look at the scorecard. Shaheen Mahmood sort of picked up the pieces after Ahmadzai's stumps were knocked all over. Rafiullah gave him some support for a while, but then it wasn't too good until Ajmal came out there, and he's the one who took them to a score that looked like it was going to be around about that 105 to 108 and managed to get them to 118. And a quick look at the bowlers there. So well done, you got to say there to Durrani. Bowled very well. Just concedes 10 runs and picks up 4 wickets. And a wicket apiece there for Maman and Cotwell. Though Maman this time, let's say he did get punished for some of the short deliveries that he was firing down. So the Austrian Daredevils not quite the big score they were hoping for. This time it's going to be 118 for 6. So 119 required for Grass Cricket Academy if they are to win their opening 2 matches. Rico Full here along with the ECN crew. Join me back in about 10 minutes time for the start of the reply from the Grass Cricket Academy.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back as we get ready to see the reply here now from the Graz Cricket Academy, needing 119 for victory. And they're going to, I think this is where they've got to sort of play the same way they did in the last match against Snazzy. Just go out there and bat with freedom. Of course, it's always a little bit different when you're chasing. You've got that target in mind, so 119 will be in their mind. But let's just have a look at the equations here. So restrict to 82, and it's possible, but you're going to need a very good start and early wickets to do that, and not give too many extras away. So to start with an extra straight away, but of course, to try and knock the runs off in the 7 overs. Well, if you go by the way that they batted in that last match, I think that is possible. I think they can do it, but they need a good start. 1 from nothing. No, that is a good start. All right, in the air. And there's 2 men that are keeping an eye on this. And they don't get anywhere near it in the end. It's not an easy one. It's just going to be a chance that presents itself. But it doesn't get taken. So we'll take a good look at this. So it just goes up. It's the head there from Safi. I think that is all wrong. Head up in the air. Doesn't get under it. Lifts the ball up in the air, gives half a chance. It's only half a chance, but if you take a half a chance in a match like this, it could be big. That one, it's going to be another teaser, and held on to brilliantly. Brilliant catch. Really good catch from the captain. And Buset Omari has taken a really good catch. It's a good job that he's had his MOT and had those brakes tested, because otherwise he was going to run over the boundary with this one. But Buset Omari has taken a very good catch here. Have a look at that, and there you go. He has to put the brakes in. Yeah, just about in time. What a moment that is from him. So they get to Sultan Zai. First ball, well, he gave an opportunity in the last match, didn't he, against Nazi. They didn't hold on to him when he was dropped on 0. And then he went on and pounded plenty of runs from the bat. 32 he smashed after that. Not this time. They hold on to him. 39 actually he got. It was Samagol who was also dropped on 0. He went and made 32. Well, you can see that the Daredevils, they're not in the mood to give out any charity. Was the half a chance to remove Safi? That wasn't taken. But the half a chance to take Sultan Zai, that is taken. And he's going to go for a golden duck. Great catch there from Omari. That's another. It's 2 and 2. It is 2 and 2. That's Nick. That's caught behind. Oh, they're up and about, the Daredevils. They are up and about as another one bites the dust. It's another huge wicket. Goes swinging at this one. Look, he takes his body away, goes for the big swing, and Mansoor Safi will go first ball. The half-centurion in the win against Nazi, making 53 of 90, is going to go for a golden duck. Yes, he is. And Derek. But just like that. Just like that. This is a hat-trick ball. Some people will say that it could have been a hat-trick already with the chance of the very first legal delivery. So Safi on a hat-trick. He has taken 2 of the big guns out already. Look at the celebrations there, because you know how important a wicket that was. Sultan Zai goes without scoring. Omari takes the catch to remove him off Safi. And then Mansoor goes, caught behind brilliantly by the keeper. Hat-trick ball. And he's got him. It's a hat-trick. I'm sure he's got him here. Yes, he has. We see a hat-trick on the European Cricket Network, the first one here in Austria. And it's as pure as they get. It started off with an amazing catch from the captain, Buset Omari. And then, well, Gowda's come out there, and the same way that we saw Mansour do, he's swinging at this wall. He gets a little snick on it, and Shaheen Mahmood makes no mistake. Takes the catch. It is a hat-trick. Golden duck for Gowda. He's going to get derricked off, but we have a hat-trick. Hat-trick here in Austria at the Seebahn Cricket Ground. And it will be the name of Shafiq Safi that will go on the Hall of Fame. He has done it. First the catch down the ground, a brilliant catch from Omari, the captain. And now 2 catches behind the stumps from the keeper. Shafeen makes no mistake, Shaheen Mahmood. 3 and 3. Could have been 4 and 4. Here we go. And just leaves this one. That's the captain, Yogesh Balage, coming in at number 5 with the innings at the moment in tatters. Thing is, though, they haven't wasted any balls, so if you can get a partnership going, you can still get into this match despite, well, you're just going to have to write this over off. Ball to go still. Has to go back because there seems to be some talking. Oh, remember Hamid Safi? He skied one up and he was lucky not to have gone. Places off the back foot. No run. What an over. What a start from the Austrian Daredevils. Well, they needed a great over. And boy, they were given one, weren't they, by Shafiq Safi. It is just 2 on the board, 3 wickets taken, and Shafiq Safi has taken a hat-trick. And what a hat-trick it was. The catch on the boundary, running from inside the circle from Omari. This is the catch. Brilliant. Well, that was número 1. Ahora, número 2. Mansour swinging, gets an edge, and the catch taken there by the keeper. No mistakes from Shaheen Mahmood. Thank you very much. And there's another. The batter doesn't want to go, and then he has to look around and be given. So Gowda will go. He's definitely sticked it. Heard them both. You can see he was just trying to walk away and pretend that now he's all innocent. Nothing there. There was plenty there. And now there's another appeal. It's all happening at the moment. Pressure being felt by Graz Cricket Academy. If they get out of this, then that would show real courage and fight from them. Hamid Safi and Yogesh Balage out there in the middle. Short, good hit, down the ground, 6 runs. It's almost a straight bat pull from Hamid Safi. Signals the start of the fight back. 6 runs. So they go with Shahid Abed, bowling over number 2. Dot and a boundary. Run rate, 12.8. Not really a concern at the moment. Wickets definitely are a concern. Smashed. And that's the, you know, I'm liking this. I think it's the only way, the best way to reply. Just basically say to yourself, okay, we are under the cosh here. What we need to do is fight, and fight is what we are going to do. Swinging hard. Gets another one away, so dot 6-6. Abed under attack. Wonder if they make any change to the field here and decide to send a long on back. Well, it's an interesting change, really. They've sort of gone with a long off going back. High in the air, very high. Oh, what a catch this would be. And nobody takes it. Nobody takes it. You can see that the captain, Buset Omari, has called everybody else off this. This has gone so high, it's gone up to the Austrian Alps and back again. And he just couldn't get himself in a position to take it. You can see the relief from the batter. Oh, well, that one could have been the one. Hamid Safi almost gives his wicket away. But remember what I just said before that ball. It's going to be a wide. I just said I was surprised that they went with long off back and not long on. And I think if you go with long on back, and you probably find that that probably would have been Buset Omari that would have gone back. I'm not saying he would have taken it because that ball went so high. But he would have stood a better chance. When you think with the balls being aimed and hit, you'd think long on would be the better bat. But they've gone with backward point and a very straight long off. And that's been hit beautifully. Too short, really. Too short. And Yogesh Balage, the captain, he opens his account with a boundary as well. Fight back continues in this over. That's the third 6. The over's gone magical. So after, what you'd have to say was a magical over in terms for the bowling side for the Austrian Daredevils after that hat-trick. Only 2 runs came from it. This is the fight. This is the fight back that you needed to see. And Grass Cricket Academy seem to be not too focused about the wickets that have fallen, but more the task at hand. And now a wicket goes. And they had to be brave, did the Grass Cricket Academy. And Yogesh Balage, after hitting a 6, he, off the ball before, is going to be 6 and out. Shahid Abed finishes the over with a ball that's full and straight. And the captain has missed it. Stumps and not backwards. The stumps go for a walk. As well, that's what Yogesh Balage is going to have to do as well, the captain. He's going to walk back as well. It is the 4th wicket that falls at the end of the second over. And GCA are 22 for 4. And another good batter who performed well in their earlier match is sent back. 6 or 4 cleaned up by the bowling of Abed. Well, Abed puts Yogesh Balage to bed, but has he put this fight to bed as well? We'll go through the wickets in a moment, but let's go back to the action. Smashed. Well, that's what you got to do. You just got to say, whatever happens, we are just going to keep on fighting. We're going to keep on fighting, and that's certainly what's on the mind of Hamid Safi as he smashes another one away. That's a great hit. Keep on fighting. That's the answer. That's what they're looking to do. So Safi does come back. And off one ball, he goes for more runs than he went for in his first over. Only went for 2. That's 6. Hamid's been joined by Akshay Wag. Shorter delivery. Beats him outside the off. The batter just wants to check the height here. The 2 umpires will probably combine together to say that's probably the one for the over, but that'll be about it. Yeah, those wickets that have fallen. Sultanzai, of course, went for first bowler. That's not a good delivery. It's a good stop, though, behind the stumps from Shaheen Mahmood. Yeah, it was Omari took that great catch, which then sparked the hat-trick. Mansoor Safi went very first ball. Mahmood taking the catch, Safi doing the bowling, and then Gowda. It would be very much the same. High in the air now, catching opportunity. And never looked like he was going to take it. Never looked like he was going to take it. He was hoping that the other fielder next to him would take ownership of this. You can see as that ball's in the air, he's like saying, go on, you go for it, you go for it. In the end, Shahid Abed had to go for the catch, puts it down. So an opportunity to take another wicket goes begging. And you've got to take whatever comes your way. Oh, that's well bowled. How close is this to knocking the stumps over? Very good delivery. Oh, that is so close. So Safi dropped on 20. The battle of Safi and Safi. The two Safis probably holding the key to the way this contest goes. Up, too short, and that's been muscled away. He's a powerful man, is Hamid Safi. He really is. This guy scored 160 runs last year and took 11 wickets. He's a unit. Look at those arms. Look at the power that he generates. And if you're going to bowl short and wide to him, he'll just rock back and hammer it over the boundary. You've got to get that ball pretty full. And that's not right either. That's another enormous hit. Today, the story really has been of opportunities not taken, and those opportunities have cost you. Every match has presented those, and in this one, you'd have to say it's those opportunities to remove Safi. And while he's there, this match is very much alive. They may have lost 4 wickets, but they have taken the rate down to under 11. And if Hamid Safi stays there, the game stays alive. 3 overs completed, 43 for 4. It was 45 for 1, so only 2 runs in it. But the wicket's the factor. You need to find a way to see if you can get the wicket of Hamid Safi. Akshay Wagh knows what he's got to do here. He knows his part here to try and stay there, to try and support, take the singles. He's left-handed as well. That makes it something they've got to think about. That's well played, and it's going to be one that gets through the fielder. It's going to be, oh no, it's not going to be 4. He does the rock and roll, gets up, sees that the ball hasn't gone past the boundary, and just casually throws it in. Here we go. He thinks he's gone for 4. As he stands up, says, oh, there it is, and just throws it back in. So that works out pretty well there for Zadran. I just wonder whether they're missing the opportunity here. For me, I'll answer my own question. Yes, they are. They should have tried to just take the pace off. Now, this one gets away. Where does this end up? It's going to probably be a wide. So that's going to be, 2 wides. And that's a great result because just like that, actually, wow, without having to do anything, has given the strike back to Hamid Safi. Yeah, they think about the slower bowlers. Think about those slower bowlers. Take the pace off. Do something different. Because this guy here, I mean, look at the size of those arms. I mean, he is a unit and a half. It reminds me of some of the guys that we saw playing for Royal Roma there in Italy. I mean, he's built like a tank. And if he's hitting them with pace coming on the ball is going to keep on going. You've got to try and find a way to outsmart him, outfox him. Take the pace off. Pull shot to the fielder. Just keeps it to a single. I suppose that's a result every time the ball doesn't go to the boundary. But the thing is, it's at 10.5. So 10.5 is really take your singles, get 1 boundary and over. They've got to try and you're going to win this match here. The Austrian Daredevils, they've got to get the wicket of Hamid. He's the wicket you got to try and get. Akshay. Oh dear, that's terrible. That's going to be a minimum. That really is poor bowling from Suleiman. He's fired it down the leg side again. I mean, just trying to bowl too fast. That is missing the target by a long way. And despite the efforts there from the keeper, Shaheen Mahmood, he can't stop it. So you see what I mean? And just 1 boundary will do it. So that 5, that minimo, has taken it to less than 10 and over now. So here, all they've got to be thinking about doing here for the remainder of this over, which has had only 2 legal deliveries. So we've had 7 in wides, a 2 and a 1. All they've got to do here is now not lose your wicket and just tiki-taka. Well, that's more than tiki-taka. It's a very good stop from Buset Umari, who probably didn't need to throw the ball in that way. Yeah, tiki-taka from here will do it, but is that what Hamid Safi is thinking about? He's probably thinking, well, is at 9, but if I can get another couple out of the middle of my bat, I can take it down to around about 8 and over. Doesn't quite get it right, so it looks like the slightly shorter, heavier ball on a couple of occasions has just quietened Hamid, but they don't mind, even though they've quietened him up. They're still doing the job. They're still keeping ahead of the rate. They've actually taken that rate down. Wickets are required here for the Daredevils. It's well played. They decide not to take the single here. So a rare dot ball. Yeah, we saw 2 dot balls in that over. That went for 21 from Safi over number 3. So Suleiman looking to finish the over well. And it will be a single, which they won't mind because it means that Suleiman will go back on strike. So 13, when you consider that's 13 off the over, but 7 of those came in wides. I guess it's not the worst. Four overs complete, 56 for 4. At this point, the Daredevils were 60. So pretty much even Stevens at the moment. And it will, for me, it stays in favour, this of Graz, unless they take the wicket of Hamid Safi. And the longer this match goes on, the more Abed will feel that is that opportunity he had to take the catch. Putting down Safi, that's going to be the key. Remember, Safi could have gone, though, even before he started. It was half a chance really early in the innings. In fact, I think it was the first legal delivery. First ball was a wide from Safi. And that is going to go all the way to the boundary. It's not the worst of deliveries from Rahman, but I've said this before, get your field right, get the field right. So if he's going to be going across the left-hander, and it's not a bad delivery to bowl to the lefty, but gets a bit of an edge, and it's going to race away all the way to the boundary. So back to the drawing board for Romano. Don't see any change in they're keeping that third very fine. Good delivery, good comeback from Rahman. This time he angles the ball into the left-hander, Akshay. Running hard, and we'll get there. Rahman trying to stop the single. All right, now this is where it becomes important. Hamid Safi, the last few balls he's had a go at, he hasn't quite got it out of the middle. He's dragged him into that leg side area, but I've been impressed with the way he's put away the short ball outside the off. He just rocks back, leans back and hits over that deep extra cover. That's what he'd be looking to be doing here. That's hit him, and they're all appealing big time here, but I get the feeling that this is probably outside the leg stick. You get a chance to see at least the height of this ball as it goes through and strikes him. So the height probably It probably is going upwards, but yeah, that's pitched well outside the leg. I mean, once again, it's a terrible, terrible appeal. I mean, I think teams should be fined 5 penalty runs for a bad appeal like that. Okay, another one. Gets bad onto ball, and it's kind of stopped, partially. I suppose he does stop the boundary, and I suppose the key here is now you almost feel that if this, they've taken 7 off the over, and you almost feel that even if this goes to a boundary, the fact that it means you start the next over with X-ray not on strike, that it could be a bit of a win. I think that's more of a win than them taking a single here. And, well, they will take the single. So you get what I mean. I mean, all right, they're just on one there, but he's back on strike. And he could really go big in that next over, where if he's not on strike, I suppose you've got the opportunity to keep him strike. So in the end, that's not a bad over at all. Only the 8 come of that one from Rahman. So they win that over. It's the first over, in fact, they've won since that's first over. After that, it's been, in terms of the run scored per over, it's been the Grass Cricket Academy that have been on top. So 64 for 4 after 5. That means that they are just 4 runs behind here, where the Austrian Daredevils were. But the Daredevils then lost some wickets and fell away, didn't they? We're having a look here at the Euros of women's cricket, which will be the last event on our calendar year. It starts on the 9th of December, goes through to the 20th. And, of course, slightly different from last year when we had our very first ever Euros of women's cricket when it was just 5 teams. Here, too, we have the Challenger Division and the Premier Division. And, of course, the top 2 teams there, Spain and Austria. We will see them in action next Saturday when they will be playing some ECW. So that'll be a good opportunity for those 2 teams to get to know each other and start to plan their tactics. Oh, well bowled. Very well bowled. But a dot ball against Safi at the moment is good. Safi made a cracking start, but now, look, it's still not bad. I mean, I still maintain if he stays there, they should win the match. But you can see what's happened because he hasn't been able to get a few boundaries away lately. The rate's gone from 9 back to almost 12, and that's just been because he hasn't been able to get the big shots in. But he's still got them there. It just takes one, doesn't it? Just takes one. Just one loose delivery, one big shot, and he'll be back in the mood again. And there it is. That's that one. They go for the short delivery, trying to bang it in, and it ends up being right in the hit zone of where Hamid Safi wants it. So back to the drawing board. You see, it's just a hit me ball, isn't it? Just there. Easy hit. Thank you very much. Smashed to play. Smashed away. Hello to Ivan B, who's saying hello, everyone. And yeah, Dave, see you later, whatever you get up to. I know Dave said he might be back in time for the last match. We're looking forward to seeing you coming back, Dave. Welcome to everybody else that's in the chat. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday. Of course, it is the start of the weekend, the Friday, especially Friday afternoons. You got that weekend fever and vibe about you. And I told you it will take one shot. And Hamid Safi found the boundary fence again, and now he's done it back to back. So after 2 dots, 2 fours, gotta go straighter. Got to go straighter. One good ball, one good Yorker length delivery could be the difference of winning this match or losing the match. But it's got to come pretty quickly. Suleiman, probably the bowler who's had the issues. And this one's down the leg side. That's going to be 4, you know. And Wonder if it's leg buys or off the bat. Not quite seen. I haven't seen a leg buy signal from the umpire. So, yeah, signals 4. So he's just helped this along, and that's the issue Suleiman has had. We remember we saw him bowl the 5 wides in his first over. And he got away with it, really. He gave 7 in wides, but it only went for 13. And now after that good over from Rahman, he's once again just losing his way here in this over. And that is high and gone. Catch is taken. Suleiman gets the wicket. He's celebrating, and so he should, because Hamid Safi, after getting to his 50, hitting the second or the third 4 in this over, he gets to 51, and then he goes for another shot, but this time there's a fielder right out there on the boundary, and the catch is taken. And look at Suleiman. He's celebrating. I suppose you would celebrate even if he'd been hit for 30 and then he took the wicket of Hamid off the 6th delivery. You celebrate because, as I've been saying, that's the wicket that you need if you want to win the match. And they do take the wicket. The catch is held, the important catch. And a brave innings from Safi comes to an end. 51 off 22 deliveries, 5 sixes and 3 fours. And it is Zadran who holds on to the catch. Suleiman probably picks up the most important wicket in the inning so far. So the left-hander Akshay is now going to be joined by Shaukat Durrani. Durrani himself picked up 4 wickets. Now he's got to do it with the bat. 76 for 5 at the end of 6. Good shot. Really good shot for 1. And Busat, what is he? I don't know why. Where's the awareness and the match awareness from the captain here, Busat Omari? I mean, is he forgetting he's not playing a contest of who can throw the ball the fastest? He's trying to win the match, and throwing a ball away like this, which could quite easily have gone to the boundary at the other end, is, well, it's stupidity. You've just got to think, right, okay, we've just got a big wicket. Now he should be talking to the players and saying, right, boys, we're in this match. We should go and win this. Keep it tight. Don't throw the ball away. Keep it tidy. And instead, he's firing the ball in like he's lost his marbles. Rahman is brought straight back in. You have to really. It's a good-looking shot, and that will go all the way. 6 runs as Durrani is showing what he's capable of. And we know, we've seen him do it before. Shaukat Durrani, 190 runs last time and 10 wickets. This guy can bat, I know that. And I know a lot of people in the chat know it as well. They were asking for him and about him when they played their first match. Well, he's out there now, and he's seeing if he's the man who can make a difference. But he's got to start from scratch. The rate, around 10. Firmly hit. And this is going to get to the boundary, I think. That's 4 runs. It's got to be classed as a misfield from Shafiq Safi. He does get there. Just watch the way that Safi fields this. So what he's got to be doing there, and this is one thing that he's got to learn, when he's coming for that ball there, his first contact should be a lunge forward at the ball. So you're pushing it forward. No ball, surely. That's high. Oh, that's high. They're going to have a look at this. I feel this is too high from Rahman. I feel it's too high. Let's have a look. So Durrani's the batter. Yeah, that's far too high. That's going to be a no for me. Yeah. So no ball called. A free hit now for the left-hander, Akshay. Rahman there, oh dear. 6 and 4. I mean, the 4 should have been stopped maybe. It's hit nicely. Just a single this time. In comes the throw to the keeper's end. Keeping it simple. Keeping it to the keeper. That's not again the worst of overs, but, and this is the thing, if you look at, apart from that over, the first one from Rahman, if you look at every single over, so I mentioned that the first over only went for 2. That was the hat-trick over where 3 were taken. After that, then we saw a 20, we saw a 21, 30, then the 8 from Rahman, then a 12, and now this one's gone for 14. So in terms of winning the overs, they've only won 2 of the 7 overs. And that's why you'd have to say that even though they've lost those 5 wickets, Graz Cricket Academy, especially with someone like Durrani coming out here at number 7, are still in the driving seat in this match. So the over now will come to an end. There's still a ball to go in that one. So it will finish in the end with 15. So 15 come off the over. 91 for 5. The rate now at just over 9. We'll turn our attention away from that match for a moment. The one team that will feature again is the Daredevils. So we'll see more of Omari and Tariq Ahmadi. And maybe they're going to have to be at their best, Rafiullah as well, because they're taking on Vienna CC, MSP and his crowd are back. Kitab Omari will be hoping that he and Iqbal Singh can also be in good form, as well as Mark Simpson-Parker has been. And then some of the others can play a big part here. And yeah, there is. Hamdard is in the side. I was going to say that Kanaga Hamdard, wasn't he good last time in his all-round performances? Helped to get to Vienna CC a point in one match and probably helped to get them a win in the other. It gets played away, and that's going to go to the boundary. And this is going to be by. So it's an error from the keeper, first of all. He really needs to stop this, but for me, it's quite interesting. If you have a look at where he's standing totally in the wrong position. Is the keeper not really standing behind the stumps? He's actually standing to the right of the stumps, and the ball goes to his left. But they've always opted to have this fine leg in third, but they've never been, for me, never been in a position where they're in the play, they're in the game. Just gets pushed away, and of course, whenever that first ball goes to a boundary, after that, every single is a win. Only a dot ball becomes not a win. So you've got your boundary, it comes in buys, and now every time you take a single in this over, you're winning the battle. You either take wickets or you go down here. So dot ball, so that's a win for Graz. And the rate hovering between 8 and 9 at the moment. Akshay has shown that he can play well in the covers. And that's where he goes for here, and that's where he gets his runs. So it's finding the right field placements to the right batter. And I think this is what you're trying, this is what now I'm seeing Shafiq Safi trying to say here. I mean, to Akshay, they've got 3 men on the boundary on the leg side. I think one of those needs to come across and go into that deep extra cover area. He likes to play the shot there. Here we go again. This time he targets long on and comes across and makes stop. It's another wild throw. And I tell you what, the captain, he's really got to question some of the fielding he's been doing. Every time he's getting the ball, he's lunging it in. And if it was going straight into the gloves of the keeper, fine. But he's throwing it halfway down the track, and it needs about 4 bodies to try and back it up. In the air, will this go to hand? It will go to hand. It's a catch taken. Durrani departs. Could that be the wicket that starts to shift the balance towards Graz Cricket Academy? You'll have to wait and see. The 100 then comes up, and then the catch taken. It's well taken, actually. Deals with that pretty well. I think the sun probably would have played a part, so holds on to the catch. They pick up another wicket. 101 for 6. So Durrani goes for 12 of 8 deliveries. And Tariq Ahmadzai picks up the wicket. So Amatai, of course, was the player of the match in that win against Sanazi. He scored 78 and took 3 for 17. So they've held back using him. You guess he'll bowl this, and if required, the last over. So get the breakthrough. It was also a wicket at the end of the over. 10 come from it. So they just win the over, don't they? The Graz Cricket Academy. 6 down then. 12 balls to go. 18 required. And that's going to be a wide. Not a good delivery here from Abed. Extras. Extras could have been key in this match. We've seen now that there's 16 extras in this innings, 10 of those in wide. So actually 17. That one was a bit late going on. So 17, 11 in wides. Let's take a quick look at what we saw given away by Graz. They gave away only 4 extras. 3 wides, 1 no ball. So you can see where this match could be won and lost. Catching could be key. And he's put it down. He's put it down. And I think he's put down the match. If I'm honest, I think he's put down the match here. It's Akshay that hits this, and down it goes. That is the match. That's the match. Akshay survives. Zarawar on strike. Pressure. Where's the pressure on the new batter? Where's the pressure? Sneaks this one in, says the umpire. But where's the pressure? New batter on strike. Where's the pressure? Where's the pressure stopping him getting the single on the offside? Where's the pressure bringing somebody in on the... You got 3 men on the leg side. Hasn't hit a ball yet. Where's the pressure? Where's the mid-wicket inside the circle? Say to the miscue, I'm going to take the catch. I'm not going to give the single away. I think if you're winning this match, you need to take wickets, Graz Cricket Academy. There you go. Nobody there. They'll take the single. It's just as easy as that. And now Akshay, the recognised batter with 3 balls to go, goes back on strike. I know I was talking to Nish about this yesterday, but we just don't see teams do this. Just don't see the teams doing this. And Helix agreeing with me, you know, why do they sometimes just ping that ball in at 1,000,000 miles an hour when there's no need to? And very good point. I don't know. It's just not smart cricket. The same way a new batter coming in and nobody pushing on him. And Akshay up in the air, and there's your boundary. It doesn't take a lot. I mean, you know, I'm no guru where I can see these things. It's basic. It's basic common sense. It's a crunch game. A new batter has come out. You've got a batter who's set, who, if he stays there and stays on strike, wins the game for them. So bring your field in. They're allowing him to get a single, and then Akshay hits the next ball for a boundary. Hits this down the ground. It should be stopped, and it will be. And this time, it looks like Buset Amari is not going to fire the ball in at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He holds on to it. So they do take a single. And probably now, I would say that Akshay has probably told Zarawar, we don't want a single because I want to stay in strike. So have a go. He does have a go. And he's going to get 4 runs. So again, smart cricket. So in that occasion, so if you're asking me, so I'm telling you already, you're going to put, when it's in the middle of the over there, or beginning of the over, when he's on strike, Zarawar, you're going to put your men, you're going to have sweepers, but you're going to have men there stopping the single because you don't want the majority of the strike going to Akshay. But when there's a ball to go, as I said to you there, Akshay has told Zarawar, you're having a swing at this because I'm staying on strike for the last over. So straight away I'm thinking, right, he's going to have a swing. Right, let's protect these boundaries. Third, you're going back because I don't want an edge to go to the boundary. All right, mid-wicket, you go back. Fine leg. I would even push a fine leg back. You got to think about the match. And because they're not thinking, they're going to go down here, certainly, with 4 required off the last over. And Akshay, the left-hander, on strike. Don't forget, Akshay was dropped as well. An absolute sitter there at point. So those catches I said at the beginning, if you don't hold your catches, you're not going to win these important matches. Played away, and that one will be just a single. So, and look at this. Just look at this. And they don't run here. I mean, that is poor on the part of the fielding side and the batting side. Standards in this match have not been good. Watch the keeper here. I mean, that's a run. And you can see he's putting the stop sign up. Is Zarawar. Zarawar wants the glory. That's a run. You got to take that run. All right, Zarawar doesn't want to miss out any balls here. They're needing 3 and 5 balls. Goes for the big shot and will win it. Well, that's why he wanted to stay there. And now he turns around and says, that's the way to do it. Well, you can see some Ronaldo celebrations there from some of the teammates. And it will be a win for Graz Cricket Academy, which is fair play to them. It's not often you see a team that lose their 3 wickets in the first over, which only went for 2. That hat-trick from Safi come back and win. But they just, like I say, they won every over in that match, apart from that first over that went for 2 and over number 5. Other than that, they won every single over, and that's why they win the match. And if there's people that sometimes question what myself, Vinny, Charlie, or even Nishay say, and Corey as well, when we say don't worry about wickets, just go out there and play your game. Wickets don't matter. Being brave and playing your game, and more importantly, not chewing up too many balls. That's the difference. If you do that, you can still go and win the game. Well, this is a match that proves that. It doesn't matter how many wickets you lose. It doesn't matter what happens at the beginning. What matters is that batters, the likes of Hamid Safi, who even when the chips are down and he sees 3 batters go without scoring while he's out there, you still play your shots. And he did that, and the only other batter that's worth mentioning in that innings, I suppose, is the left-hander there, Akshay Bagh. But Daredevils, you dropped them both, and that's what cost you. You saw that Hamid Safi dropped him 22 before he went and made 51, and then right there towards the end, you saw Akshay being dropped in the sitter. That's how it could have started. That could have been Safi getting the very first ball, legal delivery. But I didn't give that as a missed opportunity because I don't think it was easy and they don't get hands to it. But that was a great catch. That is what started the hat-trick. What a catch from Busat Amari. He takes a brilliant catch. Then it was over to the wicketkeeper, and Shaheen Mahmood didn't just take 1, but he took 2. I mean, that was the big one. That's Mansoor, and you can see they were delighted about that. And this was the hat-trick ball. So there was a hat-trick there. No wonder he was happy. He was jumping up and down with Shafiq Safi. Takes a hat-trick, but he's going to have to now sit back and realise that though he will have his name in the Hall of Fame, the match itself ends up being a loss. So the Daredevils will still end up on the losing side here because a number of reasons. They weren't able to hold on to their catches. And I think then right at the end, then the smart play just wasn't there. The mindset, the killer instinct to win a match when you're on top never took over. You saw a lot of this opportunities there. Then that over there from Suleiman. The over itself went for 13, but he gave 7 away in wide. Wouldn't you have loved to get those 5 wides back there? And wouldn't you have loved to have some of the balls that went through the fielders back? And those are the little areas that if you don't tighten up on, this is another one. Look, that's just technique. I know you'd say it's a little bit unlucky, but the good players there, as they're coming into that ball, they're lunging forward at it. They're making sure the ball's not going to get through them. They push it forward. It might mean you give 2 away, but you're not going to give the boundary. And that was a catch there. That was a catch that I said at the time, that's the match. And it proved to be. Our catch gets dropped, and the rest is history. And there's the shot there right at the end. Well, Zarawar didn't want to take the single. He wanted to be on strike. He wanted to be on strike to get the win for his side. So it will be the Graz Cricket Academy that will win their first 2 matches. The first time of asking. And well done to them. The Daredevils, they will go down in that one. But they're 1-1 at the moment. Now they have one more to come. They will be taking on Vienna CC. Quick look at that scorecard. Hamid Safi, 51 of 22. But look at the rest of the scorecard. And then when it mattered, Akshay Wag, 25 of 16, helping and seeing his team through to a victory. On the bowling front, Shafiq Safi, 3 for 23. Though it is worth mentioning, though his first over was only went for 2 and he took a hat-trick, his second over did go for 21. So he bowled the best and the most expensive over in the match. And then the other bowlers really, I suppose they were let down a fair bit by the fielders. But field positioning is everything. And it's an interesting thing. They're on the network. You hear me say this from one country to another. It's almost like that a lot of these teams just don't really get the principles of trying to save runs and stop runs being scored and try to stop the non-strikers who are not the key players, to keep them quiet. They allow the key batters to get on strike. And in this match that we just saw, is by them allowing that to happen that we go and see the Grass Cricket Academy go on and make it 2 wins out of 2. So we've got some 16 minutes before match number 24. It gives us a chance to take a bit of a break, take on some fluids, but we'll be right back for the start of this one. The Austrian Daredevils, well, they're going to have to take on plenty of fluids, get a little bit of rest in there, and then come out there fighting. They're playing their third match, and they're taking on Vienna CC. And not only will they take on Vienna CC, well, the Grass Cricket Academy will have to, well, they will have a slightly longer time to have a break, but they will also come back and play their third match, and they too will play Vienna CC. That'll be an interesting finish to the day. But for now, we're going to take a break, and we will be back, like I say, in just over 15 minutes' time for, once again, the Daredevils, who are taking on Vienna CC. And a good time, once again, to see Mark Simpson-Parker, to see how he fares in the day. So join me, Rika Full, and the rest of the ECN crew when we come back. Volvemos en 15 minutos.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Match number 24, everybody. Well, I tell you what, this is very fitting for a Peacock Friday. It comes in very handy and it keeps the sun away as well. But we're getting ready for another match here. This is going to be an explosive one. It will be the Daredevils playing their third match. They are taking on Vienna CC. Let's see if Vienna CC can come back strong here today. Last time we saw them, they had one loss. It was a surprise loss really there to Indian Vienna, but they did get a big win against Shari Punjab Vienna when they once again scored big runs and put them on the board. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Vienna CC the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
We will bat first.
They can have a bet.
Whew, it makes a difference when I haven't got the shade of the umbrella. Anyway, what I can tell you is that Vienna CC winning the toss there, and MSP is going to have a bat first. So he's hoping that his good form can continue here, and maybe someone like Khatib Omari can find his form again as well with them. They've got a number of good players, of course, we know that. Maybe even the Big D, who I do know is struggling a little bit with a side strain. So I'm not really sure if he's going to be 100% to continue on to play here today. But of course, they're a good team. They've got some powerful players. But of course, the Daredevils, they'll be hoping that they can have a big finish to their day. Of course, playing 3 matches. This is the third. Tariq Ahmadzai was absolutely fantastic. Can he find his form again? But I think also the captain has to go big here. I really do think I'd like to see Buset Omari at the top of the order. If he can be there, then maybe the two of them can once again give them a really good start. And don't forget, you also got the likes of Rafiullah in there as well. So a big match coming up. Join me back in the cube and I'll tell you a little bit more about the squads. Hello and welcome back. Well, I wish I was doing a little bit of singing in the rain. Not really, of course. Wouldn't want the cricket to be affected. But if somebody could get a sprinkler system or a hose pipe going here, that would be good. But yeah, the parasol came in very handy. Well, not just keeping the sun off me, but at the moment it's keeping the equipment going well. I hope that Nish is going to thank me for all my efforts here today. I've got the fan going, I've got the parasol, keeping the sun off the equipment. Let's just hope that he plays his part and he has bought himself a Peacock Friday shirt, which he promised he will have on display tomorrow. This is what's coming up in this one. Vienna CC, good to see them back. Mark Simpson Parker, Khatib Omari, and also the likes of Kagana Hamdard are going to be key in this one. You'll see there is no Daniel Eckenstein. So I am right. The Big D is struggling with injury to his side. He showed me a nasty bruise actually yesterday. So he's going to sit this one out. It makes complete sense. Daredevils, Buset Omari, Tariq Ahmadzai are going to be key. Naqvi Jaffrey coming back into the side. That could be quite key. I mean, that's maybe the slow option of bowling that they were missing. 77% to 23% though in favour of the Vienna CC side. Though I will say, when we saw them a couple of days ago, they did have a slip up, didn't they? They were again big time favourites to win in the match against Indian CC Vienna, but they went down Indian CC Vienna got 139 on the board, and Vienna CC 107 for 10. Oli Kangana Hamdard made 25 or 20, was the only batter to make any runs. All of the top 3 key batters didn't perform, but in their next match, Khatib Omari, Iqbal Singh, both scored 50s, and Mark Simpson Parker and Akbarjan made 32. So they did come back well, and they also went on and muscled 193. And of course, earlier on in match number 1 of this series, we saw them score 196. So when they get going, they score big. Here's the first ball. Short and muscled. Thank you very much. If you're going to bowl it there, it's going to go only to one place. I do wish bowlers would learn, but they don't seem to. And I'll go on and on about it, but nobody's listening to me. Nobody's listening to Uncle Rico, as that one will be smashed for a big 6. So that's the start that Khatib Omari wanted. Plays it away. He's the opener, and he's got Mark Simpson Parker with him at the other end. What happened to a bowler wanted to get a nice, good Yorker length delivery in first up? And they bang it in short, and Omari says, "I'll have that. Thank you very much." 6 runs. And that one is going to be too wide as he tries to adjust. It's a wide ball. Oh, so we're going to miss. We can hear those bells again. The last time we heard those bells was yesterday, and it was the bells to signify the firepower of Hassan Sadiq, as he went big, didn't he? What a knock that was, by the way. Can still, I mean, everybody was talking about that knock yesterday. Hassan Sadiq, 95 of 29, just fell short, of course, getting his century. It ended up with 95, and then it was Surjinder Singh who held his nerve, 20 off 10 to win the match. That's going to go, oh, well, there's that throw, and, well, they will now get the run. Now, why is this guy not learning? Can I just, if I had a hook now, and Helix, yeah, Helix, back me up here. If I had a hook, I'd hook him here, and I would literally pinch his ear, and I'll say, if you do that again, because what is he trying to achieve by throwing the ball like that? Break his wicket keeper's hand or one of the fielders. So just like that, they allow an extra run, and Buset Omari, let's just say that with his antics in the field, he took a great catch in the last match. Fair play. I've got nothing against that, but he's throwing the ball in like a madman at the moment, and maybe that's why the bells are ringing. But yeah, so throws the ball, overthrows, and allows the batters to rotate the strike. Wide ball again from Shafiq Safi. Safi looking to bounce back after that last match. Took a hat-trick, and high in the air, disappeared. But even though he took a hat-trick, he also did get mashed away for a lot of runs. And that's another one that gets played away. End of the over. And the batters will have a bit of a chat. So 15 without loss. So it's been a long, hard effort, hasn't it, for the Austrian Daredevils. Started the day well, putting 161 on the board, getting a 60-run win over Snazzy, and then of course we just saw them in that difficult match where they looked like they were going to defend that score 118, and they made the perfect start with a hat-trick of the first. It was 3 for 2, and then, well, after that it just went all very wrong for them. just taking the time, get the field set, getting ready here to bowl to MSP. It's Suleiman. Starts with a wide delivery, and MSP, it's just an easy hit for him. Look at the time that Mark Simpson-Parker has just to wait on this and hit this over the offside. We've seen teams pretty reluctant to set a sweeper out on the offside. I think they're so aware of the natural hard-hitting talents of a lot of these batters hit on the leg side. That's where most of the field is. But MSP is different, isn't he? He's very different. He's one of the rare breed, if you like. That's hit beautifully, and that will clean as a whistle from MSP. Clean as a whistle. That's going to be 6 runs. Yeah, Mark Simpson-Parker, he does play shots to all around the wicket. Sometimes he can, and he's admitted to me, I spoke to him the other day, he said, you know, yeah, there's been times when I have gone against my normal game and try to hit on the leg side, but I've got to stick with what I know. And that's the sort of hitting and the timing and the stroke play that we're used to seeing from MSP. Lovely shot, first the cut shot. And he's one of those players who he keeps a good eye on where the field is, so he plays according to the field as well. Difficult guy to bowl at as well, and he scores his runs really quickly. Well, reaching at this one, he gets a bit of an inside edge there. On this occasion doesn't quite use his feet. Let's have a look at this here. Is he done by a slow ball? No, it's just a wide delivery, which he really should have left alone. He knows it, and I think it's Omari at the other end saying, hey, what are you doing playing at that? And now he gets beaten, looking to go down that vacant long off area part of the ground. You can see where he's eyeing up. There's nobody there. And looking to hit it over the Stronger Together banner there in your shot. Arubzai Suleiman. Sort of a 50-50 over so far. 2 boundaries, 2 dots. And now we're back to the boundary as this just gets elevated. You can see what MSP is hardly hitting this one. It's just timing, really. Just times this beautifully. Some more thinking. You can see that Captain Amari just having a chat there with the bowler. Oh, well, what's going the furthest? Bring out the tape measure. Is it the bat or is it the ball? Well, MSP throws away his piece of wood. Well, he's got a smile and have a look at this for a bit of action. A bit of Peacock Friday action. Well, bats are meant to fly, they say. Well, that was taken off pretty nicely. MSP literally throws away the chunk of wood. Said, "Kidhar gaya mera bat? Kidhar gaya?" Oh, tell you, bat to apna fallama. Need that, he says. Well, that's interesting. What's happened to this win percentage over there? Just like that. After that over there, after that second, that's surely wrong. We'll have to revisit that in a moment. The 32 without loss. I think the heat is getting to a few things. It's getting to MSP. It's getting to the bat. It's getting to the win predictor here. I want to see that come up again because I'm pretty sure that went heavily in favour there of the Daredevils to 82%. Yeah, I did see it. I know it's changed back again, but I did see what happened there. That's a Gundy ball. The keeper gets a glove on this, and it means it's just going to be 2 wides. Yeah, I did see it. You think I didn't see it? I saw what happened there. The Daredevils went to 82% to 18, just like that. I think, nah, that can never be right. Keep an eye on that. It's playing tricks on us. It doesn't think we're looking, and well, we were looking at that as the bat took off at the hands of MSP. The bat did go further than the ball. We've had that confirmed. And this one goes underneath the man at third. It's not the most eye-pleasing bit of fielding. Trying to make the stop out there. I think that was Shaheen Mahmood. So it might have changed then in the keeper. Shaheen Mahmood was the keeper in the last. We see that Rafiullah Mandozai is now back behind the stump. So they've been changing it around a bit. I think Rafiullah was the keeper last time round. Speaking of keepers, it will be Iqbal Singh will be behind the stumps for Vienna. Played away and well stopped. It is worth pointing out that it's got to be a tough day for the Daredevils and also for Graz Cricket Academy when you're playing 3 matches. Graz, though, will probably be thinking, you know what, 3 matches and we've won both. We don't mind playing another, keep our winning streak going. But when you're not winning, and when you do go down in a tight fist fight, as that last match was for the Austrian Daredevils, and you end up on the wrong side, then you are going to feel it. So this is going to be a real test of character and of strength for them, that's for sure. Thank you very much to Paul Kemplin. He was saying, nice umbrella, Rico, and he's saying, come on, Vienna CC. So clearly supporting the lads in yellow. Yeah, it's a nice umbrella, isn't it? Slower delivery, it's a full toss, and this time MSP holds on to the bat, and that gets worked away, so 4 more. I'm just saying that MSP, he's a lovely guy, you know. I think he's a real gentleman. He's lovely to speak to. Only got a brief opportunity to speak to him the other day, just before they started their matches, and unfortunately, by the time I finished here in the cube, he'd departed. But he's just a lovely guy. I know it's a lovely family as well. His sister also plays a very good level and standard of cricket. It always great to have a chat with him, but politely spoken. And you know, I'm hoping that he performs well here, and once again gets his name in the lineup to maybe be playing for Austrian Karma. Well, there's the heart there. Haven't seen one land in that at the moment. Well, that's of course the excess boundary rope. MSP, delightful shot. One thing about MSP, never tries to hit the ball too hard. There we go, lovely heart. I'm giving you a little bit of love here on Peacock Friday, but yeah, never tries to hit the ball too hard. Sometimes though, especially when he's flicking out on the leg side, the onside, we have seen where he's not able to get the power in the shot and he ends up giving a wicket away. So the timing doesn't always work for him. At the moment though, he's going well, 30 off 11. We'll make that 34 of the 12 deliveries that he's faced, and that over there from Shahid Abed will go for 20. That means that the power play is complete, and it will be 50 up in it, 52 without loss. And healthy start from Vienna CC. The over by over scores, you can see there 2 lots of 16, and then the 20. Should be nice and fresh here, Vienna CC, certainly in this match, and we'd be hoping to cash in and capitalise. This is also an opportunity, I suppose, depending on how the 2 batters out there do. I mean, if these 2 bat really well and stick around, I guess it means that some of the other players will sort of take it a little bit easy in this one, and they can rotate it slightly in the match against Graz if they want to, just to making sure that the squad is nice and fresh. I love this shot off the field. It's always interesting to show you guys at home how the field has been set, and what you just saw there, that they've got 2 men on the leg side. Well, we've just seen that that Omari himself is also going back at long on, so that means 3 back at long on, long off his back as well. Now, I reckon there. Hang on a minute. Ooh, did they get the 3rd? Yeah, 3rd has just come inside just at the right time. I thought they had 6 out there for a moment, but 3rd man did come inside. And basically what you saw there is that Busset Omari went back, and then third had to come in. He just made it in before that ball was bowled. So they've got 3 on the leg side. Omari's taking forever to get where he needs to be. A long off is very, very straight. Then you've got a fairly straight man at extra cover. That one gets played away, and that's the field that's working at the moment. And then you've got nobody back then behind the keeper. So the man on the 45 is up. Third is up point, and backward point is up as well. So it's if you can play the funky stuff, it's a good time to play it. And I think that's why you're seeing here Omari just trying to get the swivel on. He's trying to make sure that this goes fine off the man who's being posted on the boundary at third, and anything fine, anything in that area will go to the boundary. Likewise, if he's able to work the man over the ball over third. Oh, that's not good batting, actually. Omari is being given 2 long hops down the leg side. He's missed out on both of them. That time it will be a wide. So Tariq Ahmadzai, not the best bit of bowling, but he's getting away with it. And this one is going to be fingertips, but no catch. It's the difficult one. The fielder who's there on the 45 coming across to try and get there. Let's see him go. So comes across, trying to get there, gets fingertips to it. Not an easy catch. It's a little bit like the one that maybe they could have got Hamid Safi last time. This one's been, oh, well, that's talk about putting your body in the line for your side. Don't give it a rub. Right, you can now. Nobody's watching. Now you can rub it. Yeah, this one is caught him right on the leg. Let's see this. Watches the bounce and just sticks the leg in the way and hopes that it's enough to stop it. It is. Hasn't been able to get the... Oh, no. No. Get out of here. Well, first of all, there was a catching opportunity that Nucky Jeffrey wasn't able to take. And now this. That's not good. Well, he should have gone to the opticians. That's what I say, because I don't know what he's seen there, but it wasn't the grizzly ball. Gets past him and goes to the boundary. That's going to be 4 runs. And let's just say that's not one that's going to put a smile on the face of Tariq Ahmadzai. 9 off the over. It could have been just the 5. Should have been just the 5. 61 without loss, because they weren't running that. They said no, because it was going straight to him. He goes down and misses it. So at the moment, I would say going at the 150 sort of pace. Bobbles away and single. That's a nice throw. See, those sort of throws, that's the way to throw in. Just nice and easy. One bounce to the keeper in the gloves. Nicely done. Goes for it and will get it. Gia. Shaka Lagia. Kinnasona. A lovely shot. You can see the road that goes behind where we are here. It's quite a busy little road. I was saying yesterday to the production crew, I think I was talking to Danny, someone was saying, you know what I'd love to do if you have a look at the scenery around here? I would love to just hire a car and just get in it and say, yeah, let's see where this goes. The roads and the landscape here look so nice. I think the sort of, you just get a chiller box. Yeah, let's see some more of this scenery. Why not? I do love it. Just get yourself an ice box, fill it up with ice, a few drinks, a few pork pies. What else can you throw in there? A tub of coleslaw, some cherry tomatoes, a few cucumber chopped up, and a few yogurt drinks up in the air. That's going to be 6 more. And you can see that Omari missed out on a lot of short deliveries on the leg side, but he certainly is liking hitting straight. So, let me see, Nucky Jaffrey coming on to bowl. Well, he had a few issues in the field. Opportunity for a catch, which he wasn't able to take. And now with the ball, he's got some more issues. because he's gone single 6-6. And well, let's just say Omari is liking what he's seeing. Yeah, strawberries. Yeah, strawberries. A few strawberries. He might as well get me some of that squirty cream as well. I do like it. Right in the air. This one is also going all the way. I can tell you something else that's worth mentioning. I don't think there's the reason for these sixes, but the wind is, the little wind that we do have is blowing towards us as well. It's gentle, but that will also help these hits. You can see these balls are not going to hold up. If they hit down the ground, they'll stay hit down the ground. Yeah, strawberry, squirty cream. Now, what else could I add to that? What about cocktail sausages as well? I like cocktail sausages. Asking the question, we're going to go upstairs here. So Omari on 38, will he stay or will he go? You can see that his foot, he keeps it planted. But how is it there? I think that stays down. Let's have a look here when these bells get taken off. The foot goes, yeah, I think there's enough of that past the line. So good work behind the stumps. It's a nice take, Rafaela. But I think there's just enough behind that line. And they're looking at it, taking their time, and looks like the not out decision stays. Not by a lot. I think it was closer than I initially thought. And nice to see that the two men involved there in the action are having a bit of a chat with each other. Omari having a chat with Rafaela. I was probably saying, yeah, nicely done, good try. But that's why I always wear an extra 2 sizes bigger in shoes. They help to keep me inside the line. Could be an issue though in our run, says Omari. 80 on the board, a ball to go. And that's nicely struck just for a single, and probably knows that I'm going to be laying into him if he threw this one. He went to throw it. He did, you know. He went to throw it, and I was just about to say, don't you dare. And he held back. He held back and didn't throw it in. And we are on 81 then at the halfway mark. Now, normally here, I'd probably come in and have a bit of a chat with you, but we've had a few issues with one of our cameras. So, yes, I am on my own as well. And you haven't got the lovely mugshot of Nishay to have a look at in wearing his beautiful Peacock Friday shirt. We just thought we'd save you. We save you the problems and save the issues and save, of course, Spring Media having to juggle around the camera. So no comms cam yet. Yet we might sort it out, of course, for the last match of the day. Also, it's worth pointing out, as that's another good take from Rafaela. Very quick hands. So Omari, he's living dangerously here. We can't really see that because of the shoulder off the fielder anyway. So I think if the umpire did want to go upstairs, he would get a voice on his walkie-talkie to say, you can't see it. You got to give what you think you saw. Yeah, also saying, we're pointing out that the camera at the moment would just be sizzling in the heat. And I know that also said to me, this is up in the air, it's a teaser, but it will go all the way. It's going to be 6 more, and Omari gets it away. MSP, by the way, has been kept a bit off the strike lately. Omari is going well, and Vienna CC, once again, the top 4 batters showing just why they are so dangerous. We know that you can add the likes of Iqbal Hussain to their dangerous hitters. And, also, Hamdard. Well, that's a lovely shot, isn't it? That's beautifully negotiated. Just gets himself in a very good position, and he just sort of, it's like a little paddle shot. What's this? He just says, there we go. And he gets it fine enough. The fielder who's out there has got no chance. Yeah, let's have a look at this again. Yeah, nicely played. Just helps that away. He sort of jumps across because it's short enough, and he works it away to the boundary. Nice shot. Yeah, so the camera, if it was here, it would by now have fried and it would have melted. So that's another reason we don't go for it. And that's down the ground. It's going to be 6 more. And, well, Kitab Omari, what a good bit of hitting it is from him. Well, that's 6 more. And he's enjoying himself out there. Just watch this. Just right underneath it. Boom. Thank you very much. And it's going to be another 6. And Manos arriba from the arbitro, and Amari brings up his 50, 55 in 19. He's not done yet though. बहुत बताइए आपने कितना हमारी नो अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी तो पूरी तो गली पर कितना हाले मेरा काम खत्म नहीं होया हाले काम काफ़ी रहंदा मेरा टाइम हैगा शायद मैं अपनी सेंचुरी पूरी करा आज well maybe let's see if he does. And if they don't bowl well to him, he seems to have just molded himself into form here and looked a little scratchy to start off with. He missed out on a few that were down the leg side, but now he's getting it right. Well, I'm not sure what the 12 man is doing there. There's still a ball to go. He's running on. Wasn't quite ready, and now it's another swing, and he misses out this. This one is the one he's got to do better. So it looks like the batters are just going to take on through fluid. And I like that call. I think Tizer, the tournament referee, said right at the beginning there won't be any scheduled water breaks. Sometimes we've said, you know, at the end of 5, etc. But if the batter wants a drink, then he's got no objections with the 12th running on and giving them a quick drink and then running off. I think it makes absolute sense, especially in this heat. I mean, if the equipment is burning, like I said, like the cameras and things, you can imagine what's happening to players. Well, finally, Kitab Omari gets some applause from his teammates who now realise several balls after he got to his 50 and since has moved on to 61 that he's got his half century. So he does get the applause eventually. 103 without lost in after 6. And it looks like a team that have already posted 196 and 193. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, 196 and 193. It looks like they're, well, probably on to put something like a 170 to 180 score on the board here. But a couple of wickets could change that, and that's what they're looking to do. And that's why Ajmal is going to come on the bowl here now, and he will get levered over the boundary. So Mark Simpson-Parker, who hasn't had too much of the strike lately, he smashes this one straight down the ground. It's a good clean hit. That's Mark Simpson-Parker at his best. Look at the way the bat comes all the way over. Now remember, I did say that sometimes he does try to he's just timing the ball, and he doesn't get the bat to come all the way over, and he's often given chances and being caught on the boundaries. He does that. So it's good to see him really following through with his shots. It doesn't quite get this out the middle. It will bounce away to the field on the leg side. So 6 and a single. Hands are striking back to Omari, who at the moment is going well. And it'll be well, red card, referee, red card, referee, have a word, ref. Somebody had to put a word on this. Somebody had to say mine. They didn't. They sort of looked at each other and watch this. Well, there's the party trick from MSP, and that if you ever saw a red card, that is it. Oh, look at that 2-foot challenge. He's saying, I didn't touch him, ref. I didn't touch him. Well, the intent was there. He's off. He's off. 12 man is on. In the air and wide off the fielder. He'll get 4 here. He'll get 4, Omari. So 65 becomes 69. Batters have come close, haven't they? Hassan, Sadiq, 95. We saw a couple of 88s. We saw a 78 this morning from Tariq Ahmadzai, who then just couldn't get on strike. And now Omari, he's got his eyes set on it, hasn't he? Yes, he clobbers this one down the ground. Well, he's now into the 70s. 75 he moves on to. Kitab Omari. Let's just check out. I mean, I'm going to really going to curse him here now. So I'm going to do the proper commentator curse thing here. And I can hear a lot of people saying, Rico, don't do it. Don't do it. What are you doing? Well, look, I've already said he's on for it. So I might as well have a look. So I'm going to look at let's have a look at what he's done here already. So Before the start of this series, his highest score on the network. So it's really in this tournament. Up until now, he hasn't really got going at all. So his highest score we saw was 20 against Cricketer CC. Of course, that needed to be updated. We did see him bat very well the last time that we saw them. So we know he's a good player. And yeah, his highest score then was 55. He's gone past that. So that's not been updated on the website, by the way. So knock to those that are working on the website. That was, of course, a couple of days ago when he scored 55. Before that was 20, and that he made against Cricketer CC. So he's on to his highest score, and now he is, well, after scoring 50 for the first time a couple of days ago, now he has got the magical figure in his sight. He's looking to go all the way. Well, that now takes him into the 80s. And he's got the right man out there, MSP, to just keep him focused. Mark Simpson-Parker, the captain, will be talking to him and say, hey, come on, stay focused. You're onto something here. Stay focused. 82 of 26. Short. And pulled away into the gap between the square and mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 more. 82 becomes 86. This partnership keeps on growing. 135. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see the first century? We've seen a hat-trick in the day. Are we going to see a century? Katabamari on 86. Well, he tries to play that little dinky flick shot of his. I better get his bat in here. Well, that would have been a bit naughty. He doesn't get the bat in. If that hits the stumps, he would be in a fair bit of trouble here, you know. And let's see here. He's sort of, here comes the throw, and well, he's so busy rubbing his leg where he got hit by the ball. Mind you, he gets a bit of time to just stand at the other end for a moment. Mark Simpson-Parker on 44 himself. And, well, he gets wrapped on the pads as well. Misses out on this one. It's a couple of balls on that leg stick that don't get put away from Hilal Walik Kel. Shot. What a fine way to bring up your half century from Mark Simpson-Parker. He'll do it in style. He'll do it with 650 of 19 balls. This partnership now coming close to that 150 mark, 142. And MSP, Mark Simpson-Parker, another half century for him. And if I'm right about this, I then think that he has scored in the 6 matches that they've played. Just trying to think about this. In the 6, he scored 3 on the opening day. I think the last time we saw him, he scored 1 out of 2. And he scored, so I reckon I think he scored now 5 out of his 6 innings. He scored a 50. 3, then no, then yes and yes. Swing and a miss. And that's great. It's brilliant from MSP. 58, match 1. And then 54, match 3. 50, match number 5. Then we saw them come back to play 2 matches on match day 3. And he scored, he got 32. That is 32. So it wasn't a 50. So he didn't score 50 in the first match. So he scored 4 in the 6 innings that he's had, but the 32 was not out, by the way. So MSB in great form. 142 after 8. All right, back to century watch. Big, boom, a A boom, boom, boom. Shakalagea. Hey up. Bully. What a shot. Now into the 90s. Kitab Omari, 92. 92. Partnership, 148. Are we going to see the 100 come up here? Batters have got close, but nobody's got there yet. Batters have got close, nobody has got there yet. Tariq Ahmadzai, who got close himself, thought he was on earlier today, but then he couldn't get on strike for 12 balls. Rafiullah smashed it all over the place and left him stranded. Goes for it, gets it. That's another 6, so he moves to 98. 98 not out. And we've had a lot of centuries on the network this year. It's been quite extraordinary, but it's in the slot. Kitab Omari hits it away. We could be onto a magical moment here. These are the last ones we saw. 107 hat-trick from Rehan. Let's go wide. And that, of course, you saw in Rome. So is this going to be the 108th century this season, by the way? That's very well bowled. He digs this one out. He'll take the single, and he'll just sweat it out at the other end. It moves to 99. Well, how many batters do we know that are in that 99 club? Omari, he can hear me. He knows what he's on. MSB places away. He'll take the single. And Omari, with a ball to go here on 99. Oh, is that the ball to go? Yeah, it is. So, Tariq Ahmadzai, is he going to spoil the party? We've seen so many batters recently get out, caught on the boundary, going for the 100. Will he just try and push at this and take the single? No, he goes for it on 99. And he'll be out on 99. He will be out on 99. And Kitab Omari goes for the big shot. He will be out on 99. He goes down onto his knees in despair. Of course, it's easy to think about it now. We saw the same thing yesterday to Hassan, who did the same thing when he was on 95. Went for the big hit, got caught on the boundary. And now we see another one here today. 99 and out. Tariq Ahmadzai gets the wicket. The catch gets held. Now he's still getting a standing ovation here. But Kitab Omari will get consolidated by his teammates. It's a wonderful knock. It's a great partnership of 157. But he joins the 99 club, and you can see one or two of the players saying, inna glosiga. No mistakes by the fielder. Takes the catch. And Omari, oh my Omari, will get out on 99, caught by Shafiq Safi. And MSP just places out towards the captain, who then throws his away in typical fashion, but the keeper now knows that he's got to be alert to this. Well, we see some cruel things in the game. Again, it's very easy to say, why didn't he just push at it and take the single? He's going to be asking himself that question all night long. Why? Why didn't I just push at the ball, take a single, get me century and carry on? Well, it's one of those that many a batter have asked that question. 99 of 33 deliveries. So our wait for the century continues. 12 sixes, 5 fours, 99 and out. MSP is out there now with Abdullah Akbarjan. Well, he tries to get funky, doesn't quite get it where he was liking to, so they think about another, but MSP says, nah, stay there, we don't want to run out. 3 balls to go, so it's been a 160 kind of day, hasn't it? 161 for 3, 173 for 5. The last match, 118 to 122. This one, once again, we're into the 160s, but 160 or 170. Plays it away, it'll just be another single as, oh, this gets thrown away. Overthrows, thank you very much. MSP gets himself back on strike thanks to a wild throw. And the batters say, okay, we'll take another. Thank you very much. 2 balls to go. Will they get past that 160 mark? And the boundary would certainly get them there. Well, goes for it. Doesn't quite get it. This has been a good over. A good comeback by Safi. Safi, of course, spoiled the party by taking the catch to move Omari. Ball to go then. And will still be a ball to go. That one's a wide. MSB swings at it quite viciously, but no contact made. Will have to be bowled again. So 166. Just wants a boundary here, doesn't he? Gets a boundary. That means he takes this into a 170 score against a team that have had pulled up this score before, and that's that boundary. That's the one that he wanted. So with that 6, it means that it's 172. 172 for 1. And remember, the sort of scores what we've seen here today, 161 batting first. That was the Daredevils themselves. Grass Cricket Academy 173. And now, just for good measure, we've had a 172 as well. So the end of the innings, and it's been, well, one that's been glorious in a way. It's been joyful, but it's been painful as well, hasn't it? Not for MSB. He's quite happy in the way he's batted. Bats all the way through. 25 balls for 58. But, of course, it was all about Kitab Omari, who had an interesting sort of innings. He got going, and then he went off the ball a bit. And there he is there. Look, you know, he's a lot of people talking to him now and saying, hey, look, unlucky, you're this close. Look at that from MSB. And... oh, I love that moment. Let's keep that for later. That's MSP saying, what did you do? Come here. And just for good measure, he gets a little tap. Probably because I know MSP. MSP probably told me, hey, you're on 99. Just take a single. He didn't want to take the single. He wished he listened. He knows he should take the single. There was a voice in his own head that was saying, take the single, take the single, take the single. But then the devil came up. Well, maybe it was one of the devils from the Daredevils that came up and said, I dare you to hit a 6 to get your century. He listened to the devil and he got out on 99. It was a fun moment there when the bat went flying out of the hands of MSP. But some good shots. But you can see that Omari, he did have a chance there. And that was Jaffa that could have removed him. It didn't take the chance. That was a little period of about 4 or 5 balls that we saw Kitab Omari just not being able to get a ball away. And then, though, he then got one out of the middle. And then as soon as he got that one out of the middle, he was back on and getting it right. Everything that hit that bat just kept on going, and going. MSP was quite happy just to hang around and watch and admire from the non-strikers then, because Kitab was on to something special. And you don't get closer than what he did, do you? You don't get closer than what he did. This one was a red card offence. 2-foot lunge. That was a great shot right in between those two fielders. So he's getting closer, got into the 90s. MSP, well, that's the MSP celebration when he gets a 50. So that's 4 50s in 6 knocks for him. And then there was the pain. And if you could just capture some of the moments there, watch this. Look at MSP. He holds his head. Omari holds his head. But look at the way they all came. You know, that's what I really admire from the players out here. Look at the way that the Daredevils came up to him and said, hey, look, don't worry. It was an unbelievable knock. 99. Everybody congratulated him. He almost got a guard of honor when he came back, but he didn't get that century. But I'm looking forward to seeing right at the end when the innings came to an end. That was it here. I wonder if we see this. MSP, the captain, look, here he goes, Omari. Then watch for the little slap here. Said, Idala, al, tampar Maria. Getting out on 99. And, well, it's joined the club, the 99 club, Kitab Omari. We know that we've seen some batters stranded on 99, not out. But where they haven't been able to get back on strike. But 99 out, and it wasn't like he was going after the last ball as well. Will he get another chance? Will we see anybody get any closer? We've seen a 95 now, of course. That was yesterday. Hassan Sadiq. And now here we've seen a 99. There's the bowling figures. And look at the number of bowlers used, by the way. I count 9 there. 9 bowlers used. And Tariq Ahmadzai, the only one to take a wicket. And what a wicket it is. Tariq Ahmadzai saying, hey, I had a chance to get a century early today. I didn't get my chance because Rafiullah stole the show. And now I'm not going to allow Omari getting it. So he does the bowling. And it's Safi there who took the catch. And that was the end of the dreams for Omari, even though he gets a really good warm reception from everybody for that effort. 172 for 1 that it is. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time for the reply from the Austrian Daredevils. It won't be easy, but remember, they are a team that have scored 160 in the day. That's how they started the day. It's a long day, though, for them. Will they have the adrenaline, the stamina, and also the fight and passion in them to go out there and make a game of this one? Join me, Rico Full, and the rest of the game when we come back in about 10 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, everybody, to the action in Austria on this European Cricket Series at this beautiful Seabarn Cricket Ground. A little bit of cloud cover at the moment, which the players will relish in at the moment, but still very warm. Temperatures out there in the high or to mid 30s at the moment, but it feels, the temperature about 34, but it feels a lot hotter than that. And it has been an exceptional day of cricket, and plenty of runs have been scored. And what about that last innings? You got to feel, really, haven't you, for Kitab Omari, 99, and gets caught, going for the big hit. I haven't had a chance to talk to him. I've seen to some of his teammates, and they all said the same thing. He didn't want the single. He said, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it with a boundary. Fair enough. But it's maybe if he gets the opportunity again, he may be thinking differently. But what Vienna CC have done, thanks to that 99 from him, and of course that half century from their captain Mark Simpson-Parker, they put them in a good, strong position. Now look, they're missing a few players. We know that. We know that that even before the last time we saw them, they needed MSP to bowl that very important last over to get a win over Sherry Punjab in that high-scoring match the other night. And of course they made 193, and Sherry Punjab got to 169. Gain after it, falling down by 24 runs. There we saw Harmeet Singh score 86 not out. So we've seen some high scores, but we haven't seen that century yet. But we have seen a hat-trick today, so maybe the century is not that far away. Asking the question here early on. They're probably just straying down the leg side. This will give us an indication of the height of the ball. So, yeah, actually the ball also on the way up, I think. So a number of things probably not right with that one. Captain Busset going for the big hit. Yeah, I suppose it was destined maybe to clip the leg stick, but too high for me. There's enough things there for the umpire to say not out. And then this one has been hit pretty well. So Busset Omari has got one away. Well, one Omari came close. Who knows what this Omari will do. Busset Omari, good to see him at the top of the order. They're trying to see if he can keep his team in this contest and how long he can keep them in it for. So he starts with the boundary. 6 runs from him off the second ball. Junaid Saeed. Here's the bowler. Another 6. It's a good length to be smashing the ball away. So that's been smashed. In the slot. Well, see, it must be struggling with a bit of cramp there, I think. So as soon as he hits that Busset Omari, he does go to hold his calf. So 2 slot deliveries and 2 shots down the ground. So maybe you want to go maybe a bit shorter here. Oh, and he goes high up in the air. Now this is the moment. And held. And, well, watch out. Incoming Grizzly in the air. Get out of the way, everybody. Catch gets taken. And well done, Saeed. It was slightly shorter. And high fives all around. The catch has been held. And Vienna get the wicket. Here's the swing. High. Head goes up in the air. That's the issue. And well held. And watch. Here comes the throw. Said, "Allo, farlo hon jinni bhi farna mata farliya, tusi bhi farlo." So that's going to be the end of the captain. Omari, the captain, 2 sixes and out for him. And Hamdard holding on to the catch. Junaid Saeed gets the breakthrough. Omari doesn't go as well as the Omari number 1, who now is going to have a shirt made with 99 on the back. I'm pretty sure just backs away. Well, here he is. Well, he's got number 14 on his back, and I'm sure MSP has ordered the shirt with number 99 on the bat for Omari now. Yeah, he's just saying he did slap you on the back of the head. Yeah, we saw it. It was a lovely moment, actually. I certainly would have done it. I did call to him, but he wouldn't come to me. He knew what I was going to do. Out, corner bowled. It's another. And Jaffrey is going to go for a 2-ball duck. And it's Junaid Saeed who takes another. What a soft dismissal this is. And just like that, at the end of the first over, the Austrian Daredevils, they are 12 for 2. And Junaid, it's an easy corner bowl. Yes, he says. I got another. And it's going to be a bit of a... It is Peacock Friday. And Derek looking splendid in his Peacock Friday gear. There's Jeffrey. It's a sad walk back for him. First over gets completed, 12 off it. And after being hit for 2 big sixes, what a comeback there for Saeed. Takes 2 wickets, gets the wicket of Omari, and Jaffrey, who's only came in for this match, is not being a good one for him. And went for plenty of runs and goes for a 2-ball duck. Corner bowl there by Junaid. So Shaheen Mahmood is now joined by Zaraullah Japakel. Gotta ask a question here, and maybe I'll ask after this ball. Down the leg side, it's going to be a wide ball, but where is Tariq Ahmadzai? Why is he not coming out? I mean, I understand Buset Omari and Shaheen. I like that move. I don't think that Omari should be coming out in number 4 like he did last time, so no issues with that. Jaffrey coming out at 3. And Zahura Jabrakel coming up 4. Big issues with that. Why are we not seeing Tariq Ahmadzai? Can't get his line right here at the moment. Again, the bowler. So this is Saisama with the ball. Yeah, not sure what that is about. Tariq Ahmadzai not coming out. And you would have thought he would have relished the opportunity to get out there. Now that's hit pretty well. MSP will take the catch. Beautifully done. He's got such safe hands as Mark Simpson-Parker. So that's going to be your first baller for Shaheen Mahmood. So we've seen Peacock Friday Duck. We might as well have a look at Golden Duck as well. Golden Derek. Come out, wherever you are. Come on, come out of the pond. And you've got to come out. And we might as well have a look at Golden Derek. So he's going to be gone here. And first baller from Shaheen Mahmood. So it's going to be gone. Hello, everybody. Well, there's somebody who wants to say hello, and we haven't seen him for a while. And his name, of course, is James. James Pond, he's going to go. Yep, Golden Duck. And another swing and a miss. So, Daredevils, we've seen them put one good knock in the day. But since then, it's not gone well. Still, we're not seeing Tariq. Rafiullah has come out. So he was another one that needs to come out a bit earlier. So he comes out before Tariq Ahmadzai. That one is going to be okay. So Sai Sama had a few issues getting the ball in the right areas to start off with. But now he's getting it right, swinging and missing. Hello, Wayne. Wayne comes back. I know that a few people were going to be busy a little bit earlier, but said they'll all join us for the last one. I think Dave might be joining us back pretty soon as well. Hello to Jeffrey Mobs as well. That's hit firmly and well stopped. And the batters, good calling. Hello to Jacob as well. He's saying good evening to me and to everybody else in the chat. Nice to have you with us. Hope you're having a good day, or had a good day, I should say. Sama. And that's going to be lucky for the batter. Poquito de suerte. Cuatro carreras. Rafaela needs a little bit of luck to get going, and he needed that one because it was 4 balls and misses, and he does get back onto this. And that one goes just past the helmet. And we'll go to the boundary. So 2 overs complete, 18 on the board. Issue is it's 18 for 3. Rafaela is somebody who can get going, and we do know that you still got Tarek Ahmadzai to come out, but I think when you're chasing someone like this, you've got to... The top 3 is, for me, straightforward. Omari, then Tarek, and then Rafaela, and then after that you can go with something like Shaheem Mahmood if you wanted to, etc., etc., but it's not worked at the moment. They go right back to Saeed, and why not? That last over, by the way, only going for the 6 is the long over because it started with 2 wides, but then the wicket, then dot, 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 dot. And just that boundary, a lucky boundary right at the end. Junaid Saeed, once again. Into the pads, but going down the leg side, the batters will. Well, he's got a rush here. Gone. I reckon that's out. It is out. That is sensational work from Iqbal Singh. Really is sensational. Big smiles on the face of Iqbal. Wonderful moment. And he was on his back foot. Look, he wasn't expecting the run. He said wait. Saw the batter coming, then has to go. And Iqbal, that is outstanding from him. Really is. Direct hit. Gets his man. And look at Junaid Saeed. He's pumped up. Iqbal is pumped up. Vienna CC are pumped up as they've just taken the 4th wicket. And it's going to be Jabrak will go as well. It's not going well at all. He'll go also without scoring. Run out of the first ball he faced. He's on the back foot. You can see him saying no. But Rafaela had already started. Still no Ahmadzai. They're gone for Ajmal, who comes out here. And that tells me there has to be an issue with him. But we did see him bowl in the air. He maybe is going to have to come out now because that's another wicket. And Junaid, well, he's taken his 3rd. It's the 2nd to fall in the over. And you feel that the Austrian Daredevils here now, they're at the point of no return. They really are. And just bear in mind just how many they need to get a point. They're not going to be anywhere near it. Is more joy for the fielder as Hamdard, who takes another catch. He's not going to drop those. Oh, it's all gone wrong. So Rafaela, after taking the run, which in hindsight he probably shouldn't have gone for because the batter wasn't expecting it, he's now departed for 4 of 6. Oh, this scorecard is in tatters. It really is. New batter comes in. He's certainly taking his time to get there. The clock is ticking, you know. And he still ain't taking guard, by the way. The clock stops when the batter is ready to face. It's still ticking. It's still ticking. It stops there. Close. Swing and a miss. It's just a polite inquiry. Well, it looks like he's come out there pretty reluctantly, has Tarek. How does a man who scored 70-odd runs earlier today, 78, I think, come out at number 7? And then he smashes the the first or the second ball that he faces for a big 6. Yeah, you got to say there's something quite not right about this batting order, or there's something not right in the camp. Ahmadzai does finally come out. And thing is, though, he's sort of lost all the batters you would feel that he needs to be out there with if they're going to get this win. That's the way you're thinking, really. Right, 6 runs. Junaid gets back to his mark. 3 for 19 so far. And gets him beaten here. Well, wide is being signalled. I thought he looked like he got some movement here. Let's wait and see. Have a look at this. And yeah, he's getting swing there, but with that ball being a little bit short, it was always going to get away from the line. I'm liking that from John Gray, saying Vienna are waltzing to victory. It's better areas. That's been absolutely thumped. That's 6 runs. Well, what a powerful hit this is. MSP's only got about a metre or 2 to go here to get anywhere near this, but he's hit this so hard. And hard and flat. And it ends up getting past MSP. And that's why I was saying, where's Tariq Ahmadzai? Why hasn't he come out there? I mean, what's he waiting for? You need this guy at the top of the order. You want him to face as many balls as he can. And they just didn't go with him at the time. Hello to John Gray, who's saying hi to everybody. He's been lurking from the car, he said. And hi, and taken. Great catch. Very good catch. That's the end of Tariq Ahmadzai. 2 sixes and out. And how well that has been taken there. I think that's Abdullah Akbarjan. Look at the boundary control. So he doesn't come out. Stays on the boundary. Assesses the situation. Knows exactly where he is. Takes a very comfortable catch. 32 for 5. And now from here on in, I just cannot see them getting even close to that point. That's the end of the 3rd over. So they're 32 for 6 in the power play. And they are 20 runs behind where Vienna were at this point. You'll see that coming up in the graphic here. But, of course, they have lost 6 wickets more. This is the standings. You can see Vienna CC, they started today in 5th. But if they go well here, they can go to the top of the standings if they win the 2 matches they got here. So from 5th to top in a matter of 2 matches, that's what they're looking to do. It's a little bit short. It just gets dug out. And this is the problem here now for the Daredevils. And I can honestly see them being bowled out. I can honestly see them being bowled out here. The Amjad is still there. Gets played away and just be a single. The other thing here, of course, that Vienna CC, they don't have to go too defensive. They can still be a little bit attacking. There's Kitab Amari. He's there on the boundary. Short. Flat batted. That one will get past the infield and go to the boundary. So nice shot. So Shafiq Safi. And of course, what a mixed day for him. He'll go back and of course he'll be telling his friends, his family about his hat-trick and try to avoid the subject of how the match went. A hat-trick and ends up on the losing side. Watches this one go down the leg side for leg side wide. But of course he wants a highlight, doesn't he? Maybe he wants a highlight in this game as well. Get a good knock in. Don't worry about getting the win. Maybe think about getting to that 121. Perhaps think about getting a personal best score. Take away something positive from the match. Amir Javid. With the ball here. Just a little bit short. That's nicely played away. So Shafiq Safi gets his another boundary away. 2 boundaries now to him. Just a little bit short this time round. Of course, talked about some of the days that there is today. In terms of international days, there's 2 really. And Iqbal, well, he'll have to tidy this up himself. He throws that one away. Yeah, so we've got Frankenstein Day today. So can you believe it's been over 200 years since the original Frankenstein story was published? Of course, it's all about the scientist Victor Frankenstein, who breathed life into his very own creation. Nicely fielded. And led to countless Halloweens of young children covered in green paint with a box-shaped forehead on Frankenstein. Over comes to an end. As we have a look at the Worms, so they are a long, long way behind. 44 after 4 overs, but 44 for 6. And do remember though, don't forget the match when the Daredevils made 118 and Grass Cricket Academy, they were in all sorts of trouble in their match. And they did come back. I mean, they were 2 for 3, 3 for 5, 5 for 3. But somehow they got back and got a win, and they needed just somebody to get in. And of course, it was that innings from Hamid Safi. But of course, that was when you were going and looking to score 119. Here, they're looking to score 174, so it's slightly different. But even if you go like that, you can still, I suppose, aim to get to that 120 score. 121 is what you need here for a point. Also, it's International Whale Shark Day today. So we celebrate the whale shark. And one of the largest shark species on the planet. And of course, once again, their numbers are in decline. And 50% in decline. That's high in the air. MSP under it. Oh, somebody's got to call this. What are they doing here? What are they doing? Well, MSP is just not even entertaining the talk coming from Sai Sama. It's MSP's catch. He's getting underneath it, and Sai Sama is just basically barged him out the way. And even Mark, he's saying it's his. I mean, heard the call from here, saying it's mine, but Sai Sama just literally barges him out the way. Now, I don't think that's going to make a huge difference to this contest, if I'm honest, but it's not a good look, is it? It's not good when your captain is calling, or not just the captain, anybody's calling for a catch, and the fielder who's coming from, well, it's not his catch. It's coming from the other side of the field and barges right into him. And MSP, you can see there, just does the right thing, just turns away and doesn't entertain getting into any talk. It's something that they'll probably talk about later. That means hit pretty well, and it might be worth the umpires giving this 4 straight away. They seem to be happy with the height of it. It's a little bit high. I wonder if we can, yeah, maybe it is dropping down. I don't think he's got the power in the delivery to get it past the waist high. Yeah, on the way down. So no issue with that. Yeah, I mean, those sort of things, on another day, they can end up being pretty important. And Jacob is just saying he's got a new bike. He says a new Scott bike. I must admit, Jacob, I wouldn't know what you mean by Scott bike. But I know that you had an unfortunate accident and a few weeks ago where I know your bike got damaged. So good for you. I'm glad. And Lots of stickers to go on it as well. That's good news. That's great. I'm really happy for you. That's chirpy news for a Peacock Friday going into the weekend. And that is chirpy news also for the Austrian Daredevils as Ajmal finds the middle of his bat for the first time. That's his first boundary. So him and Shafiq Safi trying to lead somewhat of a fight back here, or putting a partnership together to try and at least try and get to a score where they can take a point here. Hamdard. Bit of an inside edge here. Hamdard, wasn't he good the other day? What a good day he had in those last two matches when they came back. Remember, they lost, but thanks to his 45 of 20, that Vienna were able to get a point. And then he was also very good with the ball against Sherry Punjab, 2 for 31, getting the important breakthrough when you'd have thought that Sherry Punjab were on course to get to a 194 chase. They got to 169 for 4, falling by just 24 runs. Hamdard played a wonderful game there. So, good player, big player. Plays well in the big moments. That one is going to get away, and it'll be very close, this. I wonder if they go upstairs to have a look. He starts to go. In comes the throw, and I think the bat just goes down, and it stays down. So not out will be the call. Wants to go for the old reverse Malachi here. Does Safi. He's maybe his confidence is starting to flow. Safi does the switch hit, but doesn't make contact. That is going to be out, and that's well bowled. Hamdard gets the wicket, just teasing delivery outside the off. And it's Ajmal who swings hard at it, gives it everything, doesn't he? And sometimes you get lucky with these, but sometimes you get unlucky. There's the swing into the hands of the short third. So Ajmal makes his way back. Is another wicket to fall. Started so well in the day for the Austrian Daredevils after 3 losses out of 3. First time we saw them, they got that good win against Nazi, but then it's gone downhill pretty drastically from there, isn't it? 64 now for 7 with a ball to go in this over number 6. Safi's still there, being joined by the new batter. Just taking a bit of time to get himself sorted. And the bowler just says, well, you know what, I'll just practice. And not sure what the delay is. I think it might be once again just waiting for the scorers to get ready. Gives us a chance to have a look at the field. So you see the 3 men out there on the leg side, and on the off side you've got MSP, who's pretty straight, and the sweeper, which is Akbarjan, who's there on the off side. So yeah, not sure. We've got a bit of a delay here. Not sure why. It's unusual that the bowler hasn't given the ball to the umpire. Normally when there's a delay, the umpire normally takes the ball, because you're seeing there the bowler just bowling the ball around. I mean, you don't normally see that. The umpire has to take the ball, because don't forget, you know, you got to keep an eye on that ball. You don't want the ball getting damaged or any unnecessary wear and tear. Yeah, that's a nice shot of something in the distance. Hey, I'll tell you what, challenge. Can you show us? Can you show us the... who's that popping out of the field? That's somebody's head. I think that's one of local elections. How much of the castle can we see this time of day? I suppose probably not too much, with it looking pretty hazy. But there it is. That's not a bad shot, actually, this time of day. The old castle, top of the hill. You can see some of the surroundings around this picturesque ground. So we do have a slight delay. Not really 100% sure what the issue is here. But once again here, yeah, I mean, I think Tyrone Peters will probably have a bit of a chat. Well, there's the number 99. Yeah, Tyrone Peters might have a chat with his umpires. It's normally if there's a delay, the umpires would take the ball back here. We saw that the bowler bowling a few deliveries and whatnot while we're waiting. Looks like we could be ready to get going here again. So, and gets played away, and Katabo Mari does the fielding, just a gentle throw back into the bowler. Munib Ansari doing the bowling. Did a bit short, gets nicely worked away. Akbarjan gets round, keeps it to 1. Just going for the motions here, really. And you can see that just for a point, they're having to go at just under 15. It's going to beat Akbarjan, is it? No, he'll get there. I was just going to say, if you have a look at the over-by-over scores, they need 15 for a point, and they've lost, of course, 7 wickets. And if you look at the over-by-over scores, they haven't gone past that once in the innings so far. They've had 2 overs that have gone for 14. So trying to go at 15s with 7 wickets down, and still a fair bit of time to go in this innings. It's just not going to happen, is it? It's very unrealistic. Vienna CC well on top here. I think this is a good opportunity for Mark Simpson-Parker just to use as many bowlers as possible, give bowlers an opportunity to bowl who wouldn't normally have a bowl in tighter and closer matches. That's been picked up pretty well, and it will go all the way. So manos arriba from the arbitro as we get a Maximo in the innings. Of course, it did start with 2 Maximos. You have to remember how it started. Buset Omari went boom, boom. He hit 2. We saw 2 from Tariq Ahmadzai, who then hit 2 and got out. Now Shafiq Safi has hit 2 himself. And there was also one there from Ajmal, who was eventually caught by Ansari of the bowling of Hamdard. Slightly quicker, but that's been hit well. That's a good hit. So Shafiq Safi, I mean, the rest of his teammates may have not had the best of day, but he's trying to make sure that he's, at least on individual performance-wise, is good. And that boundary there, it's another 6 from him. It takes him into the 30s now, and just holding the pose as well. Well, that's gone a long way as one of the umpires. And that's the 3rd umpire, Praveen, that does the fielding and shows us his bowling action. And hello to Waza. Waza, nice that you can join us as well. Hope you're well. Jacob coming back to me and saying, yeah, good news about him getting his bike. And better news at the moment than the Austrian Daredevils. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's played away and just be a single. A few people saying, keep an eye on the clock. Yep. I think they'll be okay. I mean, you've got to get through this and one more in the 11. They're not really bowling with a lot of pace, are they? Liking it, wanting it. It's like he's on stage. I like this appeal. It's pitching outside leg, and that's the problem with it. Look, pitching outside leg, even though it is going to go on to hit. Look at that. He said, da-da-da-da, da-da, and the umpire just says, no, not out. Himanshu Jha, loving the appeal. The Himi, give me some more. Let's hear it for Himi, everybody. Ta-da! Oh, I like that. Right, that is hit well, and that's going to go all the way. Balle, 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 ginna, zona. Shakalagia. And Shahar Abed out there with Safi at the moment. And that's a nice hit. Well, that's what Abed thought of the LBW appeal. That's another one that ends up in the car park, the far side of the ground. Himanshu Jha. And this one somehow has found its way over the man at third. And Junaid Saheed chases in vain. It's quite an incredible hit, actually. I think this is just being sliced off the back of the bat. It goes over the fielder and will go for 4. So 4 more. Daredevils. All right, what are we at here now? Up in the air and 6 more. Well, the fight is coming. Safi 35 for 14. Now Abed, he gets going as well. Well, that's what they need to do. So just keep an eye on that. So what's that now? 22? Is that right? 22 of 17? Didn't look like they were going to be anywhere near getting to a point, but I tell you what. Yeah, 22 of 13. They're making something out of this. 17 off the over, and Himanshu, there he goes. And there's a man who likes to celebrate. Himi, yeah. He gets the wicket. And finally gets his man. He goes to 17, picks up a wicket. Quite an important wicket when you consider that, of course, you got the Daredevils trying to get to that point. He just totally misses the wrong shot to play. It's a real hoik, and there he goes. And Himanshu, he likes to get a good celebration into the bed. Will go for 19. He'll be disappointed. He plays a bit of a rash shot in the end to that one after getting himself a few good runs on his board. So that's on the board. That's the end of him. A very good 19, though. 19 of 7. Well bowled there by Himanshu. A new batter will come out, and it's Suleiman. It was also the end of the over, 99 for 8. So also, you can see now with the time, with that wicket going, you get another wicket coming on. So they should be okay. That gets played away. Once the second here does Safi. But he's not going to get it. Suleiman gets his opportunity with the bat. They've got to be careful, though, haven't they? Because they are 8 down. So Suleiman takes guard. Hamdard. Well, that's been just chipped away on the leg side. This is another one that's going to beat the fielder, you know. Goes for 4. So, are they going to sneak a point here? Are they going to steal one away from Vienna CC? They've got to go some. They know that. They've got to go some here. I wonder if MSB, what's he thinking here? So 17 off 10. To steal a point from the NCC. I wonder if, depending on how this over goes, he might even decide to bowl the last over himself, just to make sure that his team take a point. It certainly will be something that he's got up his sleeve if he wants to go for it. I think he may just do that, you know. I think he may. Let's see what happens at the end of this, Dave Hamdard. It's hit very well, and he's going to go for another boundary. So 16 becomes 12 of 8. Just have a look around who he's got now. Saeed has bowled out. He's got Sama, who could technically come back. Went for 6. So it could be Sama he goes to. He might even bring himself on, but it all depends what the players. To take one, think about the second. But Omari, good pickup, good throw right into the gloves there of Iqbal Singh. Ball to go here. I suppose this is where I think Safi is probably just saying to Suleiman, have a go, whack it if you can. Suleiman tries and misses out on it. So we go to the last over. Now, wonder what MSP is thinking here. He's got to keep it under 11. There's the bowlers that have been so far. So I suppose the one you'd go back to is probably you go back to Sai Sama. Himanshu has leaked some. He's not going to bowl it himself. Now, this is going to be interesting. So you can see there from that equation, 11 required of these 6 balls to get a point. And looks like Amir Javed, who gave away 12. Interesting call. So he's not going with Sama. He's going to go with Javed, who gave away 12. And of course, if you get 12 here, then you steal a point. A quick look at the field that's being moved around, so you can have a look there. You'll see that there are the 2 on the boundary and also the fine leg on the 45 on the boundary. That's what they've gone for. That'll be, well, it should have been a wide, but he gets bat onto it and he's going to get 4. So he'll get 4. I suppose, yeah, considering where that ball was, you'd probably say, you know what, I'd rather give the 4 than the wide and get the extra ball again. Interesting that they didn't really do more here, Vienna CC. I mean, they haven't conceded that point yet, but 7 or 5 balls, they had options. Sama could have come on, MSP could have as well. Just making some adjustments in the field, but that was a very wide delivery actually from Javed. Short, goes for it, up in the air, Omari. Can't do anything about it. It's going to be 6 runs. Seis Guerreras. And that's going to be well captured there by, what if we can see, can we get a good close shot of Diana Oroz there, who's the ECM photographer, with her burrito going click, click, click. We'll see Diana just here. Just to the, there you go. And do you recognize that kit, by the way? Diana in her Peacock Friday gear. Well, that, of course, is the kit from Team Europe from the Meltel Shield. So Diana, we're wearing something that she picked up in Rome, and, well, that's another boundary. So the point's been achieved. And I must admit, I don't know about you folks, I'm a little bit surprised that that we didn't see a change in the last couple of overs there from Vienna CC, particularly this last over. Going with Amir Javed, so it's almost like, you know, I'm pretty sure that either MSP or Sama coming on the bowl here would have been harder to try and get the 11 they needed. But, of course, they've done it with ease. They've got 14 or 3 balls. One gets played away. So well done, I suppose, to the Austrian Daredevils to get there. It wasn't the ideal start, losing 2 wickets in the first over. They were 18 for 3, remember. And then, then it continued to go worse. They were 44 for 6. And at the end of the third over, it was 32 for 6, actually, because that's when those 3 wickets fell. So they've done actually very well to recover from that to at least pick up a point. So you've got to give some credit. Well, how about that for a shot? It's a nice shot for 1, I suppose. Yeah, Diana Oroz wearing the Team Europe Meltel Shield kit. Team Europe, of course, were victorious, and 7-2 victorious. And that's all right. Sama going for the catch. He's flat out. It gets through him. It will go to the boundary. It is the end of the innings. And what a good fight back 132 for 8. So remember, at the halfway point, they didn't look like they were going to get anywhere near this. And I'm just typing in some figures here. So 57 off the first 5 and 80, make that 81, yeah, 81. So 57 and 81, so great comeback there from the Austrian Daredevils. So, of course, Vienna CC, they've got the win there, smiles on their faces in a match that once again produces over 300 runs. So Vienna CC have been involved in some high-scoring games, but it will be a win for them. That means that they certainly continue their pursuit to finish the day at the top of the standings by the end of today. So they've got a difficult one, though, coming up next. Grass Cricket Academy, 2 out of 2 so far in the day. They would love to make it 3 out of 3, and if they can get a win over Vienna CC, that then makes them serious contenders this time round. So let's see how that one goes. Starting, of course, in about 20 minutes' time. Let's have a quick look at the highlights. It looked like it was going to be a crazy start with 2 boundaries, 2 and 2, but then there was a catch taken. Hamdard was there to remove the very dangerous Buset Omari. And then, of course, disappointment for Shaheen Mahmood, who would go for 0. Good catch taken there by Mark Simpson-Parker to remove him. And you also saw Jaffrey caught and bowled there by Junaid. And then this was the direct hit from the wicketkeeper. Great work from Iqbal Singh. Wickets were falling and they were tumbling pretty quickly. Touch on the fact that just even after the end of the power play, they were 32 for 6. 5 over mark, they had reached a score of 57. That means that they did remarkably well to score 81 runs in the second part of the match. But I do believe, I mean, my feeling here is that this is another situation where the captain, Mark Simpson-Parker, has put more focus on giving everybody a fair whack and opportunity rather than really focus on the fact of taking a big win here. Certainly that would have helped, taking the wicket there. Hamdard, he was pumped when he takes a wicket. It's a comfortable catch, wasn't it? But I'm liking the innings there from Shafiq Safi. Let's talk about him a little bit. Of course, in the match where they go down to the Grass Cricket Academy, he takes a hat-trick. And then in this one, he's the only batter really to really put a big effort in. He was gutsy, he was determined. And 65 of 22, 6 sixes and 5 fours. So very well batted by Shafiq Safi. What a day it's been for him. A hat-trick and also a half-century. So well done. And I think that's probably his individual highest score on the network as well. So big credit to him. And I think because of that gutsy display from him, he does help his team pick up a point. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard here. And really, you'll see starts made by the big guns, but the big guns not firing the way they should. It's not a good-looking scorecard until you really get to Shafiq Safi, 65 of 22. And then Shahid Abed, 19. 2 sixes and a 4 for him to help his team to get to a point there. With the bowling front, we saw 4 wickets from Junaid Sahid, so well bowled by him. And then, as you saw, Mark Simpson-Parker giving the opportunity to the likes of Amir Javed, to Munib Ansari, and even Himanshu Jha came on, went for 17 but did pick up a wicket, and then went back to the likes of Amir Javed for the last over rather than go for Sai Sama or even bowl himself. And I think that's where you saw that he was more interested in giving the opportunities to the other bowlers than trying to get all the points there, which, well, people will have their own views about that. I suppose the way he's looking at it is that if they keep winning matches, they should finish in the top 4. They will finish in the top 5. They may even finish top of the standings and still have that slightly easier pathway when it comes to finals day. So we're going to take a break now, but remember, we are back in 15 minutes time for the last match of the day, where the Grass Cricket Academy will be taking on Vienna CC on match number 25. Join us back then in about 15 minutes' time. Hasta pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers, loving the shots there of Vienna. Of course, my day off tomorrow, and I intend not to go there in that field because I don't know what's lurking in there, and we've had a good look at some of the things in that, and I'm staying out of that field. But I will go and venture and see some of Vienna and make the opportunity to use the public transport system, get into the town, walk around and enjoy the sights and the food. Certainly looking forward to my day off tomorrow, and also looking forward to this contest where Graz, the Cricket Academy, take on Vienna CC. Of course, Graz, they have won 2 out of 2 here today. First day that we've seen them. Can they make it 3 out of 3? If they do, then they've got to get the win here over Vienna CC. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Vienna CC the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
We'll have the bat first.
No hesitation there from Mark Simpson-Parker. He's going to have a bat first. Of course he is, and why not? And they've certainly been scoring big runs, Vienna CC. 172 on this occasion. And they'll be looking to get to the same sort of runs again. I don't think they know that they need to get those runs. I know they're missing a couple of the key bowlers, of course, with that Daniel Eckstein playing the big D. He's got a bit of a side injury, side strain. He's not playing. So the bowlers that they are using, you can see that they are going for a fair number of runs. So that's why runs are key. And Kitabo Mari will probably get another opportunity at the top of the order. Will he get another chance to, or will he get close enough? Let's say he'll get the chances, but will he get close enough to another century? Made 99 in that last match and got out. MSP is in good form as well. Probably an opportunity maybe for someone like Iqbal Singh and also Kanaga Hamdard to go out there and never hit us. Over the other side, well, we know we've got some good players there. Mansoor Safi has been very good. Yogesh Balage, the captain, has been in fine form himself. Durrani, already seen him get a Player of the Match award for some very good bowling, but we know he's a very good hard hitter of the ball as well. Then you've got the likes of Katawala out there as well, and Hamid Safi. Don't forget about his great knock earlier. But they did have issues against the Austrian Daredevils when they were chasing that 118. The top order were just blown away. It was only Hamid Safi that held firm, and he got a half century before he departed, but he done enough to get his team a victory. And don't forget that good knock from the left-hander there. Akshay Wag as well, 25 not out of 16. So that's how they did get that win. But of course, if they were chasing more runs and losing wickets like that early on, it can be very, very costly. Well, welcome to everybody. It is the last match. So once again, as I always would say, it's an opportunity for us to have a talk about some random topics. And do get involved. I see a lot of people in the chat. John Gray is in there. Jacob is there as well as the few people like Hassan Mahmood. Hello to you, Hassan. And I also saw Waza and May Webb was saying, good morning from Trinidad. Well, it's lovely to hear from you. I bet you it's lovely in Trinidad at the moment. And yeah, so also we always welcome people who don't normally come on the chat. So if you're somebody who's watching and you can hear a lot of people saying hellos and who they are and where they're from, well, why don't you join in? It'd be great to hear from you. Tell us who you are, where you're from, and why don't you become part of the European Cricket Network family. And of course, if you are liking what you're seeing, give us a thumbs up and subscribe. I know that the subscribers, the numbers are going up all the time. And I wonder what the latest is on the number of subscribers. I know somebody will come on and tell me. I know that the numbers are going up nicely, of course, when we're doing a number of events. At one point, of course, we had cricket happening in Rome. We held the cricket in Malta with the Valletta Cup. We also had the T10 internationals in the Netherlands. So a lot of people tuning in, and becoming part of our family. So if you are new, welcome, and I hope you're enjoying the action from Austria. In the air, we could have a royal start here, and dropped. Wow. He's not quite the man to drop, is it? Omari, 99, and now dropped. Now, Omari, if you are Omari, get dropped very first ball. You got a choice. Get dropped first ball or get dropped on 99. What would you prefer? I reckon he wishes this happened when he was a 99. Well, they're fighting each other, and they put it down. Well, I don't know about a royal duck, but that's a royal cock-up, isn't it? It really is a mess from the fielding side. And Omari gets alive. MSP now robs it in. Now, this is coming in here somewhere. It definitely is coming in here somewhere. And, I was ready. I was ready to move the equipment. I couldn't see it. Don't laugh at me. This was coming in. I was ready to vacate the cube. So, the MSP gets to the... I like that moment, actually, when Omari hits the ball. He's holding his head. MSP is crossing over and saying, don't worry, it happens. They drop it. That's in the air. That's going to go for 4 as well. So Mark Simpson-Parker starts with 6 and 4. Good hitter in the power play. Because he times the ball really well, even though he doesn't hit that nice and clean, it's still going to go for 4. Oh dear, Omari being dropped. So the man who makes 99 dropped on 0. Yeah, what do you think, folks? If that's you, what do you rather have? First ball golden, or would you rather get dropped? So where do you rather get dropped, on the first baller or on 99? I think if it's me, I'm saying I'd rather get dropped on 99. As long as I'm guaranteed I will get the 100. No point being dropped the 99 and still getting out, I suppose. I suppose that's no guarantee, really, is there? So Omari, we know that he's been dropped on 0. Will he give another chance? Just goes to show, we've said this so many times, that no matter what happens in one match, doesn't mean to say the same is going to happen again. 15 has come off this over. Making some changes on the field to the offside. They did push somebody back, but they brought him in. It's interesting they've got that catcher in there, the fly slip. Well, not going to catch it over there if there's nobody there. That one goes into the field. Oh, watch out, watch out. There's some things lurking about in there. Gets played away, in it goes. And 21 then off the... It could have been a magical start. Could have been a royal start, remember that. The man who made 99 dropped the very first ball, and it was a sitter of a catch, it really was. It was a sitter of a catch. The fielders got themselves in all sorts of trouble. Well, there you go. He survived. So... Conditions at the moment very muggy around the ground. There is that slight breeze that's come through, but players just a little bit similarly to what we saw yesterday at this time. Just the sun goes behind some cloud cover for this match, and it just makes a huge difference. Short, goes for it again, and nobody out there. And I get the feeling that's gone for 6. Yes, it has. So... Put your hands up in the air like you just don't care, umpire. And that's Praveen who's putting them up. Praveen and Aravind are out there. It's too short. MSP puts it away. He can't bowl badly to MSP, and the over will go for 27. 27 off the first. And Kotwala. Well, Kotwala's the name. Kotwala no changi kurtpaiya. There's 27 come off that over. 24 days to go to the European Cricket Championship there in Spain, in Andalusia. And Cartermania will take the world by storm again. We call it Cartermania, and I think it's going to be absolutely sensational. Cartermania has got a new look and new feel about it as well. You'll see that yourself when the coverage starts on the 23rd. And swing and a miss. And now the stumps go down, and MSB just picks them up. And I know MSB, he's at the other end here. So he'll be saying to Omari, hey, what are you doing? Omari, he wants to get going again. He's got one to his name, of course, when he got dropped. And he probably knows also that a lot of people are probably talking about him. I'm talking about him, talking about the 99. So he's got to get all of that out of his system, hasn't he? And just carry on doing what he was doing in the last match. He just leaves that one. That's it's got good wheels, this delivery, but too wide. This is Shokat Durrani with the ball. Yeah, caught one, not quite go to plan, did it? 27 off that one. Could have been very different, I suppose. And it's another chance. Well, what is going on here? Omari gets dropped on 0 in the first over. Now he's dropped on 1 as he sweeps this straight to the man on the 45. It's in and it's out. Down it goes. And that was Aziz that puts it down. You would say that he's having a lucky day, Omari, but then tell him that when he was caught on 99. That one's not quite out the middle of the bat from Art Simpson-Parker. Will take the single. Omari now goes back on strike. He's been dropped twice. I think just the wicketkeeper just came up to him there now. And that's Manzoor Safi's in the way, yaar. Aaj kera pooja kar ke aaya. Yeah, what you done today to have all the luck? And Omari's probably saying, what luck? I was out on 99. Mansoor to that will say, I'd like to get to 99. Right, in the air. This is another opportunity. Will they hold on to this one? Yes, they will. So Omari, it's a different Omari from the one who was out there in the last match. He's given 3 chances. He's been dropped on 0, was dropped on 1, but he's not going to get dropped on 2. Well, 0, 1, and 2. Finally, they take it. It's the 3rd time lucky, and Omari, well, I got to say, Grass Cricket Academy, maybe you're the lucky ones, not Omari. It's not that often that you drop a good batter like Omari, and he still is out for just 2, and he doesn't punish you, and that's exactly what's happened there. So Omari, well, at least you can say he does. Only just. At least he scores 100 in the day. 99 and 2. That's the way it is. I've said this before. Just because you score a big score in one or take a lot of wickets in one match doesn't mean it's going to happen again. Nice catch taken out in the deep by the captain, Balage. And Durrani. Well, he's had a good day with the ball. Takes another one. Left-hander. Oh, no ball. Gets played away with ease to the boundary by Akbarjan, but this is not a good delivery. That's too high. So gets this completely wrong. Look where Akbarjan places. It's around about the shoulder height. You look, he's on his tiptoes to play that, so that's definitely a no ball. No question about it. And there's the signal. Abdullah. And bit of a pace-off delivery. It gets Akbarjan, plays that way too early. And, well, you see a few people saying Omari won't score big again. Well, I'm not. don't necessarily agree with that. I think Omari's a good player. I think he will score big again. I think he just needs to get through the day. You know, when that happens to you, it's still upstairs. I don't care who you are. When you get out for 99, it's a big moment. And you can see it wasn't like some batters, you know, batters who have done it before. And he hasn't scored a century on the network before. I don't know about in domestic leagues. He hasn't scored one on the network. He hasn't scored one live on TV. And we know that before the 50 he scored the other day, he's never scored a half century. So it's a huge step up. Never scored 50. The highest score before was 20. He scores a 50. Then never scored 100. Gets to 99. And that's going to play on his mind. And while we're talking, by the way, Vienna CC, with that win, because of their superior net run rate, look at that net run rate, by the way, they have gone top of the standing. So maybe you can see that MSP, that's probably another reason why, well, rightly or wrongly, wasn't too focused on taking the 4 points there, but they do go top of those standings. So we'll keep an eye on that. So yeah, I think he will get a chance again. He just needs to get through today. He'll go past today. He'll ever think about what he did. MSP creams that away now. Somebody who also could get there and is this man, Mark Simpson-Parker. Such a talented player. Now, I know that before the start, I know I was talking to Quinton Norris in Rome when Quinny was there, of course, at the Meltel Shield. And I was talking to him about how's the cricket's going here. And I said, well, you know, how's MSP? And he said, very well. He just scored a century. And that was would have been last weekend, I think. So he's in good form. And he's shown that good form out there already. Hitting the ball really well. So he's somebody who certainly could he be the first man that brings up his century here? Just making a few changes to the field here. This is Hamid Zafi. Now, just we're talking about MSP. I'll just give you a quick update on his stats then on the European Cricket Network. We saw him play back in 2020. Bajan just lets this go by for a wide as Zafi comes into the attack. So his high score on the network, 76 back in 2023. And he scored over 1,500 runs now on the network, which is quite incredible. So he just brought that up in the... Well, if I can tell you when he's brought that up. He brought that up the last time we saw him when he got that 30-odd. So, of course, he's got these last innings to go on there as well. He made 58 of 25 in the last match in that great partnership with Omari. So, over 1,500 runs. We haven't seen him bowl too much, but he has taken now. This is another important landmark. 49 wickets on the European Cricket Network as well. So if he does choose to bowl in this match, if he takes another wicket, that'd be 50 wickets. That's high, and that's been crashed down the ground. What a lovely shot, beautifully timed. He gets the timing right on this, wonderfully elevated. That's going to be 6 runs. Akbarjan. Well, he's starting to go left and right combination. I do like it. So, yeah, MSP also never got a century on the network. And we've talked quite a lot about good players who've never quite reached that landmark. Mark Simpson-Parker is certainly one of them. Nice use of the wrist. And, well, he could be in trouble here. He might be in trouble. Oh, the throw is wild. And it's not Akbarjan's call. This is poor cricket from Abdullah Akbarjan. MSP's call. And watch this. This is really poor cricket. Mark has gone. And look at Akbarjan. He's not going. And I think Mark would have credit to him. I mean, he's a good athlete. And that's why he's able to get back. Mark Simpson-Parker was almost left stranded there for a moment. It's clipped off the pads, 4 runs. Akbarjan plays that away, and some discussion here. And 2 batters are just pointing somebody out to the umpire. I'm not sure what that is. I saw Akbarjan and MSP just pointing out. And it looks like they're just talking to the umpire. I wonder if there's anything there that's causing an issue for the batters. It might be something that's reflecting with the way the sun is just behind the bowler's arm. But I saw MSP and Akbarjan talking about that. Anyway, well, if there is something, I'm sure the umpires will get involved with it. Score at the moment, 57. 57 for 1. And that over there from Safi didn't bowl really with the same sort of fire in his belly as he did in the earlier on. So 22 come off that over. The over before from Durrani just went for the 8. Now, fielders moving around all over the place. Just seems to be a little bit slow getting through the overs here. That's the feeling I'm getting here from on the grass side. So here comes the next. And now there's bat here. I think you'll see this from the umpire. He's very fortunate to get bat onto this. We'll see this again. The bat saves him. Bat saves him big time. Look at this. Gets the big inside edge. I think if he's missing that, now two things could happen there. Either the ball goes through and catches the bit of the stump, or he gets a finer edge on it and it goes onto the stumps. A bit of good fortune there for Mark. No good fortune here. Is just a very good shot. He gets a swivel on this. A little bit of the MJ style from Abdullah Akbarjan. Gets a swivel on this good and sends it all the way. 6 runs. Got to get that ball pitched up. There's Tariq Aziz who's doing the bowling. And that one's been banged in. There's a bit of an appeal. We'll have to have a look at the height on this. Looks very high. It definitely will be the one for the over, I think. And yeah, I mean he's off the ground trying to play that. Haven't seen any signal to the bowler as yet. So now on the pads, and that's just been whipped away handsomely. What a lovely shot that is. And well, we might have a little bit of car trouble as that gets played. Well, look at that, the old style Volvo. Well, I know my uncle had one of those, and it just went and went and went. I think it's still going now. And you can't do anything to those. To just keep on going and going and going. It's the old solid Volvo. They don't make them like that anymore, do they? Bring back the olden cars any day. Come on, let's get into some random questions. So, what's your old-time classic car? I'm not talking about going back to the early 1900s, but you know, that's just out of reach. So what's a car that you wish that they were still producing nowadays? Anything that comes to mind? So come on, yeah. What's your classic car? What would you love to see on the road again? You know what I'd love? My one, the Capri, the Ford Capri 2.8 injection. Bring it back. Oh yeah. The XR2 was all right as well. Of course, that was the Ford Fiesta. That was also the Ford Fiesta part of it. XR3i never was, the Escort never, but the Capri, yeah, and the Fiesta up in the air, and that is going to be 6 more. Well, it's a half-hearted attempt of a catch from somebody out there. Or maybe he's just thinking about just saving a few people, having a bit of a picnic there. It's a beautiful pickup. Don't bowl it on his pads. That goes all the way, and it just gets parred. I think that's Quinny out there. Quinny, of course, he'd be very proud, a very happy man. As he was, of course, the manager for Team Europe in the Meltel Shield, of course. Team Europe winning that quite comprehensively in Rome. The first ever Meltel Shield, and Team Europe winning 7-2. Congratulations to them. And also well played to everybody, and a big shout out to everyone who was part of that, from, of course, all the ECN crew, including everybody back in the office. Good work done by everybody, the kits, and of course, Deanna Oroz, we saw her, who was parading the Team Europe kit, and of course it ends up being a very nice Peacock Friday outfit as well. That's a good stop on the boundary. That's been hit pretty well. Has to take one for his team to make the stop. And that arse over from Aziz, not a good one, went for 21. So we've seen 2 magical overs on the spin. And that's why at the end of that first over, the score was on 78. And once again, the NSCC made a good start. Did lose Amari early, but that tends to be the thing with them. They might lose an early wicket, but they then get a partnership going. That was a bit of a rash shot, really, from Akbarjan. It probably doesn't come up as he would have expected, but he misses out on this one. And gets a swivel on this. He's going to get past the fielder. It's going to be 4 more. Goes into the picket fence. We've seen over the years this fence get destroyed a few times. We've seen a few of these panels coming away. And that looked like that was Buset Amari, who's sitting back and enjoying the action, the captain of the Daredevils. Played away, and 4 runs. Aye. Well, this is when things just don't go your way. Well, we were talking about classic cars, and well, this is like one of my classic cars. It's going well, and then you go. That's the way the old cars used to go. I had a few distributor and issues in my time, and had it, then lost it. Down it goes. Okay, we'll go. The chat is being way ahead of me today. I'm going to try and catch up with it. So we were talking classic cars. Let's see what we got here. Robocop was asking about balls that have been lost in the field so far. But Robocop, I can tell you this. I reckon there's been about 8. But having said that, I know at the end of yesterday, we sent a search party in there and we came back with 4. So not as many as you'd think. We're very good at finding them. And, well, Raluca Oro's found 3 herself when she was in there trying to hunt the snake down that was tormenting some of the players. Let's play down for a single. So Akbarjan eyeing up a half-century. Another good partnership here between these two. So we're at the halfway point. It's at 94 for 1. And, yeah, we were talking about classic cars. And so, Robocop, thank you for your question. I know you asked me that yesterday. So I think we're losing actually losing and not finding, maybe about 8 a day. And, yeah, who was that? So James was saying old Ford Escorts were always reliable. Yeah, and they were very good rally cars as well, weren't they? I had a Mark II Escort. It was an automatic. I wouldn't say it was a 1600E, but it had all the 1600E bits and pieces. I had it for about 6 months, and it got stolen. Never found out any more about it. I loved that car. I really did. It was solid, and yeah, had the 1600E alloys. But being an automatic is what made it special. Anybody else? Classic cars? And what about the old? What about the Mark III? I had a Mark III BMWs. It was a 316. That was good and reliable. Never had an issue with it. And there's the 50, by the way, Tukbajan. Well, we're talking about classic cars that are going well. Well, he's going well as well, Akbarjan. And a bit of a classic himself, and he gets a nice little moment with MSP, just giving him a little bit of love. Little bit of love. Let's see the love that we've got here on the ground. Well, love from Mark Simpson Parker to Akbarjan. Well, we know we've got, there you go. There's the heart here on the ground. I'm loving that. Maybe we can add to that tomorrow. What can we add to a heart? I think we can make, I tell you what, maybe we can find some flowers that haven't quite dried away and put some of them in there. So a little bit of love here at the Seabarn Cricket Ground. Yeah, I suppose some people will say the old Mercedes have always been reliable. Is there anybody out there that's got like a, let's say when we say old car, let's say anything older than 20 years. Anyone got anything that's older than 20 years that's still going strong? Diana's saying Lamborghini. Their contact. This one gets played. Yeah, Lamborghini. I mean, yeah, that now you're talking supercars, aren't you? The old supercars. But it's a classic. Yeah, what about, I mean, there's some cars that just never, that are never practical, aren't they? Some of the supercars. Well, that's what we're talking, supercars. That's the old Volvo. So, play down the ground, bobbles away. That'll just be a single. I remember my father had Ford Cortina. I think that was a Mark II, and that was a beautiful car, you know. And the thing about cars is, this one gets well stopped, so no run. Good pick up, good throw, good bit of cricket all around there. Not a bad over this so far, is it? This over number 6, keeping it nice and tight. And this is Samagol. And asking the question, big appeal and not out. What a good over that is. Just the 5 runs coming off it. So really slowing things down. So Vienna CC 99 for 1. Remember at the halfway point there were 94. It wasn't a bad over there from Sajjad either. Created a few opportunities, even though he did go for some boundaries. He also a couple of dot balls in there as well, and just a single. So just slowing things down a little bit there. I wonder if they go back to him here. It certainly will be going back to Samangol. Musselin bowled very well. Yeah, I mean, good thing about the older cars was how easy they were to work on. MSP down the ground, and that's going to be 6 runs. And that one, well, it does touch a little bit of the heart on the way through. And the Grizzly gets a little bit of love as it gets past it. A good hit there, MSP. He likes to play that shot. You can tell that MSP is probably a pretty good golfer, isn't he? So got a nice golf swing. So they do go back to Sajjad. That brings... Oh, he's played this a few times. I saw him do this the other day as well. He doesn't quite get that foot across when he plays that shot, and he doesn't go low enough. That's one where you've got to get the foot down and really get a bit lower, get under the ball and elevate it over the offside. And Dave is saying that his Hyundai Matrix is 20 years old. And still going as well. I know you've had to do a little bit of work to it. But that's the thing. You could work on those cars, right? I mean, I remember my cars that I've had, my Vauxhall Viva, the Mark 5 Cortina, it was 4 or 5, I think it was Mark 5 Cortina that I had. These are all cars you could work on. Well, I'm not sure what's happened here. MSP, I think he might have just run onto that little bit on the side of the pitch. Let's have a look. So he's running here. Oh no, it's not. He just loses his footing, slides. He's okay though. It's got a long way to go down, isn't he, MSP? But you could, oh wow, this is just being padded away from the keeper. And they might even want to go for another, but Mark in the end says, nah, it's all right. Yeah, you could change the oil yourself. You can do the spark plugs. Nowadays, you open you pop the hood and you think, well, what's that? You don't see anything. There's the plate, which you need special tools and whatnot to remove. Yeah, they're making it so you can't touch them anymore. In the air, and 6 more, and MSP will bring up another half century. Well, what is this guy on at the moment? He is just in awesome form. I know that his father's here at the ground. I had the pleasure of meeting him for the first time. Well, what a lovely moment for not just Mark Simpson-Parker, but for the Simpson-Parker family, as they see their boy out there scoring yet another half century. And he is in outstanding form. Mark Simpson-Parker. But can he go a bit further? You think where we are in the innings, he's really going to have to get a move on to do it. And that's another biggie. So they're going for it here now, aren't they? Going for the big shots. And Mark Simpson Parker, I think he's now moved to be the highest run scorer. I think with that 50 there takes him to 300 plus runs already in this series. I think before him it was Hassan Sadiq who was ahead of him earlier, and so Sadiq was the top scorer. We'll probably go now to number 2. Beautifully picked up. Beautiful shot this is. And that's going to sail away. Well, Tizer is after this one, Mr. Horns himself. And, well, that one's done. Well, there's Mark's dad. There he is. And there's Arslan. And there's the Big Daddy as well, who's, well, he's taking time to sit out today, not part of the squad. Well, he'll be very happy. And there we go. There's Dad over there. You can see, well, that's just, Tizer just keeps going, trying to get to that. And, yeah, MSP's dad there watching on and enjoying his son's impressive knock and this impressive partnership. That will be a single. That's not a bad delivery there at all. You can see what the bowler's trying to do. He says, okay, I know that you're going to try and come out to this summer goal. So he tries to fire a slightly quicker one in. It doesn't go to plan. Batter reads it and plays it pretty well. You can see they're really having to push here now because I think they've just said, look, we've got other batters, let's really go for it. Not a good ball, and that is going to be pelted. Well, watch out going in there. I can hear something. Yeah, I wouldn't. You know what? That's dangerous. Dangerous. Yeah, dangerous. I tell you why it's dangerous. Newsflash. I've heard that in that field, the field of joy, well, there's some pain as well. There's snakes in there. I told you, have a look at that. Yep. Don't go in there at the moment. It is dangerous. Good comeback, MSP. One thing he doesn't do, we mentioned this yesterday, he's not one for coming down the pitch. He's not one for dancing down and hitting straight. But mind you, the shots that he does play, outside the off, down the ground, and over cow corner, and a lovely pull shot. Here he'll go for it again, and he does make contact. He ends up in a bit of a knot, but still, well, I bet you he plays Twister very well. Well, a few of his family are here. We can ask him, is he good at Twister? I reckon he is. And doesn't belt it, but gets enough of it to get it past the fielder out there, Yogesh Balage. I mentioned this before, Yogesh Balage, very interesting captain of a side, putting himself right on the boundary. All right, he's good there, he takes catches, but he's out of the action where he needs to be. I think he needs to be a bit closer. So that one gets played away. And what else we got in the chat there? And Wayne was saying 20-year-old Toyota is just broken in. Yeah, you're right about the old Toyotas. I remember Top Gear did a thing on, Zodiac Sapphire. Now you're talking. Yeah, the Zodiac Sapphire. What a car. I think my uncle had one of those. Actually got a picture of me sitting on the bonnet of a Zodiac when I was a baby. And I used to hear stories about that was the only way to get me to sleep, to get in that car. They're driving around, I fall asleep. And Dave is saying in France we had a Citroen 2CV. Yep, the car that you can just change whatever you wanted on it. Guaranteed to work for at least 40 years. Wayne is saying his truck still has the old window wind up. Mind you, I bet you're struggling with that at the moment with your little pinky, aren't you? And Peugeot 204, yeah, now you're talking. The old 204, I really like that car. And Wayne is saying, is that the real pic? Yeah, it's real. Well, why would I lie? It's real. It was, you can see it was snapped there with the ball there. The players went to get the ball, and the snake was saying, it's mine now. It's in the nest. That is big. And that's another big shot. So MSP, in both batters in the 60s. What a partnership this is. We saw a superb partnership between Mark Simpson Parker and Kataba Mari earlier, but Vienna CC, well, it's partnerships, and the way they're hitting the ball, Looking very excited. That's another one. Well, it might be a little bit quicker, but it goes into the field even quicker as well. That's another one that is going to go in there. What a good pickup that is. And the 150 plus on the board now. And you can see this is Abdullah Kutwal who comes back to bowl this, the 9th over. We say it all happens in the 9th. It certainly is all happening. Started with a wide, a single. Now, of course, 2 sixes in there as well. Just mullering every ball now. The hitting is pure. It's the only way to describe it. The hitting is pure. The first wicket fell with the score on 30. That was Amari going for 2. This partnership now goes past the 120 mark. Just doesn't matter where this ball is pitching. Both these guys have decided they're going after it. MSP, by the way, now 79 of 23. So just keep an eye on that. I mean, as I mentioned, he's definitely now the top run scorer. His form has just been outstanding. It really has. Highest score he's ever made, 76, I think it was. Right, that is up in the air, and it's going to be 6 more. Well, we were talking cars. Maybe we can talk about classic bikes as well. So MSP has gone past his highest score on the network. That was in 2023. And he's gone past that. And he's on 85 here, folks. And this time, nothing from it. So 85, it's the end of the over. Now, I wonder how they go about this here. Now, Akbarjan might just be saying here to Mark to say, hey, Mark, you want me just to take a single and give you 5 balls to try and get that 15? Knowing Mark, he's probably said, no, you just try and you play each ball to merit. It's a team game. 162 for 1. And, shot. Well, there you go. I didn't think he was going to try and just take a little single to give MSP the strike. Played away. Big hitting. And David just saying that when he was in Thailand, there was a king cobra 50 meters away from the house. He never saw it. Well, yeah, they don't. I mean, that's the thing with snakes. That's going to be 4 more. And where are they going to end up here with this score? Thing is, interesting thing, we said MSP, he's on 85. So needs 15. Well, Abdullah Akbarjan has just hit 10 off the first 2 balls. So maybe he does think about perhaps giving Mark the strike just to have a go at trying to get that century. He's maybe thinking, well, look, I'm on 75. I'm only 10 behind him. 172 for 1. All right. Where's this going to go? And it's actually brilliantly picked up. And Mark Simpson Parker doesn't put the stop sign up. He says, yep, there is. There's 2 there. We're going to take 2. That's a very good bit of fielding, by the way. Let's just see if he releases it before that foot comes down. Yeah, he does. That's fantastically well done by Durrani. Good fielding. Onto the pads. Now they will take the leg by. Leg by taken. 175 for 1. 2 balls to come. All right. No ball 6 and 2 sixes. 85. Highest score he's ever scored on the network. Add 6 more to that. 85 now becomes 91. You know me, I like to see these centuries. So he's going to end up in the 90s. There's only one ball to go, Hiddle. Well, he'd love to, if only if he was just given 3 deliveries in this over, they shared the over. Mind you, he's still going to get this one away yet from Aziz. And he will get it away. It will race to the boundary. It's going to be 4, so 94. 94 not out, so it's the highest score that Mark Simpson Parker has scored on the network, and he's done it on a day when his old man's there watching him do it as well. What a lovely moment it is for Dad. And we did see a shot of him there by the clubhouse, and a wonderful knock. And look at that, a little kiss there. I wonder if that was to his dad. So applauding. Look at them all standing here to wait for him to come back. There he is. A proud moment for Dad. A proud moment for the Simpson Parker family. And there's the big D as well. You can excuse him for not getting up. He's hurt. He's wounded. But he does give high fives all around. Stronger together is what you got to be. They were stronger together. A lovely shot there of Mark Simpson Parker being greeted back by his teammates, and they have put big runs on the board, 185. Let's roll the highlights. And they couldn't catch a thing, could they? Omari dropped on 0. MSB is business as usual. And yeah, to all parts of the ground, outside the off, down the ground, down the leg side. Short ball pulled away over cow corner. And he was going well. Omari and now dropped on 1. The man who did make 99, by the way. And then eventually Omari caught on the boundary because his one man was going to drop him, is Balage. That's what he's there to do. That was a no ball that was put away. That was the way to get Bajan started. And all around this ground you see this stronger together. And those two, they were strong together, weren't they? Some of the partnerships that we've seen here from Vienna CC have been absolutely outstanding. And that partnership there was once again worth 155. Remember, in the earlier match, there was a great partnership there between MSP and also Kitab Omari, who ended up finishing on 99. Just a shame about that last over. I know it's a team game, so I'm actually contradicting myself when I say this, because quite often when I see teams trying to work out the strike so a batter can get to a individual landmark, you'll often hear me saying, well, yeah, I like that, I like to see that, but do bear in mind that by him not hitting that ball on merit and getting a 6 and getting a single, if it comes down to 5 runs in this match, they'll look back at that there because they played for the individual highlight rather than the team block. So you've heard me say it, but at the same time, I just feel that today's a day where I just felt that the century was certainly there. It was certainly on. It was so close from Omari, of course. Early on, I thought that maybe it was going to be Tariq Ahmadzai to do it in that first match when it looked like he would do it. And then he couldn't. Then for 12 balls, remember, he couldn't get on strike. He was stuck on 72. He got one more ball to face and he hit it for 6, and that was it. It was done. So that was close. And we saw that brilliant effort, of course, from Kitab Omari being caught on 99 when he thought surely he was going to do it. Now MSP getting there to 95. You just think if Oli Akbarjan had just taken a single of that first ball and given him the opportunity, and the way he was hitting the ball there, Mark Simpson Parker, you're pretty sure that he would have got there. But it wasn't to be the same way it wasn't to be earlier today, the same way it wasn't yesterday in match number 20 for Hassan Sadiq. And we have seen a hat-trick here today, but it just looks like the century and the golden ball just doesn't want to play ball with us at the moment. There's that scorecard, a 95 for Mark Simpson Parker, his highest score on the European Cricket Network. One more ball, that's all he needed, he'd be saying. One more ball, but Abdullah Akbarjan was not really in the mood to give that to him. He finishes on a 77. Not out himself. Those two put that 155 run partnership together. On the bowling front, well, there's another bowler that went for 50. It was Kotwal. And Tariq Aziz wasn't that far behind. He went for 43. But amongst that, you got that 1 over. Again for Durrani, just the 1 over he gets. Picks up a wicket. Only goes for 8 runs, but they decide not to bring him back. And he bowled the 2nd over. They didn't bring him back. So again, question marks there. I think maybe Durrani just said towards the end, well, look, you didn't bring me back earlier. Now what? You're saving me for the last over? What for? Nah, I don't want to. Give it to somebody else. I suppose it could have been that, or there could be another reason there. But what we do know is that Vienna CC have once again put another high score on the board. It was 172 against the Austrian Daredevils, and now against Graz Cricket Academy, they have put 185 on the board. It's going to be a quick change around. Of course, it is the last match of the day. Do stay with me. Do come in with your random questions. And, well, I'll probably try and entertain you with a few questions of myself as well. Join me back in under 10 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello folks and welcome back. We're ready to go. The umpires Praveen and Arvind are out there. And it is Vienna CC now in the field. They've got 185 to defend. And in a short while, we'll give you the bonus point equation. Here's the first delivery. And it's going to be a dot ball from Junaid Saeed. Well, you can see that in brackets there. So 130 just to get to a point. And they're certainly going to have to really bat well here. They've got good hitters, though. We know that. We've seen that before from Grass Cricket Academy. The thing is, this is a good test for them. They've had a good day today. Oh, well bowled. It's a very good delivery. Very good delivery. He's unlucky there is Saeed. Just rolls his fingers on this and just, it gets a little bit of a way swing when he doesn't really want it. But yeah, as I was saying, look, they have had a good day today. They've got a win, 173 to 108 against Nazi. So we do know they can score big runs. Then we saw them chase 119 after having a disastrous start. There's no way of hiding that. Amari makes the stop, but they do get the single. So first runs on the board. So they've already beaten the Austrian Daredevils. They've beaten Snazi. And now they just want to not let themselves down. In other words, all right, look, there's a big score, but don't let yourself down. Get to that 130, 140. Somebody get in, somebody score some runs, and then you can go back and say, you know what, hey, 2-1 in the day. Batters scored runs, bowlers bowled well, fielders took some good catches. We'll take that. And that is just out of reach. Well, I tell you what, he's had a few highlights today, and he's certainly had a lot of camera time, has Omari. With this one, could have ended up badly. He almost takes the catch, and then just here, trying to stop the ball. Look where he almost ends up, swallowing the ball. He almost takes it home with him. And, well, it would have taken a lot of medicine to get that out of his system. But anyway, he doesn't swallow it. That's down the ground, and that is going to go all the way. Bowl it. Ginna sona shaka lagya. That gets blasted away. So welcome to everybody, and welcome back to the final innings of the day. Right, high in the air. Keeper should claim it. And can't. It's always getting away from him. Always getting away from Iqbal Singh. And you just feel that he just needed, if you watch this here, so it's high, he's got the cap on, he sees it, he's after it, but the ball always, look at the trajectory of the ball, always going away from him, and he just can't get there. I know the bowler's very disappointed there, but that's not an easy catch. You'd bat the keeper to take it, but it's not an easy one. So Iqbal Singh can't get there. The over comes to an end, but look, 12 from it. I don't think Junaid Saeed should be too disappointed about it. He's bowled very well today. Of course, took those 4 wickets, 4 for 26 against the Austrian Daredevils. It's powerfully hit down the ground from, that's Safi that blasts that one away, I believe. Yeah, big powerful hit. So you got Niazi at the non-striker's hand. And we all know about the hitting ability of Safi. Safi, you have to give him a lot of credit for the way that he batted in that win against the Daredevils. I mean, it was one of those when you have a look, this one is going to be another boundary, so that's going to be 4 more. Well, that's going in just to the edge of the field. Well, no, he's going in there. Be careful, be careful. And he goes into the field to try and find this one. When he comes out, and you've got to be careful. We know there's snakes in there, and, well, now we've got the elephants there as well. Well, the elephants have come out to play. And watch out. You never know what's lurking. And that one is well picked up. Just a single. On the field of joy. And bringing you some joy as well. All right, that one wasn't real. Not that you haven't guessed. Thank you very much to Diana Rulukaros for her creativity in giving us all a little bit of a chuckle. To the fielder. And good throw back. Iqbal asking the question, but I think the batters do get back there pretty easily. I'll say hello to who haven't I said hello to in the chat yet in a moment. Hello to Duncan. Thank you for joining us. And, 12 off this over so far. 24 without loss. The first over going for 12. That's hit firmly, and that's going to be, what's happened here? Well, what has Omari done here now? Oh, let's have a look at this. There's so much going on at the moment. Saim Sama does, I think he does superbly well. Gets the throw in early, and what's happened here with Omari? Oh, he drops it. Look at the batter, was in no man's land. The two batters are screaming and shouting at each other, but Omari wasn't able to hold onto the ball, and now he bangs in a short delivery out of frustration. Gets the dot ball in. It's going to be the end of the over. What a great bit of fielding that was by Sama, by the way. Sai Sama diving and makes a stop, then throws the ball in really quickly, and they don't take a run. That's why they were screaming at each other. You got to be taking. He's thinking he's going to get a boundary. He doesn't run, and then the non-striker, of course, he's fuming, isn't he? He's absolutely fuming with Safi, saying, "What are you doing? Why aren't you running?" Right, here's the way it's looking. So the NSCC, top of the standings, win here, and they go clear by points over Sherry Punjab. Those two teams play the same number of matches. High in the air. But it looks like it's going to go, and goes all the way into the field of joy. Another boundary. Goes up, and away. There's the chase. You can see the fielder running after that. And, well, in it goes. Just slips and he hits this. Now, if he hits, he's out. Ooh. Well, I think that's, in the end, I think that's Niazi who plays this. Good pickup, good throw. And, yeah, he would have been gone. He would have been gone. Hamid Safi starts to go. I think this time it's Niazi who says, "No, go back, I've slipped." And Safi, if that ball had hit, he would have been left stranded. So these two, the communication is not the best. Right, high in the air. Who wants this one? Fielder calls it, comes in, and he's taken the catch. He has taken the catch. And well done. That is Omari. And Kitab Omari, well, ever since he got out on 99, nothing's really gone his way. But watch this one. He comes running in, the catch, the ball pops out of his hands, and then he has to dive full stretch, and he scoops it just here, just before the ball gets out, and then he says, "Ale, finally, he's back. I'm back, baby," he says. "I'm back." And now the 99 is history. Nice catch taken. It's a good moment there from Omari, and a good moment there for Sai Sama as well. So the first wicket goes down, and that will be the end of Niazi. He'll go for 8 or 7. Great catch there from Omari. I'd say great catch. Probably should say great recovery from him. He gets Sama a wicket. And, yeah, he's a happy chappy. Smile back on his face. That's what I want to see. That's what's nice to see. It's a little bit full, gets worked away, and it's going to get past the fielder. I think that's an error. I think that's an error in that cordon on the offside field. Let's see if we get a better chance. Look at this. You can see this goes. Yeah, and that's Hamdard. You can see he's disappointed. He's normally very good in that area. Saisama. Was surprised he never got his second over in the last match when he bowled a very good first over. I think his over only went for about 6 or something, and then, of course, 11 was required of the last for the Austrian Daredevils to steal a point away from Vienna CC, and they were allowed to do so. But well, I'm going to go back to maybe those standings a little bit after perhaps this delivery. That is going to be okay, says the umpire. So that's the end of the over. That's well bowled. And he has bowled well, hasn't he? He's probably not been used as much as they could. Maybe it's another one that they're trying to keep fresh, but it's 34 for 1 after the 3 overs. The power play, well, you see the difference in the power play. I think it's 34 compared to 57, so it's a big difference. Number of wickets, though, are the same. Good over there from someone, just a 10 from it. Yeah, so we go to the tables after this one. That's going to be a chase there, so that gives us a chance. That's just to reflect on it. It's going to be 4 runs. So Vienna CC currently are top with 14 points. Same number of points as Sherry Punjab, Vienna. But, of course, they will go to play the game more here. But the net run rate is superb. Cricketer CC then are on 13. They played a game less than Sherry Punjab, and they would have then played 2 less than Vienna CC. They're on 13. India CC Vienna also played the same as Cricketer CC. They are a point behind them. That's high up in the air. It'd be a great catch if he takes this. And he puts it down. And it saves the ball from going to the boundary. I thought he had it. He watches it all the way. He does the hard work. Watches it all the way. And then it just doesn't want to stick, does it? Good effort, though, I think, from Sharon Gill. So it's a life. That doesn't take it. No, that's well bowled. Hamdard. Yeah, so Cricketer CC in 3rd, a point behind. Then a point behind them, Indiana CC Vienna. They're on 12, same number of matches. And then in 5th at the moment, the all-important 5th place at the moment is Donnerstad. Of course, played just 4 matches. Chance, and this time it will be taken. And look at the celebrations. Celebrations are everything at the moment. And Vienna CC, they're enjoying the cricket they're playing. They're enjoying the cricket they're playing. They're playing on their home ground. They're looking good. They're being well led by Mark Simpson-Parker. They do seem like a good team. They've got a bit of buzz about them. They've got a bit of buzz and energy. There's a catch taken. There's Hamdard. He's enjoying it. Iqbal Singh behind the stumps is enjoying it. The batter, though, not enjoying it. That's going to be the end for another guy. That's another batter will have to go. That's Mansoor Safi. Safi was very good, of course, earlier in the day. 53 of 19, play the match performance, but since then, he's hasn't gone well. Of course, got a first baller in the match earlier, and now he goes for 4 or 5. Good catch taken there by Sharon Gill. Gill, of course, was very close to pulling off a great catch there. Running all the way from wide 3rd to behind the keeper. Got hands to it, didn't take it. Talk about catching. This should be Iqbal. Says it's mine, and he takes it, and Hamdard takes another. And Samar Gol is going to depart for a 2-ball Peacock Friday duck. Well, what a Peacock Friday we've had, everyone. It's been an absolute thriller. Plenty of runs, good catches, wickets. And, well, this guy got pretty lucky in the earlier match when they piled on the misery against Snazi. They dropped him, and he went on and scored big. And that's why you got to get good players before they get going. He goes for the big shot. And once again, Hamdard just has the habit of getting the ball to pop up. And this time, Iqbal doesn't make the mistake. It's going to be a 2-ball duck. And Hamdard does it again. He just has the knack, doesn't he? Hamdard of taking wickets. It's that gentle, slow, teasing pace that makes all the difference. A 39 for 3 at the end of 4 overs. I suppose it's the same again, this for Hamid Safi. He's out there and everybody else just keeps on getting out. He's seen Mansoor come and go. And MSP doesn't drop him. And just as I say that, Hamid Safi finds the safest hands in the business. Mark Simpson Parker takes the catch. And that's his area. He has taken so many catches there. Thing is, he just makes it look easy. And Hamid Safi, of all the players he could have picked, the one man you don't pick is this guy. So he's going to go for 27 of 12 balls. And it's a wicket for Akbarjan. And Akbarjan with these two. The partnership in the middle with the bat was quite sensational, 155. And now that partnership continues with them in the field. Akbarjan does the bowling, and Mark Simpson Parker does the catching. And it's a great catch. And I suppose his dad picked a good day to come out and watch MSP. 95 runs, and now takes a very good catch. Remember, he's on, I don't know if Mark knows this, he's not that far away from me, so I'm gonna say it loud enough so he hears. Let's just see what Akbarjan does here first. Down the ground, MSP. This time it's going to get over him. Well, I'll wait for him to come back because that one's gone all the way. He puts his hands up in the air. And the new batter who's come out there is Shawat Durrani. Yeah, he smashes that away. So you've got some new batters out there at the moment. Swing and a miss. So, yeah. I'm just going to say it here. So Mark just coming back now. I'm going to try and distract him. I'll do it when there's no action that's going to interfere with him. Well, that's going to go all the way. That's just belted away. So there's Mark now. So Mark, I wonder if Mark is aware that he's on 49 wickets on the European Cricket Network. Mark, are you aware of that? I'm trying to get his attention. He's just having a sip of water now. So I can't talk now because the bowler's coming in. And that's the last one that got put away. That one is going to be chipped and bounces just before Mark. Must be Akbarjan. What a good over. Just the 13 come from it. The 50 comes up. And this, the end of the 5th over, 52. But 4 wickets down. It's been an issue that GCA have had. We was talking about this earlier. So this time for the Euros of women's cricket happening in December. You see 10 teams there. First time we'll see the Challenger Division, Spain, Austria, 2 teams that will go head-to-head here next weekend. Also in that Challenger Division, Germany, Jersey and Czechia. But of course, those teams will then have the right to then play in the Premier Division next time round. That gets played away. So here's the field. Right, I'm going to try and get hold of MSP now. So Mark, are you aware you're on 49 wickets on the network? He said he's not aware. Well, I've told him now, so I wonder if that will get him warmed up. And maybe, yeah, well, he's I don't know if you get him on camera. Well, he's going to have to go after this one first. Well, he didn't know. Well, he knows now. I've told him, everybody. I've told him. So I wonder if that means he's going to warm up and have a bowl. MSP. He may not have thought about it, and I still think he may not, you know. I mean, he probably doesn't have to. He's probably, once again, will be thinking about giving as much opportunity some of the other players, because that's the sort of captain he is. I like that. I mean, I like what he did in the last match. A lot of people probably would have disapproved, and there he goes. He just started warming up, and I told him that's going to go all the way as well. Well, maybe he might want to warm up sooner than later, especially if the ball gets blasted away like that. Yeah, he went past 1,500 runs during this series with that extraordinary strike rate. I mean, right up there with, I think, closing up to almost 400 runs. And wicket-wise, yeah, 49 wickets on the network for MSP. All right, this one's hit well, and I don't know how many catches he's got, maybe somebody could have a look at that as well, because in the field, MSP is just sensational, isn't he? He is just sensational. Doesn't drop him, and I think actually catches. I think in this tournament now he's gone past 50 catches as well. I reckon he's taken. Well, if you could add to that, probably another 5 or 6. I reckon he's closing on to 60 catches as well. And he took an extraordinary 15 last year. In 2021, he took 18 catches. And so he's well on the way to maybe even beating that this time around. And we'll get that updated at some point. But I reckon that he's probably already on probably 11 catches this time around. Another one bites the dust. Hamdard gets another. That's playing away nicely. They think about 2, do they? No, they don't think about 2. Still got good batters out there. The problem is once again, nobody's really stuck around. Got a while getting out there. Right, now this one, can anybody get there? Hamdard wants to try and do it himself. He can't, just can't reach it. He ends up falling in the Bermuda Triangle, I think. Hamdard running in, fielder coming in from behind square, and even Omari trying to get there. So it's just going to be a single. Another over comes to an end. 67. Now at the end of 6 overs, 67 for 5. Scores per over. We've got this well in control. 12, 12. We've had a 10, 5, 13, and that one came for 15 once again from Hamdard. And just you can see that they're going to go back here. I like this move. Going back to Sai Sama. He will get his 2 overs this time. Just Sama there, just checking with MSP about wanting to make change in the field. I think he wanted the 3rd to come up. He discusses it with his captain. MSP says, yeah, okay. So 3rd does come up. So they have a sweeper out on the offside. And MSP is straight. And then 3 on the leg side. So it starts with a dot ball. It's well bowled, right in the block hole. Has a go, gone, out, direct hit. And it's as easy as that. That's Aziz Khatak. Well, it's the Khatak attack. And, well, it is, of course, International Whale Shark Day. And, well, there is our very own Aziz Khatak who does the attack. Good pickup, good throw, direct hit. Thank you very much. And direct hit, it sort of slows down the batter, really. I think he's sort of resigned to the fact that he ain't going to make it, and he gives up on it. Another one bites the dust. That's going to be the end of Durrani. He's going to be disappointed, gets run out. A direct hit. We'll see this one more time, and this gives me an opportunity to go back in time with myself. Back to 1979. Make mine a double, said Beefy. On the first day of the Oval Test against India, Ian Botham scored his 1,000th run in Tests to go with his 100 wickets. It was his first. It was in his 21st Test. This is up in the air. We'll get past the fielder. We'll go to a boundary. So yeah, in his 21st Test, making him the fastest to do the double. He broke the record of India's Vinu Mankad, who got there in his 23rd. Botham went on to become the 2nd player. Gary Sobers was the first to do the Test triple of 1,000 runs, 100 wickets, and 100 catches. So there you go, Ian Botham, of course, many records to his name. Good delivery once again from Sama. 2 to come in the over. It's been a good spell. 1 for 14. Wayne, it just makes me laugh. He's talking about when he timed me out once again. All right, that goes in now. I know you want to see it again. Yep, be careful when you go in there. There's all sorts. We've seen the snakes and we've seen the elephants as well. That's right, there are elephants here in Austria. Who says there's no elephants in Austria? Yeah, they are. And if you go into the field of joy, you never know what you're going to see. There we go. There's Omari throwing the ball back, and just behind him is the elephants. And at least while the elephants are there, I'll maybe get the snakes to get away. And watch out for the snake. And there he is. This Omari, by the way, that is, look, Omari's coming out. Watch out, Omari. Elephants behind you. Omari's saying, what elephants? What elephants? Well, there were elephants there. Well, Omari comes out the field. The elephants were right behind him. And there's the pickup. This time they will get back. Well backed up there by the man who did knock the stumps over early. That's Aziz Katak. End of the over. And not a bad one there from Sai Tama. Not a bad spell. You'll take that if you're the captain. 1 for 21. 78 for 6 after 7. So, right, I suppose we can start to look at what we've got coming up tomorrow. Of course, I'll be keeping an eye on things tomorrow. As I won't be here, but I'll keep a beady eye on it because I want to see what Peacock Friday shirt that Nish turns up with. Cricketer CC in action against Donnerstadt. That'd be a tough match. Let's see how Donnerstadt bounce back after being defeated the other day. They were a little bit down when they left there. Graz Cricket Academy taking on Cricketer CC. That also will be a tough match. So plenty of good spicy matches for the start of the weekend. Of course, some people say it starts today. I'd agree with them. Friday's the start of the weekend. All right. Omari, having survived the snakes and the elephants, he could pick up a wicket straight away. Iqbal says it's mine and holds on to the catch. Well done to Iqbal Singh. And some people think number 13 is unlucky. Iqbal said it did. Can that supper? It's like the snake, he said. He said it's like a snake. He goes up in the air and it goes. Yep, you'll see him give his account of it a bit later. Here he goes. He says, "Oh, yaar, the supper no, put it supper mongo de." Yeah, well, the snakes are in the field. Iqbal. Yeah, I was saying some people, they're a bit superstitious about number 13. Not Iqbal. He's got 2 13s on his back. 1-3. That's his number. That's the end of Yogesh. Balage is gone. And Omari picks up the wicket. Well, it's his lucky number. Yeah, look, I know a lot of Indians, number 13 is like, it's weird, you know, because, of course, most of you would know that I'm Indian origin. And, of course, when we were growing up, so I grew up, of course, in England. I was born in England, growing up in England, and like number 13. So most Indians consider 13 to be lucky. But I was obviously growing up in England, and everyone in England would say 13 unlucky. And I'm thinking, hang on a minute, black cats, you know, black cat goes across you. I know a lot of people in England would say, that's unlucky. Well, for us, it was like lucky, you know, if a black cat walks across. So it's very odd, isn't it? Is that again Chinese whispers? Is that what it is? Is somebody said something, and by the time it got to got around from one country to another? And yeah, well, Alex, I agree. It's all in your head. Mind you, I have to say, I am very superstitious about walking under ladders. Appealing, but probably going outside the off. And I don't like walking, you know, when there's a construction site or when a building's having work done and they build that sort of metal frame bridge you have to walk under so no debris falls on top of you. Yeah, outside the off stump. Yeah, I don't like walking under those. I'd much rather walk on the opposite side of the road. I don't know. I feel uncomfortable doing it. Other than that, I'm okay. There's not too many other things that bother me. More swinging and missing. This is Gowda, who's trying to get off the mark here, but the way he's going at the moment, he may not succeed. All he might succeed in doing is getting a little edge on this. Now, once again, all the key batters, if you look at what Graz Cricket Academy did early in the day, all those guys that scored runs have departed. I suppose they're a team very similar to perhaps the Austrian Daredevils. If they click, they click. You could say the same. Maybe a little bit of snazzy about them as well. Thing is, though, as I said before, I think they'll be pleased with the 2 wins. Of course you will. 2 wins of your first 2 matches. I think this one, they're just going to ride it off. But I would have liked to have seen a bit of a more of a fight from them against this powerful Vienna side. I think Vienna, they're very... the batting, don't get me wrong, they batted brilliantly well, and that's even with 1 or 2 of their main players away. And what they've done with the bat has been sensational. With the ball, I think they're just, unlike some other teams who have got a little bit of extra power and trying to get the ball in pretty quickly, I think with the ball, they've just concentrated on getting the ball in the right areas, and it's worked. They've just kept it simple, and sometimes keeping it simple is the best thing to do. Iqbal apologising here to the umpire as he fires this back in. David just saying so he reckons that Mark Simpson Parker is now up to 53 catches. And that one gets away. It's an edge, a little bit of luck. You can see that what they need for a point, it's just a nice shot there of Iqbal Singh trying to get to that one. He can't do anything about it. It's going to get away from him. Yeah, so I think Vienna CC definitely looking to take all the points here. And now that's a wicket. It's a big wild swing, full and straight. Knocks the stumps over, and Akbarjan gets another one to his name. So that's going to be the end of Zarawat. It's a bit of an ugly looking shot, actually. Just a gentle bit of swing back in, and he just plays down the wrong line. Deceives him with the pace. Akbarjan, no real celebration. There's another wicket fall, so 83 for 8. Graz Cricket Academy. And we can start reflecting on what an incredible day it's been again here today. The highlights just keep on coming. And, I said at the start of the day that it's been quite amazing. We saw at the start of the day we started with over 5,500 runs. We were almost takes a jalebi catch, and now he's got to run after it. It will make the stop. Well, that's Sharon Gill. That could have been a highlight for him, couldn't it? Could have been a highlight for him. Gets a hand to it. And Kinda, dekh liya. Main ta jalebi khan nu ready siga, but phar nahi hoya yaar, phar nahi hoya. Didn't get the jalebi. And that one is going to be taken, though. So he tries to play the sweet shot. Gowda will go for a 5-ball duck. Well, we thought we were going to get some jalebis. No jalebis. Well, the catch is taken. And another one bites the dust. And they are now 9 down. It's another Peacock Friday duck on Peacock Friday. Peacock Friday duck. And, of course, hope you've enjoyed the action that's been here today. Of course, we are coming towards the end of what's been a very good day. I'm just trying to see if I can do this very quickly while I talk to you. So I was saying that how we started today with over 5,500 runs. And I said that today probably could be another bumper day. And that is that. It is done. It's all out. It'll be a low-scoring innings to end up with. And when you compare all the sort of scores that we've seen here today, but still, it's a high-scoring day in general. Apart from that innings, you have to say. So I reckon, if I'm doing my calculations here pretty quickly, that in the day we've seen almost 1,350 runs. I think we're probably just a few shy of that. Number of wickets that have fallen. Remember, we were just a few shy of 200. We've gone over 200 wickets. But I still believe that even with that innings, and quickly checking that innings, we saw, in fact, it's not as low as I thought. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We saw 8 maximos in that innings. I still think that the number of maximos is going to be very similar to the start of today. Of course, Ravi will come back to us tomorrow with all the stats. But another good day. That's a lovely moment there for Mark Simpson-Parker. What a knock he had here earlier today when he gets his high score on the network, taking him to closing on to 1,700 runs now on the network. And a lovely shot for the boys of Vienna CC. They've had a good day. They've had a good outing. They've scored stat loads of runs, haven't they? 172 and 185. And then winning that match and just giving you by over 100 runs. 101 runs. So that is a really big, a very, very big win. This is what's coming up tomorrow. We'll go back to that a little bit later on. So Donna started in action, playing 3 matches. Let's see how they bounce back. We also will see Cricketer CC again tomorrow. Vienna Danube also going to be in action. And Graz Cricket Academy will continue a big start for them. Not only just the 2 matches, 3 matches today, in fact, but they will play 2 tomorrow. I won't be here. It's my turn to be doing a little bit of sightseeing around Austria. But, of course, Nish will be here, and he promises us that he will be wearing a colourful Peacock Friday kind of shirt because he missed out on Peacock Friday here. Well, that was Omari. He was trying to get a highlight and try to change things for him, of course, with him getting the 99. He wanted to try and sort of turn his attention away from focusing on that. He came with the ball and could have done it here. Great fielding. If only he held on to it, he would have had a run out when the 2 batters decided not to go for it. Then this one, that's his highlight. He's back. Oh yeah, I'm back, he says, as he holds on to that catch. And the smile did eventually appear on his face. That one would have been a great one if Sharon Gill was able to take it, but he was able to take this one to the delight of Hamdard and also the skipping Iqbal Singh. This one went a long way up in the air. It wasn't the easiest catches, but this time no issues for Singh to take it. He had one similar to that he wasn't able to take. And MSP, well, straight down the ground, he is the best in the business. There is no doubt about that. Well, I mentioned to him that he's taken 49 wickets. And whether he fancied a bowl, well, he did start to warm up. But he might have taken 49 wickets. He's taken a number of catches as well. His stats on the network are quite brilliant. I think by the time that we finish here, he probably will go past 2,000 runs he's taken. He probably would have taken over 50 wickets. And the number of catches have been great. And that was a lovely moment there for Azir, because there was the attack from Katak as he knocks the stumps over as well with a great one-handed pick up and throw, direct hit. And then this was some more joy for Iqbal Singh, and Omari picks up with a wicket as well. And that's the end of that as Akbarjan comes in. Almost saw some jalebis for everybody, but Gill didn't quite do it. Then the sweep goes wrong. Comfortable catch taken there by Kotrol. And then Akbarjan just finishing things off by getting it full and straight. So he finishes with 4 for 18. Very well bowled from him. And early on, of course, Kanaga Amdad takes 3 for 20. A very good performance from Vienna CC. So they finished top of the standings. They were there already, having played the same number of matches with the other teams next to them. But now they go clear top with that win. They'll take all 4 points as well, of course. So they are 4 points clear at the top. And that will just make their net run rate look even better. Quick look at the scorecard. So the top batters, again, just not going. Hamid Safi never gets going. Mansoor Safi, another one. We saw Samagol go very big last time around. He doesn't get going either. And just a lot of good batters going out there and not performing. And Yogesh Balage, I think we really need to see him higher at the top of the order as well. So a quick check on the bowling figures. Well bowled to Abdullah Akbarjan. I think the slower bowlers are really going to be very productive in this tournament. 4 for him. Hamdard, he bowled very well as well. Just like Hamdard, he's just somebody who just gives it a little bit of everything. I like his energy, I like his spirit, I like the way that he's a bit of a fighter. Whether the chips are down or not, he's always somebody who keeps fighting. And that we saw the other day when they went down to Vienna CC, or Indian Vienna CC. He came fighting and he got his team a point. So I'm liking the work that he's been doing. So we come to an end of match day 5, and it is very much the start of the weekend now. I want to say a big thank you to everybody on the chat first, because I know there's a few people that need to get away a little bit sharper as well. Whatever you got planned for the evening, hope you have a wonderful evening. But I want to just thank you all. I mean, when you're on your own in the queue, then, you know, the interaction that you have with you guys has been absolutely superb. So thank you very much. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for your support for the European Cricket Network. You've been absolutely fantastic. And I'm sure that you'll do the same with Niche Butt, who's here tomorrow on his own as I take my day off as well. Okay, about the day, another fantastic day. A lot of runs being scored. We saw good bowling. The slower bowlers today, I think, showed what they can do and the impact that they can have here today. And we saw that all the way around. But again, we saw some high scores. Vienna CC, two big scores from them. We also saw a big score to start off the day, of course, from the Daredevils and the Graz Cricket Academy. They came out there, they scored big runs. So I think it's been a good day for all the teams, really. I don't think any one team will go away disappointed. I suppose Snazzy in a way will. They had the opportunity in the 2 matches that they played to try and go back to winning ways, but they couldn't do it against the Daredevils, and they couldn't do it against GCA either. So they're the only team that will be a little bit disappointed. Let's see if they can bounce back. Of course, they got 2 more wins than they did here last year, but this time around hasn't gone as planned. Being another hot day, that means that a lot of hard work has to be done by everybody to make things happen here. And the teams here have been absolutely brilliant. Not just the teams that are on the field, the teams behind the scenes as well. So well done, of course, to our media partners as well. I think Spring Media have been absolutely brilliant. Not easy for them. I can tell you now that you can imagine that being out there on the field, I've mentioned the umpires, how difficult it was for them and the players of Spring Media, especially those, the camera people that are up in the tower. That's hard work in the sun all the time. And of course, when it gets windy as well, that doesn't make it easy. So they've been absolutely brilliant, bringing you the best coverage to enjoy wherever you've been watching from. Big thank you, of course, to the umpires as well. Been great. Well done to Tyser, Tyrone Peters, doing a great job. And, of course, the ECN crew. But most importantly, to the Federation for looking after us. And, as I've said already, to you at home. You've been absolutely brilliant. I can hear that the music is playing for the highlights of the day. There have been some highlights, and these highlights are going to keep coming thick and fast while we're here in Austria. Just time for me to say my goodbye. So, be good, be kind, be happy. Have a good day. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, mi familia.